Somewhere on Earth, there are projects so dangerous, governments don't want you to know the truth. Massive structures, hidden risks, and secrets that could change everything overnight. What if I told you some of these could fail at any moment? In the next few minutes, you'll discover the world's most dangerous mega projects and why they might be ticking time bombs. Train to the clouds, Argentina. At over 4,200 meters above sea level, you are not just near the clouds, you are inside them. The train to the clouds, or Tren a las Nubes, is one of the highest railway journeys in the entire world. It departs from the city of Salta in northwestern Argentina and climbs into the Puna, the high-altitude Andean plateau, through a landscape that grows progressively more alien and more spectacular with every meter of altitude gained. The journey covers roughly 430 kilometers and reaches its highest point at the La Polvorilla Viaduct, a structure that has become one of the most photographed pieces of infrastructure in South America. The La Polvorilla Viaduct is extraordinary in the most literal sense of that word. It is a curved metal bridge, 224 meters long and 63 meters high, spanning a deep ravine in the high Puna. When the train crosses it, slowly and carefully as the altitude demands, the view from the windows is almost completely vertical. You look down through the side of the carriage and see the canyon falling away beneath the bridge structure in both directions, the brown and ochre rock of the Andes dropping into shadow far below. The wind at this altitude is cold and consistent and carries a smell that belongs to no other place on Earth. What makes the train to the clouds engineering legend is its method of climbing the Andes without cog wheels. Instead of the toothed track system that most mountain railways rely on for traction on steep gradients, the Tren a las Nubes uses a series of zigzags and spiral loops. The train reverses up certain sections, moving forward and then backward in alternating directions to gain altitude without a gradient steep enough to require cogs. Watching this maneuver from inside the carriage as the train changes direction and the landscape outside the window shifts and spins is genuinely disorienting in the best possible way. At altitude, the passengers themselves feel the effects. Headaches are common. Breathing requires slightly more effort than it does at sea level. Some passengers experience nausea or dizziness. The train crew are experienced in dealing with altitude sickness, and the journey includes stops where passengers can take time to adjust. This is not a journey for people who ignore physical signals from their own bodies. The landscape the train passes through is a world of its own. Salt flats, volcanic peaks, cactus fields, ravines in colors of rust and brown and deep orange, indigenous Andean communities. A world that exists entirely above the treeline, above the rain, above almost everything. And if the train to the clouds takes you to the roof of the Andes, wait until you board a train in Switzerland that climbs even steeper gradients through a UNESCO World Heritage landscape. Where the gradient reaches 7% and the view from the curve called the Death Curve overlooks a valley that drops straight into the earth. Curranda Scenic Railway, Australia, the carriages are wood. The track is over a century old, and the waterfall is close enough to feel the spray on your face through the open window. The Curranda Scenic Railway runs between Cairns and the rainforest village of Curranda in Queensland, Australia, climbing through the dense tropical jungle of the Atherton Tablelands with a combination of ancient engineering and natural spectacle that no modern high-speed rail service could ever replicate. The railway was built between 1882 and 1891, carved by hand through some of the most difficult terrain in colonial Australia, and it has been carrying passengers ever since. The carriages themselves are the first indication that this journey is not going to be like any other train ride you have taken. They are wooden, old wooden, with the feel and smell of timber that has been polished by a century of passengers. The windows open. The seats are firm. The engine sound is present and physical in a way that modern trains suppress entirely. You feel this railway, it does not let you ignore it. As the train climbs out of cairns and into the escarpment, the jungle closes in immediately on both sides, dense and green and layered in ways that make you aware of how many things are alive in close proximity to the track. Ferns and tree ferns press against the cuttings. Vines hang from the embankments. The light filters through the canopy overhead in shifting pools of green and gold. The most dramatic moments come at the bridges and the tunnels. The train crosses 15 tunnels cut through the mountain rock and 37 bridges over creek valleys, and the combination of moving from open sky to dark rock and back again gives the journey a rhythmic quality that is almost hypnotic. The Stony Creek Falls section is where most passengers lean instinctively toward the windows. The train crosses a curved bridge directly over the falls, and the sound of the water and the cold mist rising from the cascade fills the carriage. Below the bridge, the creek plunges into a valley thick with tree ferns and mist. Looking out the opposite window as the bridge curves, you can see the carriages ahead of you hanging apparently suspended in mid-air above the green void below. The structural elegance of the bridge and the rawness of the landscape it spans create a visual that does not seem entirely real. Choose a seat on the right-hand side of the train traveling from Cairns to Curranda for the best views of the gorge. This advice is given by every person who has made the journey more than once. And if the Curranda Scenic Railway sends you back in time through a jungle wait until you wake up at sunrise in Alaska, board a glass dome bus and enter one of the most pristine and genuinely threatening wilderness landscapes on the entire continent, where the road has no guardrails, landslides have swallowed entire sections, and the park itself shifts beneath your wheels. Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge, the impossible crossing. Imagine standing at one end of a bridge and knowing that by the time you reach the other side, you will have passed through 3 entirely separate administrative regions. That is what the Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge offers. And it is one of the most extraordinary transportation megastructures ever built in the 21st century. The full route stretches 34 miles across open sea, linking Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau in a continuous crossing that includes elevated roadways soaring over the Pearl River estuary. Underwater tunnels slipping silently beneath busy shipping lanes and artificial islands planted precisely where the road transitions from bridge to tunnel and back again. The engineering demands were brutal. The sea here is shallow but technically ferocious, with ancient layers of mud and sediment rock beneath the seabed. Foundation piles were driven more than 130 feet into that uncertain ground, anchoring the structure against storms, shifting currents, and the slow creep of time. Engineers designed the entire system to resist typhoon winds exceeding 200 miles per hour and earthquakes measuring magnitude 8 on the Richter scale. This bridge is not just built to last, it is built to survive. The scale of materials consumed during construction is almost impossible to comprehend. More than 4 million tons of steel were used, enough, in terms of weight, to construct 60 Eiffel Towers. Concrete was poured in quantities that challenged supply chains across the entire region. And yet the result feels not heavy but elegant, a long, clean ribbon of road laid across the sea, connecting people, connecting economies, connecting futures. Before this bridge, traveling between the 3 regions required ferries, lengthy detours, and hours of transit. Today, the same journey takes 30 minutes. Trade has accelerated, tourism has expanded. Communities that once felt separated by water now feel joined by infrastructure. The Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge is not just an engineering achievement. It is a statement about regional unity in the modern age, a vision written in steel, concrete, and ambition across the open waters of the South China Sea. Berliner Express, Switzerland, a 7% gradient on a conventional railway without cogwheels. That number alone is enough to make railway engineers anywhere in the world stop and stare. The Berliner Express runs between Chur or St. Moritz in Switzerland and Turano in northern Italy, crossing the Alps through some of the most dramatically beautiful mountain scenery on the continent. The route has been a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2008, a recognition not just of its natural beauty, but of the remarkable engineering achievement it represents. The railway climbs from 429 meters above sea level at its lowest point to 2,253 meters at the Ospizio Bernina station, the highest railway station in the Alps, and it does all of this without a single cogwheel aiding its grip on the rails. The Bernina line was constructed between 1906 and 1910, a period when the tools available to railway builders were still predominantly human hands and animal power. The gradient of 7% that the line achieves in its steepest sections is considered extraordinary for a conventional adhesion railway. On this gradient, you can feel the engine working beneath you, the vibration of the drive system transmitting itself through the floors and seats of the carriage as the train pushes itself uphill through the thin alpine air. The journey out of St. Moritz begins in a landscape of Swiss sophistication and descends through escalating drama into something wilder and more elemental. The Morteratsch Glacier appears, a river of blue-white ice pouring down from the peaks above, and the contrast between the ancient ice and the modern train window through which you view it is one of the visual paradoxes that defines this journey. The Brusio spiral viaduct is one of the most remarkable structural elements on the entire route. Rather than cutting a tunnel through the mountain to maintain the gradient, the engineers chose to loop the track in a full circle on a curved stone viaduct, spiraling downward across itself to descend the mountainside while staying within the gradient limits. From the windows of the train as it rounds this spiral, you can see the carriages ahead of you and sometimes behind you as well, curving below and above at different heights simultaneously. The section that earns the greatest attention from passengers is the approach to the Alpgrum station, which sits on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Poschiavo Valley and the Palu Glacier. The wind here is fierce and cold. The valley drops away into a depth that makes the passengers at the window-side seats instinctively lean back slightly. On one side, the cliff rises. On the other, the abyss waits with perfect patience. And if the Berliner Express makes you feel gloriously small in the face of the Alps, wait until you board a train in Australia that is over 100 years old, runs on wooden carriages, crosses bridges suspended in midair above waterfalls, and takes you back in time with every turn of its ancient wheels. Canton Tower, the twisted goddess of Guangzhou, its shape breaks every architectural convention. Not a box, not a cylinder, not a simple taper from base to summit. The Canton Tower in Guangzhou twists, its lattice of steel members describing a hyperbolic form that produces a structure narrow at the middle, wider at top and bottom, with a waist that creates the impression of a figure in motion, rotating gently against the Guangzhou skyline. At 1,968 feet, including its antenna, the Canton Tower became the world's tallest structure when it opened in 2010, before subsequent constructions overtook that record. It remains, however, the most visually distinctive structure in southern China's urban landscape, and one of the most technically interesting tall structures in the world. The structural concept driving its form is the hyperboloid, a mathematical surface generated by rotating a hyperbola around an axis. Used in cooling towers and some bridge pylons, the hyperboloid's application at this scale to an occupied observation and broadcast tower was unprecedented in Chinese engineering. The lattice geometry that results from the hyperboloid form is self-stiffening. The crisscrossing members each work in tension and compression simultaneously, distributing loads efficiently and creating a structure that can resist the wind forces of typhoon season and the ground motions of seismic events to level 8 magnitude. The summit experience is one of the most extreme in the world. The outdoor observation deck at 1,600 feet is the highest outdoor terrace on any structure in the world, exposed to wind, sky, and a panoramic view of Guangzhou that stretches more than 30 miles in every direction on clear days. At night, the tower becomes a light installation, millions of individually controllable LED elements turning it into a programmable display screen wrapped around a building, visible from across the entire Pearl River Delta. Chongqing Metro, the railway that passes through living buildings. City planners around the world deal with one universal challenge. How do you build mass transit through terrain that refuses to cooperate? Most cities have flat land to work with, gentle gradients and wide valleys where rail lines can be laid with relative simplicity. Chongqing has none of this. Chongqing is a mountain city, a city of vertical drama, where hills plunge into rivers, where buildings cling to cliff edges, and where the very idea of conventional metro planning collapses under the weight of geography. The Chongqing Metro is the answer that engineers built for a problem that had no textbook solution. Some tunnels plunge more than 300 feet into the living rock of the mountains. Bridges on the same line climb to equal heights above the gorges. Passengers experience constant shifts from underground to overground, from enclosed darkness to open sky, from tunnel to bridge within the span of a single journey. Line 3 is world famous for being the longest monorail line in the world, stretching more than 38 miles while carrying passenger volumes that rival conventional heavy rail systems. Every engineering decision on Line 3 was made against a backdrop of topographical challenge that would have stopped most engineers cold. And then there is Liziba Station. In most cities, metro stations are underground or elevated, but always separate from the buildings around them. At Liziba, the train runs directly through a 19-story residential apartment building, not alongside it, not beneath it, through it. The building was designed with the metro line already included in its floor plan, creating a structure where floors 6 through 8 are simply not there, replaced by the elevated rail line threading through the building's core. Today, thousands of visitors ride the Chongqing Metro not for transport, but for the experience itself, an urban journey through a city that refused to be tamed. Guangzhou Circle, the coin that became a skyline. Across the Pearl River from the older parts of Guangzhou, in the financial district of Zhujiang New Town, a building stands that stops every conversation the moment it appears on the horizon. It is a circle. A perfect, complete circle, 33 floors and 453 feet tall, opened in 2013 on the bank of the Pearl River, its round form creating a window in the sky through which the clouds beyond are clearly visible. The Guangzhou International Finance Center is many things. It is known locally as the Guangzhou Circle, the round building, the ancient coin. That last name carries the deepest meaning. Its design was inspired by the ancient Chinese copper coin, the round coin with a square hole at its center that served as China's primary currency for more than 2,000 years. And that carried philosophical meaning as a symbol of the harmony between heaven, the circle, and earth, the square. The architect Joseph de Pasquale drew these references explicitly into the building's form, creating a structure that is simultaneously a bold modern architectural statement and a resonant cultural symbol. The engineering behind the circle is formidable. The steel frame weighs more than 50,000 tons, sufficient by weight of material to construct a large suspension bridge. Circular structures distribute loads in ways that rectangular buildings do not, creating structural challenges in detailing the floor plates, the perimeter frame, and the foundation connections that required innovative engineering solutions throughout. The result stands on the Pearl River bank as the only circular skyscraper in a skyline otherwise composed entirely of rectangular towers, making it permanently distinct in its context. At night, light from its interior rings illuminate the circular form against the dark sky, a giant halo over Guangzhou, a coin placed on the river's edge by a city that has always understood the value of commerce and the beauty of the objects that symbolize it. Oppo R&D Center, where innovation becomes architecture. In Dongyuan's Chang'an district, within the thriving technology corridor of China's Greater Bay Area, a building has risen that declares something clearly: innovation deserves architecture worthy of its ambition. The Oppo Research and Development Center is not just a workspace. It is a physical statement about what the technology industry in China has become and where it is determined to go. The complex covers more than 600,000 square meters, making it Oppo's largest research and development facility anywhere in the world. At its center, a tower rises nearly 250 meters, becoming an immediate landmark on Dongyuan's skyline and a visible anchor for the high-tech urban growth that has transformed the Pearl River Delta region over the past 2 decades. Designed by Kohn Pedersen Fox Associates, the same firm responsible for the Ping and Finance Center in Shenzhen, the complex incorporates modern glass and steel construction techniques to create a building that is visually dynamic from every angle. The interaction of light with the curved glass surfaces produces constantly shifting reflections and patterns through the course of each day, turning the building itself into a light installation. The structural engineering behind the glass aesthetics is designed for both visual impact and long-term durability, with sustainability built into the material specifications at every level. Once fully operational, the Oppo R&D Center brings together research teams, engineering laboratories, design studios, and corporate functions within a single integrated environment. A vertical research city that treats the physical space of innovation as an asset worth designing with the same care as the products created inside it. In a region defined by its manufacturing legacy, this building signals a deliberate shift towards something more enduring: the economy of ideas. The Great Wall of China, the line that held the world. No structure in human history stretches as far, endures as long, or carries as much meaning as the Great Wall of China. Over 13,000 miles of wall, tower, trench, and fortification, built and rebuilt and expanded across 15 centuries, winding over mountains, through deserts, across steppes, always following the same mission: hold the line, protect what is behind it, keep the north at bay. Some sections rise 30 feet high and spread 20 feet wide at their tops, broad enough for soldiers to march in formation, wide enough for supply wagons to roll from watchtower to watchtower along the wall's spine. At intervals, those watchtowers rise above the wall, each one a communication node in an ancient network. When danger approached, fires were lit, smoke signals rose into the sky. A chain of signals would leap from tower to tower, carrying the alert across dozens, then hundreds of miles, faster than any horseman could ride. It was one of the most sophisticated early warning systems ever created. The materials change with the land beneath it. In the east, fired brick and cut stone form walls of precision and permanence. As the wall moves west through drier country, rammed earth and timber take over, shaped by what the local terrain could provide. Each section is the product of its environment, built by millions of workers over generations: soldiers, convicts, farmers, and craftsmen, many of whom never returned home. The wall winds across the highest peaks and plunges into the deepest valleys, a line that refuses to let the landscape dictate its path. Standing on it, looking in both directions as it curves away over the mountain ridges and disappears into haze, you feel something ancient and overwhelming. In 1987, UNESCO inscribed the Great Wall as a World Heritage Site, but no title can fully capture what it means. It is the longest defensive structure in human history. A declaration in stone, brick, and earth, stretching from sea to desert, that says this land is ours and we will defend it. Shanghai World Financial Center, the bottle opener above the clouds. There is a building in Shanghai that people call the bottle opener. They say it with a smile, but they say it with awe. The Shanghai World Financial Center rises 1,614 feet above Pudong's gleaming skyline, a sleek blade of glass and steel topped by a trapezoidal opening near its peak that gives it that unforgettable silhouette. Once the tallest building in China, it remains one of the most architecturally distinctive skyscrapers in the world. The story of its construction is as dramatic as the building itself. Work began in 1997 and was halted almost immediately by the Asian financial crisis, leaving the skeletal frame standing idle for years. When construction resumed, the design was revisited and refined, the opening at the top reshaped for better aerodynamics and stronger visual impact. It would take until 2008 before the final floor was completed, 11 years from groundbreaking to opening day. The foundation demanded extraordinary engineering. Shanghai's soil is notoriously soft, layers of clay and sediment that compress, shift, and sink under heavy loads. More than 200 piles were driven over 300 feet deep, each one anchoring the tower against the slow forces that would otherwise pull it downward over time. The exterior steel carries anti-corrosion treatment 20% thicker than international standards, a decision that extends the building's designed lifespan beyond 100 years. The 100th floor, positioned nearly 1,500 feet above street level, houses one of the most thrilling observation experiences in Asia. A glass deck allows visitors to look directly down through the floor, straight to the streets below, creating the breathless sensation of floating in open air with nothing beneath your feet but distance. The Shanghai World Financial Center is not merely a tall building. It is a landmark of Asian architectural identity, a structure that changed how the world thinks about skyscraper design, and proof that form and function can elevate each other to extraordinary heights. Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, the river that humanity made water, does not always follow the paths that civilization needs it to follow. The ancient Chinese understood this 2,500 years ago, and their response was to build a river of their own. The Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, stretching approximately 1,800 kilometers from Beijing in the north to Hangzhou in the south, is the longest artificial waterway in the world and one of the greatest infrastructure achievements in the history of human civilization. Construction began in the 5th century BCE during the spring and autumn period. The Sui dynasty in the 7th century CE undertook the massive expansion that linked the existing sections into a unified national system, mobilizing millions of laborers in an effort that rivaled the Great Wall in its human cost and historical significance. The canal was more than a trade route. It was the circulatory system of Chinese civilization. Grain from the fertile south flowed north to feed the capital and the armies stationed along the northern frontier. Military supplies moved in the opposite direction when campaigns required them. In dry seasons, the canal provided supplemental irrigation to farmland along its banks. During floods, its network helped manage water volumes that might otherwise devastate the lowland regions it traversed. Along its entire length, the canal accumulated centuries of human settlement. Hundreds of ancient stone bridges, covered markets, granary warehouses, and imperial inspection posts lined its banks, creating an unbroken chain of commercial and cultural life that lasted more than a millennium. Today, portions of the Grand Canal remain active waterways, while other sections have been restored for heritage tourism, allowing visitors to experience something of what it felt like to travel this extraordinary human river through the heart of China's history. UNESCO inscribed it as a World Heritage Site in 2014. Yangtze Expressway suspended above the impossible. Southwest China does not give up its terrain easily. The limestone mountains of this region are ancient, violent in their formations, carved by millions of years of water and geology into deep gorges and narrow valleys that seem to say nothing crosses here. The Yangtze Expressway was built by people who did not accept that answer. Stretching for dozens of miles through country where flat ground barely exists, this highway is one of the most breathtaking and technically demanding road projects ever completed. Entire sections of the route are suspended in the air, carried by viaducts and bridges that float above terrain once considered completely impassable. The geology here presented engineers with nightmares at every turn. Beneath the limestone surface, the ground is fractured, unpredictable, riddled with underground caverns and weak zones created by centuries of water erosion. To prevent landslides and maintain stability, engineers drilled thousands of concrete piles deep into the mountain foundations, creating anchors invisible from the surface but essential to everything above. Some suspension bridges along the route span more than 3,000 feet, their steel cables stretching between anchor points on opposite cliffs, swaying slightly in mountain winds, but holding with the engineered confidence of structures built to last for generations. Through the solid mountain sections, tunnels push forward with precision, some exceeding a mile in length, requiring advanced drilling equipment and careful management of underground water and rock pressure. To drive the Yangtze Expressway is to experience a landscape divided in extremes. On one side, sheer cliff faces rise vertically, pressing close. On the other, chasms fall away into forest and shadow. The road between them seems to hang in the air, defying the land that surrounds it. This is not just a highway. It is an act of determination, written in concrete and steel across the face of a landscape that resisted every step of the way. Serta Larungar, the red city on the roof of the world. From the air, it looks like something from another planet. A mountain valley in the high plateau of Sichuan, covered from ridge to ridge, with thousands upon thousands of tiny red wooden cabins, packed so tightly together they form a single breathing organism of crimson and timber. This is Serta Larungar, one of the largest Buddhist institutes on Earth, and one of the most extraordinary human settlements in existence. Founded in 1980 by the revered Khenchen Jigme Phuntsok, what began as a small circle of dedicated students has grown into a mountain city like no other. At its peak, the population here reached tens of thousands, monks, nuns, and lay practitioners from across Tibet, China, and the wider Buddhist world, all gathered on a single hillside at nearly 13,000 feet above sea level. Life at this altitude is an act of faith in itself. The air is thin, carrying barely enough oxygen for comfortable breathing. Winters descend with brutal force, temperatures plunging well below zero, snow cutting off roads, ice forming on every surface. Summer brings relief, but never warmth. Daily existence here demands a resilience that most of the world never experiences. Yet the people come. They have always come. In 1987, the institute was formally named the Five Sciences Academy, emphasizing a curriculum that reaches far beyond standard religious study. Philosophy, medicine, language, arts, and spiritual practice, a comprehensive education designed to produce scholars of the whole human experience. Despite years of pressure and administrative challenges that reduced its population and altered parts of the physical settlement, Serta Larungar endures. Its red rooftops still cover the hills. Its prayer halls still ring with chanting. It remains one of the most unique and spiritually significant places on the modern Buddhist map, a city built on devotion, held together by faith, and sustained by altitude and will. Jiayuguan Pass, the last gate before the desert. Stand at the western end of the Great Wall. Watch the wall end. Watch it dissolve into the Gobi Desert, as if the builders finally accepted that beyond this point, the land belonged to something else entirely. This is Jiayuguan Pass, the westernmost fortress of the Great Wall, built in 1372 during the Ming Dynasty and known for centuries as the first mighty pass under heaven. It was not merely a gate, it was a declaration of civilization's edge. Everything west of this fortress was uncertain, foreign, and dangerous. Everything east was China. The fortress itself is nearly square, surrounded by a perimeter of more than 2,000 feet. Its walls stand 36 feet high and 18 feet thick, rammed earth and brick, compressed with such density that they have withstood 6 centuries of desert wind, seismic activity, and the slow assault of time. 3 gates face east, west, and south, each reinforced with watchtowers and battle platforms designed to cover every approach with defensive fire. To attack Jiayuguan from any direction was to walk into a killing ground. Geography made it even more formidable. The pass sits precisely in the only viable corridor between the towering Kilian Mountains to the south and the icy Mazong Mountains to the north. Desert closes everything else. This narrow throat of passable land was the entire strategic logic of the fortress: control the throat, control all movement between east and west. For centuries, this was also the gateway of the Silk Road. Caravans of merchants, diplomats, and travelers passed through these gates heading west towards Central Asia, Persia, and ultimately Europe, carrying silk, porcelain, and ideas that changed the world. Returning caravans brought spices, glass, and knowledge that shaped Chinese civilization in return. Jiayuguan was where the known world ended and the great adventure began. Today it stands preserved in the desert wind, a symbol of defense, trade, and the audacity of ancient Chinese civilization at its most western edge. South to North Water Transfer Project, moving a sea. China's water is in the wrong place. The south of the country, fed by monsoon rains and numerous rivers, has abundant water, more than most regions can use. The north, where hundreds of millions of people live and where much of China's agricultural heartland lies, faces chronic shortage. Rivers run low, aquifers are depleted, cities compete with farms for every available drop. The South to North Water Transfer Project was conceived to solve this imbalance, and its scale is without parallel in the history of water management. The system comprises 3 separate routes: eastern, central, and western, each designed to carry water from the Yangtze River basin northward through a combination of canals, pipelines, tunnels, and pumping stations across terrain that spans mountains, plains, and the North China Plain. The routes together stretch more than 1,250 miles. Every year, the operational portions of the system can transfer more than 11 trillion gallons of water, enough to supply the entire annual domestic and industrial needs of hundreds of millions of people. The idea was first proposed by Mao Zedong in the 1950s, but the complexity and cost of the project meant that serious construction did not begin until 2002. Sections of the eastern and central routes were completed in the years that followed, with the full western route, involving the most extreme Tibetan Plateau terrain, still under long-term development. Many sections of the canal system operate on 2 levels simultaneously. The upper channel carries water for transfer, while the lower level serves transport or flood discharge functions, maximizing the infrastructure investment at every point. The South to North Water Transfer Project is not just an engineering achievement. It is a demonstration of China's willingness to reorganize the physical geography of water itself in service of human need. Yangshan Stele, the monument that was never finished, some of the most powerful statements in human history are unfinished sentences. The Yangshan Stele is one of them. Located near Nanjing, this is widely recognized as the largest unfinished stone project in the world. Not built from stone, not assembled from stone, but carved directly from a single granite mountain, the entire monument hewn from the living rock of a hillside over 600 years ago. The stone here is light gray, dense, and extraordinarily durable. It is the kind of granite chosen for royal monuments precisely because it withstands time, but working it is punishing. The sheer mass involved creates challenges that even modern engineers would find daunting. Medieval craftsmen with hand tools faced something close to the impossible, and yet they began. 3 separate blocks were cut from the mountain. The largest alone reaches nearly 540 feet in length, 200 feet in width, and 100 feet in height, with an estimated weight of over 16,000 tons. To stand beside one of these blocks is to lose all sense of human scale. You become irrelevant next to something so vast. The landscape at Yangshan today is unlike anything else on Earth. The mountain has been split by human hands into cliffs, deep cuts, and smooth-faced surfaces where tools once worked. It looks like a fossilized construction site, frozen at the moment the laborers stopped and walked away. Why was it never completed? The patron who commissioned it, the Yongle Emperor, died. The project died with him, but the stone endured. If the steel had been erected as planned, it would have stood taller than both the Statue of Liberty and the Arc de Triomphe. The ambition embedded in that unfinished granite is almost painful to consider. Yangshan steel stands today not as a failure, but as a monument to human audacity, the reminder that sometimes the attempt itself is the greatest achievement. Pingyao Ancient City, China's oldest living city. Most ancient cities are ruins, museums of stone and silence, visited but no longer alive. Pingyao is different. Built more than 2,700 years ago and still occupied today, Pingyao Ancient City is one of the most remarkable survivals of urban history anywhere in the world. It remains what it has always been, a city where people live, work, trade, and pray inside walls that have stood for nearly 3 millennia. Those walls are formidable. Nearly 4 miles in total circumference, rising more than 30 feet high and spreading 20 feet thick. They encircle the old city with a defensive presence that once protected against armies and still commands respect today. 72 watchtowers rise at intervals along the wall's length, each positioned to cover a specific angle of approach. Thousands of arrow slits pierce the battlements, designed so that defenders could fight from cover while attackers remained fully exposed. But Pingyao was never only a fortress, it was a financial center. In the 19th century, this small walled city in Shanxi province became the birthplace of China's banking system, the first place where merchants developed the draft note, a revolutionary financial instrument that allowed the transfer of funds across vast distances without physically moving silver. Banks and financial houses opened along Pingyao's stone-paved streets, transforming the city into the commercial capital of the Qing dynasty. The wealth that flowed through these streets built the houses that still stand here. Ming and Qing-era courtyard homes, their wooden eaves carved with intricate patterns, their walls of gray brick still solid after 4 centuries. The city's chessboard street layout, established during the Ming dynasty, remains intact. Walking Pingyao today means walking a city that refused to change while the world around it changed entirely. In 1997, UNESCO inscribed Pingyao as a World Heritage Site. Not just for its walls, but for everything they contain, the streets, the houses, the history of Chinese commerce, and the life that continues inside. Cuxian, where ancient rock meets living sky, there are places in China where the landscape itself becomes the architecture, where nature has built structures so extraordinary that human hands add nothing and take nothing away. Cuxian is one of those places. Formed from ancient granite shaped by tectonic forces and erosion over more than 100 million years, this landscape in central China presents terrain of almost theatrical extremity. One side of Cuxian presents bare, rocky slopes, stark, weathered surfaces stripped by time to their geological bones. The other side bursts with lush, humid forest, thick with vegetation fed by mist and mountain streams that collect in the valleys below. The contrast between the two faces is so sharp it seems deliberate, as if the mountain itself was designed to show opposing identities at once. Nearly all year, heavy clouds fill the valleys between the peaks, and in the mornings, when sunlight begins to penetrate, the mountain tops break free above the mist, rising into clear air like islands in a white sea. The effect is surreal, peaks detached from the earth below, floating in silence above the cloud layer, catching the first light while the world beneath them remains hidden. This biodiversity here is extraordinary. The varied terrain, from dry rocky ridges to deep humid forest floors, creates an ecological museum of rare and endemic species found nowhere else. Plants, insects, birds and mammals, adapted to specific microhabitats within Cuxian's geography, thrive in conditions that the surrounding landscape cannot replicate. Today, Cuxian draws trekkers from across China who come to challenge themselves on its high mountain trails and experience a landscape that operates by its own visual rules, raw, contradictory, and completely captivating. Guangfu Ancient City, the fortress that floats. There are ancient cities built on plains, cities built on hillsides, cities built inside valleys. And then there is Guangfu, an ancient city built on water, surrounded by lakes and moats so extensive that from the air it appears not as a city built beside water, but as a fortress floating upon it. First constructed during the Northern Zhou period more than 1,400 years ago, then rebuilt and expanded during the Ming and Qing dynasties, Guangfu Ancient City sits within a defensive system that used the surrounding landscape as its primary weapon. Its walls form a perfect square, each side approximately half a mile long, nearly 2 miles around, and rising over 30 feet high. Beyond those walls, a network of lakes and moats surrounds every approach, creating a water barrier that made the city's defenses extraordinarily difficult to breach. 4 gates face the 4 cardinal directions. Each gate is connected to the city through a stone bridge crossing the moat, bridges that could be destroyed in moments to cut off any advance, or held to control all movement in and out. This combination of wall, water, and controlled crossing made Guangfu one of the most defensible urban spaces in ancient China. Yet it was never just a military stronghold. Its position at a strategic junction made it a commercial hub as well, and for centuries, it served both functions simultaneously. Merchants and soldiers shared the same streets. Warehouses and barracks stood in the same neighborhoods. The result was a city that lived with 1 foot always in war and 1 foot always in trade. From above today, Guangfu still looks like what it was always designed to be, a square island rising from the water, orderly, self-contained, and impossible to approach without permission. The Cairo family compound, a chancellor's fortress in the mountains. Wealth and power in ancient China were never soft. They built walls, they dug moats, they constructed compounds that looked less like homes and more like fortresses, designed to survive whatever the outside world might throw at them: bandits, rivals, armies, or the slow erosion of social chaos. The Cairo family compound in Shanxi province is a supreme example of this philosophy. Built in the early 17th century, it was the home and operational base of a wealthy merchant family connected to the powerful commercial networks of the Qing era. Its stone walls stand approximately 30 feet high and stretch nearly 2 miles in perimeter, enclosing a complex that covers approximately 25 acres. This is not a house, it is an enclosed world. Inside those walls, more than 640 rooms are arranged across 16 large courtyards and numerous smaller subsidiary spaces. Halls for receiving guests, private family quarters, servants' areas, storage rooms, stables, wells, and gardens all coexist within this single, enclosed domain. The Cairo compound once hosted political meetings, military deliberations, and commercial negotiations that shaped Shanxi province's fate. Its position as the residence of a merchant family with deep political connections made it a center of power as significant as any official government building. Architecturally, it represents a rare blending of influences, imperial stylistic elements combined with local folk architectural traditions, creating spaces that project authority while remaining humanly livable. The result is something deeply beautiful and quietly intimidating at the same time. From above, the compound reads as a fortress among mountains, its gray walls and layered rooftops fitting into the landscape with a permanence that speaks of a family that intended to last forever. Oriental Pearl Tower, the spheres that defined a skyline before the Shanghai Tower. Before the World Financial Center, before Jin Mao, there was one structure that told the world that Pudong was real, that Shanghai's ambition was not a plan but a fact, the Oriental Pearl Tower. Completed in 1994 on the Pudong bank of the Huangpu River, the Oriental Pearl Tower rises 1,535 feet above the flat land that was, a decade before its construction, mostly farmland and fishing villages. It was the first structure to define the Pudong skyline and the first architectural statement of China's new era of economic transformation. Its design is immediately recognizable and permanently distinctive: 11 steel spheres of varying sizes arranged along a central vertical shaft, the two largest spheres creating broad, globe-like forms at different heights that glow red against the Shanghai night sky. The spheres serve both artistic and structural purposes. Their curved forms distribute wind loads efficiently around the building's exterior, while their visual impact gave Shanghai a silhouette unlike any other city in the world. The foundation required drilling more than 260 feet into Shanghai's notoriously soft clay substrate, a technical challenge that would recur on every subsequent supertall project built in this Delta city. An outdoor glass walkway at 850 feet provides visitors with a floor-to-sky experience that combines the sensation of walking in open air with the perspective of being suspended high above one of the world's greatest cities. The Oriental Pearl Tower is today one of the most visited tourist attractions in China, but its deeper significance is historical. It was the flag planted in the ground that said Pudong was open, Shanghai was rising, and China was ready to show the world what it could build. Temple of Heaven, where emperors spoke to the sky. The Emperor of China was not just a ruler of people. He was the Son of Heaven, the singular human intermediary between the divine order of the cosmos and the earthly world beneath it. And once each year he came here, to this place, to speak to the sky on behalf of all humanity. The Temple of Heaven, built in 1420 during the Ming Dynasty and expanded over subsequent reigns, is the largest complex of open-air religious architecture in the world, covering more than 670 acres in the southern reaches of old Beijing. The ceremonies conducted here were not ceremonial formalities. They were understood as cosmically necessary. If the emperor failed to perform them correctly, the rains would not come, the harvests would fail, the natural order itself would fracture. The weight of those ceremonies is embedded in every inch of this place. The layout speaks directly to ancient Chinese cosmology. Heaven is round, the circular hall of prayer for good harvests, and the echo wall and the circular mound all to express this truth in their forms. Earth is square, the broader enclosures and terraces reflect terrestrial geometry. Every element is oriented, aligned, and dimensioned according to philosophical principles that govern Chinese civilization for millennia. Blue roof tiles represent the sky. Red wooden pillars carry the energy of fire and life. White marble bases ground everything in the purity of the earth. Numbers matter here. Steps, columns, and architectural elements are counted in odd numbers, sacred in Chinese numerology, associated with heaven and with the yang energy of imperial authority. In 1998, UNESCO inscribed the Temple of Heaven as a World Heritage Site, recognizing it as a masterpiece of architecture and landscape design, where faith, philosophy, and human artistic achievement reached a summit that has never been surpassed. Chengdu SKP Park, the underground wonder. In 2022, a new landmark opened in Chengdu and the world took notice. Not because of its height, this landmark goes down, not up. Chengdu SKP Park, known officially as SKPS Chengdu, opened with most of its extraordinary space buried nearly 100 feet underground, making it one of the largest subterranean commercial developments in all of Asia. The scale underground is staggering. The total project spans approximately 260,000 square meters, hosting over 1,300 brands, including hundreds making their regional debut in southwest China. But numbers alone do not capture what makes this place extraordinary. Above ground, 2 water towers rise to heights of 85 and 128 feet, respectively. After dark, these towers transform into performance architecture, light installations, and fountain displays choreograph shows that draw crowds from across Chengdu and beyond. The shows turn static structure into dynamic performance, blurring the line between engineering and theater. Below ground, the design merges shopping, art, technology, and urban landscape in a philosophy that its creators call a new generation of commercial space. Natural light is brought underground through carefully engineered openings, atriums, and reflective surfaces, preventing the subterranean environment from feeling buried or oppressive. Art installations change the spatial experience at every turn. Retail and cultural programming exist side by side, creating an environment where commerce and creativity support rather than compete with each other. The decision to build underground rather than upward was itself a statement, a rejection of the conventional tower model for urban retail, and an assertion that the most impressive direction to build is sometimes directly into the earth. Chengdu SKP Park is not simply a shopping center. It is a redefinition of what urban commercial space can be and where it can go. Jinmao Tower, the pagoda in the sky architecture speaks, and the Jinmao Tower in Shanghai speaks about where it comes from with a clarity that no other super-tall building has achieved. At 1,380 feet and 88 floors, 88 being the luckiest number in Chinese culture, Jinmao draws its visual language directly from the ancient Chinese pagoda, that tapering, tiered tower form that has defined the sacred skyline of Chinese architecture for more than 2,000 years. Each setback in the tower's profile is not decorative. It is a deliberate echo of the pagoda's cascading tiers, translated into a language of glass, stainless steel, and modern engineering. Completed in 1999, Jinmao was at that moment the tallest building in China and the 4th tallest in the world, a milestone that marked Asian construction's arrival at the frontier of global achievement as the 20th century ended. The structural challenge was formidable. Shanghai's ground is essentially river sediment, fine-grained, water-saturated soils that compress and shift under heavy loads. Foundation piles were driven more than 260 feet deep to reach material with sufficient bearing capacity to support the tower's weight, estimated at more than 7,000 tons. The main structural system combines 16 steel megacolumns arranged in a ring with a central reinforced concrete core, a composite approach designed to provide both stiffness against wind and ductility against seismic forces. The exterior glass and stainless steel facade incorporates more than 1,000 individually tested windows, each rated to resist typhoon winds at level 12, among the most intense tropical storm conditions in the world. Jinmao Tower is simultaneously a structural achievement, a cultural statement, and a time marker the point where ancient Chinese architectural memory merged fully and permanently with modern engineering possibility. Yongding Tulu, the round houses that sheltered thousands. Look at them from the air, and your first thought might be that they are impact craters or ancient ceremonial rings or something arranged by forces far older than human civilization. But they are houses, houses where families lived for generations. The Yongding Tulu of Fujian province are earthen building complexes created by the Hakka people, a community that fled internal conflict in northern China and settled in the remote mountains of Fujian, where they built their homes as fortresses against a world that had already driven them from their first homes once. Construction began in the 12th century, and these extraordinary circular and square structures flourished between the 15th and 20th centuries. The walls are made of compressed earth mixed with lime, sand, and other local materials, compacted to a thickness of more than 6 feet and rising up to 60 feet tall. These are not decorative walls. They are defensive walls, engineered to absorb the energy of earthquakes and resist the impact of weapons. Inside each tulu, the circular design creates a complete, self-contained community. Outer rooms form the defensive ring. Inner areas open to a communal central courtyard. Wells provide water. Granaries store food. Schools operated within the complex. Each tulu could house between 200 and 800 people, an entire village contained within a single circular wall. Defense was provided by design itself. One main gate, fitted with thick wooden doors reinforced with iron, controlled all access. The circular layout eliminated blind corners. Everyone could see everyone. The community was its own security system. From the air, these tulu looked like flying saucers landed among mountain rice terraces, perfectly round, perfectly self-contained, and perfectly beautiful. In 2008, UNESCO inscribed the Fujian Tulu as a World Heritage Site, recognizing them as living examples of a building tradition found nowhere else on Earth. Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge, walking on air. Standing on it, you look down and you see nothing beneath your feet but a valley dropping 984 feet to the forest floor below. There is no solid surface between you and that distance. There is only glass, transparent, merciless, uncompromising glass, and the knowledge that it is engineered to hold you. This is the Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge, and it was built specifically to create that moment of terrifying clarity. Spanning 1,410 feet between two of Zhangjiajie's towering sandstone pillars, the bridge once held the dual records of world's longest and world's highest glass bridge, a combination that made it internationally famous before it even opened. Designed by Israeli architect Haim Dotan. The bridge follows a philosophy he describes as the invisible bridge, a structure so transparent, so carefully integrated into its landscape, that it appears to vanish into the pillars and forests around it, leaving only the human experience of crossing the void without visible support beneath. The landscape here is extraordinary on its own terms. Zhangjiajie's sandstone pillars, which inspired the floating Hallelujah Mountains of the film Avatar, rise from dense forest in formations that seem geologically improbable, narrow at the base, thousands of feet tall, covered in green vegetation all the way to their flat tops. The glass bridge threads between these columns with a precision that feels both audacious and natural. From the bridge deck, the view in every direction includes deep forested valleys, roaring waterfalls, and the morning mist that drifts constantly through the canyon systems. The site also holds the Guinness World Record for the highest bungee jump, offering those who want the ultimate version of the experience here an opportunity that is, to put it simply, beyond description. Shah Lake, where the desert touches the water. Geography is supposed to organize itself sensibly. Deserts belong in one place, lakes in another. They are not supposed to meet at their edges with nothing between them, no transition, No buffer, just sand dune directly beside open water, the contradiction visible from any vantage point without even moving. Sha Lake in Ningxia defies this expectation completely. A freshwater lake surrounded by sand dunes, reed beds, open grassland, and farmland simultaneously. A landscape that combines ecological elements that have no business being neighbors, and yet manages a harmony that feels absolutely complete. The dunes that crowd the lake's southern and western shores are genuine desert dunes, windblown, constantly shifting, building and collapsing in the rhythm of the prevailing winds. Their golden color against the lake's blue surface creates a visual combination of such unlikely beauty that photographers who see it for the first time frequently don't believe what the camera captured. Reed beds occupy the lake's shallower margins, their tall stalks moving together in any wind, creating wave patterns on the water's edge that mirror the wave patterns on the dune surfaces above. Local wooden boats work the reed channels and open-water, flat-bottomed craft propelled by long poles, carrying fishermen who follow patterns of movement across the lake that their families have followed for generations. The calm water reflects the clear sky with a clarity that turns upward and downward into a single undifferentiated blue. In this blue, the golden dunes and green reeds float like elements of a composition that a painter might have designed but could not have improved. Sha Lake is the proof that geography's most interesting moments are its contradictions. Beijing Daxing International Airport, the starfish that swallowed the sky. When Zaha Hadid Architects unveiled the design for Beijing's new international airport, the world responded with immediate fascination. A starfish, a sea creature. A five-pointed form spread across the flat plains south of Beijing, its arms reaching outward from a central hall in a geometry that seemed more organic than architectural. But this starfish was built at a scale that makes biological comparisons almost meaningless. Beijing Daxing International Airport's single-terminal building covers nearly 700,000 square meters, making it the largest single-terminal airport building in the world at the time of its completion. The numbers behind it are staggering. Completed in 2019, the project employed tens of thousands of workers during peak construction phases. 160,000 tons of steel were fabricated and erected, 1 million square meters of concrete were poured, 8 runway approach systems were installed simultaneously. The operational logic of the design is as impressive as its appearance. The starfish shape is not aesthetic decoration, it is functional geometry. The central hall, where check-in and security are concentrated, sits equidistant from every gate in every arm. No passenger is ever more than 8 minutes of walking from security to the farthest boarding gate in the entire building. In a terminal building of this scale, that figure is almost unbelievable. The airport serves as a strategic aviation hub for the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, an urban cluster of more than 100 million people, distributing international and domestic traffic across a catchment area larger than many European countries. At its inauguration, international media called it a new wonder of the modern world. The title was not hyperbole, it was simply the honest recognition of something genuinely extraordinary. Beilong Elevator, the glass rocket on a cliff. To understand the Beilong Elevator, you need to understand what it rises through, not a building shaft, not a constructed tower enclosure, but an open sandstone cliff, a natural rock face hundreds of millions of years old, shot through with joints and fractures, draped with vegetation, alive with the sounds of birds and wind and falling water. Up this cliff, an elevator rises 1,070 feet. The Beilong Elevator, the 100 Dragons Elevator, in Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, Hunan Province, is built directly into the cliff face, a structure that appears from a distance to be a vertical rail line running up the rock itself. Encased in glass, so visitors can observe every foot of the ascent. Construction began in 1999 and was completed in 2002. The project required an investment of 180 million yuan and demanded engineering solutions with no available precedent. No existing technical manual addressed how to build a structure of this type against a natural cliff of this scale. The problems solved along the way earned the elevator a Guinness World Record upon its completion. The experience inside is unlike any elevator ride in the world. As the car ascends, the rock wall passes inches outside the glass, close enough to study the layers of sandstone geology, the roots of cliff-face trees, the water seeping through cracks from moisture collecting on the plateau above. Then the rock falls away and the valley opens, a panorama of forest, mist, and the extraordinary sandstone pillar landscape of Zhangjiajie spreading to every horizon. The elevator is engineered to resist magnitude 6 earthquakes, using reinforced glass panels and anchoring systems designed to absorb seismic forces without transmitting them to the cliff. More than 20 million travelers have made this ascent since it opened. Every one of them remembers it. Tuotuo Power Plant. The colossus that powers a nation, there is a power plant in Inner Mongolia so vast in its installed capacity that it holds the title of the largest coal-fired power station in the world. The Tuotuo Power Plant, located approximately 12 kilometers from the Yellow River, has been expanded multiple times since its initial construction, adding generating units progressively until its total installed capacity reached 6,020 megawatts, a number that exceeds the entire electricity generation capacity of many smaller nations. 12 generating units operate here, the newest and most efficient of which use ultra-supercritical technology, a thermodynamic process that operates steam at temperatures and pressures exceeding conventional plant parameters, extracting more energy from each ton of coal burned and reducing greenhouse gas emissions per unit of electricity generated. The plant burns thousands of tons of coal per hour. The cooling systems are fed by a closed-loop water management process that maintains thermal stability through all seasons, including Inner Mongolia's extreme winters and hot, dry summers. The Yellow River water supply, 12 kilometers away, provides the source for this cooling infrastructure. At its peak output, Tuotuo generates electricity for tens of millions of people across northern China, making it not just an engineering installation, but a critical element of national energy security. In the early 2020s, Tuotuo also appeared at the top of global CO2 emissions rankings, releasing more than 29 million tons of carbon dioxide annually, a figure that reflects both its extraordinary scale and the ongoing challenges of transitioning the world's most energy-intensive country from fossil fuels to cleaner alternatives. It is simultaneously a monument to industrial ambition and a measure of the work still required. The Forbidden City, the center of the world. For 500 years, the Forbidden City was the literal center of the Chinese universe. Not symbolically, literally, the imperial cosmological tradition placed the emperor at the center of the world, and the Forbidden City was where the emperor lived, therefore the Forbidden City was the center. Every street, every road, every major axis in Beijing was designed in relation to this point. The city's urban grid extends outward from these walls in organized relationship to the power that resided within them. Built between 1406 and 1420, during the reign of Emperor Yongle of the Ming Dynasty, the Forbidden City was the largest royal palace complex ever constructed, and it remains the largest today despite 5 centuries of time and political transformation. The numbers embedded in its construction are staggering even by modern standards. 180 acres of enclosed ground, walls 30 feet high and 25 feet thick surrounding the entire compound. a moat 170 feet wide protecting the perimeter. More than 8,700 rooms arranged in a composition aligned precisely on a north-south axis that extends through the entire city of Beijing, from the bell tower in the north to the Temple of Heaven in the south. The architecture combines materials chosen for both symbolic and structural reasons. Golden glazed roof tiles signify imperial sovereignty. That color was exclusively reserved for structures associated with the emperor. Red walls carry the color of fire, luck, and vitality in Chinese tradition. White marble base platforms elevate the great halls above the surrounding paved courts, placing the emperor's throne rooms at a height that expressed hierarchical separation from everyone who approached them. Many of the major timber structures were built with wooden joinery techniques that assembled massive frames without metal fasteners, relying on the geometry of the joints themselves to distribute loads and absorb the movements imposed by earthquakes. Leshan giant Buddha, the guardian of the confluence, he has been sitting here for more than 1,200 years, watching, waiting, presiding in calm permanence over the meeting of three great rivers, the Min, the Dadu, and the Qingyi, at the foot of the cliff that is his home and his body. The Leshan giant Buddha in Sichuan province stands 233 feet tall, carved directly from a red sandstone cliff during the Tang dynasty, the largest ancient stone carving in the world, and one of the most extraordinary meeting points of religion, engineering, and natural landscape in human history. Construction began in the year 713 CE under the direction of a Buddhist monk named Heitong, who believed that the violent confluence of the three rivers below claimed too many lives and that only a divine presence of sufficient scale could calm the waters. It took 90 years to complete. Heitong did not live to see it finished, but the work continued after him, funded by subsequent patrons, executed by generations of craftsmen who spent their entire working lives on the face of a cliff. Hidden within the Buddha's body is a drainage system of extraordinary sophistication, internal channels and hundreds of small surface drainage holes engineered to divert rainwater away from the exposed stone surfaces, protecting the carving from the erosive damage that would otherwise have consumed it over 12 centuries. This drainage system has worked so effectively that the statue's surface remains largely intact today, a testament to the foresight of the Tang dynasty engineers who designed it. Every feature operates at a scale that makes visitors feel genuinely small. His ears are 23 feet long. His toes are approximately 10 feet across. UNESCO inscribed the Leshan giant Buddha as a World Heritage Site, recognizing it as a unique fusion of human faith, technical mastery, and natural grandeur. Jiangsu Grand Theater, the Lotus on the Water great architecture, does not merely house art. It becomes art itself. The Jiangsu Grand Theater in Nanjing is proof of this principle carried to its most complete expression. Opened in 2017 beside the Yangtze River. This cultural complex is one of the largest and most architecturally distinctive performing arts facilities in China, a building whose form, drawn from the shape of a lotus flower floating on water, creates an image so integrated with its site that the building and its reflection appear as a single unified composition. The total floor area exceeds 200,000 square meters, housing 4 distinct performance venues within a single connected complex. The Opera House seats 2,200 audience members and accommodates full-scale international opera, ballet, and orchestral productions with stage dimensions and acoustic engineering that meet the demands of the world's leading performing companies. The Drama Theater seats 1,000, the Concert Hall 500, each tuned to the specific acoustic requirements of its intended program through a combination of surface geometry, material selection, and diffusion technology. The exterior shell is finished in high-grade stainless steel, a material chosen not only for its visual quality, but for its resistance to the year-round humidity and seasonal temperature variations of the Yangtze River environment. Steel of this grade does not rust, does not stain, and maintains its reflective quality through decades of exposure, ensuring that the building retains the quality of its first appearance indefinitely. Interior natural lighting is managed through carefully positioned openings and light wells that bring daylight into the public spaces while maintaining precise light control within performance halls. The Jiangsu Grand Theatre is a statement about cultural ambition, a building that tells the world that Nanjing considers art and architecture to be equal expressions of a civilization's identity. Venetian Macau, the city inside the building. Somewhere inside the Venetian Macau, it is always afternoon in Venice. Gondolas move along canals that have never seen a Venetian tide. Renaissance frescoes cover ceilings that the actual Renaissance never painted. Italian streets are lined with shops that sell every luxury the modern world produces. And outside, across the Cotai Strip, the actual city of Macau carries on in the subtropical heat, indifferent to the version of Venice operating simultaneously within its largest building. The Venetian Macau is the largest indoor resort and casino in Asia, covering 10.5 million square feet of usable floor area, a figure so large that it is easier to understand by comparison than by direct comprehension. The complex contains more than 3,000 luxury hotel rooms, each averaging 750 square feet, significantly larger than standard luxury hotel norms globally, providing accommodation at a scale and quality that positions the property among the great resort destinations of the world. The indoor canal system uses more than 500,000 gallons of recycled water daily, maintaining real flow for gondola rides through the climate-controlled Venetian streetscape of the Grand Canal shops. The water is treated, circulated, and managed to maintain both visual quality and the structural integrity of the canal-side architecture. Marble hallways stretch for what feel like miles. Hand-painted Renaissance-style ceilings soar above. Gold detailing catches light at every turn. The engineering ambition matches the decorative one. Maintaining this environment in subtropical Macau requires climate control systems operating at a scale comparable to small municipalities. Each year, the Venetian Macau hosts hundreds of global events, poker tournaments, boxing championships, fashion shows, performing arts productions. It is not just a resort, it is a venue of global significance. Tangular Pass, the railway above the clouds. At 16,640 feet above sea level, the Tangular Pass is not just a high mountain crossing. It is the summit of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, the highest railway line in the world, and one of the most extreme transportation environments that human engineering has ever confronted. The pass carries a name that travelers remember forever, earned from a landscape that operates by different rules than anywhere else on Earth. The climate here is absolute. Winter temperatures drop below -40 degrees Fahrenheit. Summer brings brief respite, but the mercury rarely climbs above 50 degrees even in July. At this altitude, the atmospheric pressure drops to approximately 50% of sea level, meaning the air delivers roughly half the oxygen available in the lowlands. Human beings do not acclimatize fully to these conditions. Every train operating through this section carries pressurized coaches and individual oxygen supply systems, allowing passengers to breathe safely through a journey that would otherwise present genuine physiological risk. Building the railway through this environment required engineering breakthroughs across multiple technical disciplines. Permafrost, ground that remains permanently frozen, underlay much of the route, and conventional foundation techniques would fail as the permafrost thawed under the thermal load of the railway itself. Engineers developed heat pipe cooling systems embedded in the foundation structures to actively remove heat and maintain ground temperatures, preserving the permafrost integrity the foundation depended on. The pass itself has drawn travelers since ancient times. Camel caravans once crossed these mountains on trade routes between Tibetan highland cultures and the Chinese lowlands, carrying goods and ideas at altitudes that tested the endurance of every living thing involved. Today, Tanggula is both a geographic extreme and a monument to the engineering courage that connected Tibet to the rest of China by rail. Shanghai Tower, the twisted giant it twists. Beginning at its base and rotating through 120 degrees by the time it reaches its summit, Shanghai Tower spirals upward with a form that looks like something alive, a building in slow, permanent motion, a giant reaching upward and turning as it climbs. At 2,073 feet, Shanghai Tower is the tallest building in China and the second tallest architectural structure in the world. It holds those records not through brute vertical ambition alone, but through a technical and architectural sophistication that places it among the most innovative tall buildings ever conceived. The twist is not decorative, it is functional engineering of the highest order. Wind loads on tall buildings are enormous, and in Shanghai, a coastal city regularly impacted by typhoon winds and persistent prevailing flows from the Pacific, the forces acting on a straight-sided tower of this height would require massive structural weight to resist safely. The 120-degree twist breaks the wind flow, preventing it from organizing into coherent vortices around the building's perimeter. This aerodynamic efficiency reduces wind-induced forces by 24% compared to a conventional rectangular tower of the same height, translating directly into reduced structural steel requirements, approximately 10,000 fewer tons of steel than a straight building would have needed. The double glass facade, an outer curved glass skin surrounding an inner glass skin with a cavity between, provides thermal insulation, reduces wind pressure on the occupied floors, and creates enclosed sky gardens at each vertical zone. The tower is divided into 9 cylindrical sections stacked vertically, each functioning as an independent neighborhood, offices, hotels, retail, and leisure within each zone, creating a vertical city in the most literal sense. Construction took more than 8 years at an estimated cost of $2.4 billion, producing a building that holds a LEED Platinum Green rating and houses the world's fastest elevators. Shanghai Tower is the definitive statement of 21st-century Chinese architectural ambition. Passage du Gois, France. Twice a day, this road vanishes. It does not flood, it does not get damaged, it simply disappears beneath the ocean as if the sea is reminding you who was here first. The Passage du Gois is a 42-kilometer causeway located on the Atlantic coast of western France. It connects the mainland to the island of Noirmoutier, and at low tide, it looks like a perfectly ordinary stone road with calm seawater on either side and the occasional fishing boat leaning gently against the current. Ordinary is the word that will get you into serious trouble here. Because at high tide, the ocean reclaims every single centimeter of it. The water rises between 1 and 4 meters, covering the road completely. The stone surface disappears. The road is gone, and if you are on it when that process begins, the options available to you shrink very quickly. There are tall refuge poles installed along the causeway at intervals, fitted with ladders and small platforms where stranded travelers can climb to safety and wait for the tide to recede. And yes, people have needed to use them. This is not a theoretical scenario. Vehicles have stalled. Drivers have misjudged the tidal schedule. Cars have been swallowed by the Atlantic. The refuge poles exist because necessity created them. The crossing window is strict and unforgiving. You have approximately 2 hours either side of low tide to make the crossing safely. Miss that window and you are waiting for the next one, which means waiting several hours on one side or the other. And the schedule changes every single day with the tide, so every trip requires checking the current tidal tables before you set off. The sea does not care about your schedule. Beyond the tidal danger, the road surface itself becomes dangerously slippery after the water recedes. Algae and sea growth coat the stone. Motorcyclists and cyclists are particularly at risk. The strong Atlantic winds that funnel across the open causeway add another layer of challenge. And when coastal fog rolls in, visibility can drop to almost nothing at all. Yet every year, thousands of people make this crossing deliberately. Not because they have to, but because there is something genuinely compelling about driving a road that spends half its existence under the ocean. The thrill of it is real. The danger of it is equally real. Plan your visit carefully. Check the tidal charts obsessively. And whatever you do, do not stop to take photographs in the middle. But if a road that floods twice daily seems dramatic, wait until you hear about a road in Bolivia where the cliffs drop 600 meters straight down. The track is only 3 meters wide, and it once claimed hundreds of lives every single year. Basongkuo Lake, the sacred mirror of Tibet. The road to Basongkuo Lake in eastern Tibet requires effort. Mountain passes, river valleys, sections of unpaved track where the vehicle labors against altitude and gradient. But everything the journey demands, the lake returns the moment it comes into view. A surface of turquoise so intense it appears internally lit. Snow-capped peaks reflected with absolute precision in water that stays calm enough on windless mornings to act as a perfect mirror. Mountain, sky, and cloud reproduced without distortion, a doubled world floating on the water's surface. In the center of the lake, a small island rises just enough above the water to anchor an ancient Nyingma Buddhist monastery. Dark red walls, curved black roofs, and prayer flags strung between the buildings give the island the appearance of a devotional ornament placed deliberately on the lake's surface, both sacred and strangely beautiful against the turquoise water surrounding it. Local tradition holds that Basongkuo is a holy lake, one where the spirits of mountain and water are present in particularly strong form, where prayers spoken with sincerity receive responses, where the boundary between the earthly and the spiritual is thinner than anywhere else in the valley. Pilgrims come from across Tibet walking the circumambulation path that follows the lake's edge through pine forests and meadows of wild flowers. Pausing at specific points to offer prayers or simply to stop and let the landscape do what it does, dissolve the noise of ordinary life and replace it with something clear and large and quiet. Basongkuo is described in Tibetan as a place of genuine peace, not metaphorical peace, not the peace of exhaustion, but the peace of being somewhere that is, in its deepest nature, undamaged and complete. Qinghai Lake, the Jade Eye of Heaven. Drive far enough west and north from China's populated interior, and eventually the road delivers you to the edge of something vast. Qinghai Lake stretches across the high plateau of Qinghai Province at an altitude of nearly 10,000 feet, covering approximately 4,200 square kilometers of open water surrounded by mountains, grasslands, and sky, the largest saltwater lake in China and one of the most scenically powerful landscapes in the country. The surface color shifts with light and weather, brilliant deep blue on clear mountain days, gray and silver under storm clouds, a pale shimmering gold in the last hour before sunset. In summer, the lake's southern shore erupts with rapeseed flowers, vast fields of vivid yellow extending from the water's edge to the foothills, filling the air with a honey fragrance that drifts across the lake's surface and catches visitors completely off guard with its intensity. Migratory birds arrive here by the millions during spring and autumn. Cormorants, bar-headed geese, black-necked cranes, and dozens of other species that use the lake as a staging post in migrations spanning continents. The Bird Island Sanctuary near the lake's western shore holds concentrations of breeding seabirds so dense that the noise and activity create an entirely different experience of the lake, not silent and contemplative, but teeming, urgent, and alive with biological purpose. Local Tibetan and Mongolian communities have lived alongside Qinghai Lake for centuries, developing cultural and spiritual relationships with the water that are embedded in their seasonal calendars, their festival traditions, and their daily understanding of the landscape. The lake is spoken of as the jade eye of heaven and earth, a place where the sky looks down at itself in the water and finds the reflection worth keeping. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China, 13 men, no machinery, no electricity, no budget. Just sledgehammers, chisels, and a determination that most people alive today cannot fully comprehend. The Guoliang Tunnel Road runs through the Taihang Mountains of China's Henan province, and from the outside, from the valley below, it looks like a long, thin crack has been scratched into the face of a vertical limestone cliff. That crack is a road. A road that tunnels through the rock for over 2 kilometers, roughly 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, cut entirely by human hands over a period of 5 years in the 1970s, and every single centimeter of it was earned. Before the tunnel existed, the village of Guoliang sat completely isolated at the top of its mountain. There was one narrow path carved into the cliff that the villagers used to descend, a path so treacherous that a single wrong step meant death. Supplies had to be hauled up by rope. Children who needed medical care had no easy way to reach a doctor. The outside world might as well have been on another planet. Then those 13 villagers decided they had waited long enough for someone else to solve their problem. They pooled their own money to buy the tools. They divided the cliff face into sections, 1 section per family, and they started hitting the rock, day after day, year after year, through scorching summers and freezing winters, working by the light of candles and oil lamps inside the rock. Using 4,000 hammers, 12 tons of steel chisels, and countless hours of back-breaking physical effort. At least one man died during the construction. The others kept going. The tunnel was completed in 1977, and the village of Guoliang finally had a road to the outside world. Today, driving through the Guoliang Tunnel is an experience that moves between claustrophobia and wonder. The walls of the tunnel are raw rock, rough and uneven, bearing the marks of every chisel strike that created them. The width is tight. When 2 vehicles traveling in opposite directions meet inside the tunnel, the passing maneuver requires patience, skill, and a very calm disposition. The ceiling presses close overhead. And through the narrow windows cut into the cliff face along one side of the tunnel, shafts of daylight fall in, and through those windows you can look out at the valley hundreds of meters below. The tunnel has earned several extraordinary names over the years. The road that does not forgive mistakes, the most beautiful and dangerous tunnel on Earth, the road that defied the impossible. Both of those names are completely accurate. And if the mountains of China gave you a story of human determination, wait until you travel to France, where there is a road along the Atlantic coast that disappears entirely beneath the ocean twice every single day, and where getting the timing wrong could leave your car stranded underwater with the tide rising fast. Lingshu Donggu, the ancient trench in the desert. In the sandy plateau country of northern Ningxia, where the landscape transitions between desert and semi-arid grassland, a scenic area preserves something remarkable, a combination of natural stone gorges, human-made ancient fortifications, and living wetland ecology that exists nowhere else in quite the same form. Lingshu Donggu reveals itself gradually. The approach is through open sandy terrain, unremarkable by the standards of the wider landscape. Then the ground splits. Natural stone ravines cut through the plateau surface, their walls rising steeply on both sides, their floors threaded by small streams that find their way through sand and rock before disappearing back into the ground a short distance downstream. These gorge systems are the geological core of the area, formed by water erosion over thousands of years, their stone walls carrying exposed layers of sediment that record environmental change across deep time. The human layer adds a different dimension. Ancient trenches, earthen fortifications, and garrison remains from multiple historical periods are preserved in the dry air here with remarkable clarity. Walls still stand to their original heights in some sections. Strategic positions are still legible in the landscape, ridges that commanded views, narrow defiles that could be defended by small numbers against large forces, water points that determined where armies could stop and rest. Local tradition in the area carries stories of historical heroes who used these gorges as refuge, resistance fighters who knew every stone and every shadow, who turned the landscape's complexity into a military asset. These stories, told at the tea houses along the walking paths, add a narrative dimension to the physical experience of moving through the gorges, transforming a scenic walk into something that feels more like reading history with your feet. Shima Wonderland Hotel, the resort below the earth. Most hotels are built above ground. Shima Wonderland Hotel was built below it. Specifically, it was built inside an abandoned quarry, a pit 300 feet deep. Excavated from the rock of Songjiang district outside Shanghai, and then abandoned when the stone ran out, leaving behind a vertical walled hole in the earth that sat unused for years until someone looked at it and saw not a problem but a possibility. The Intercontinental Shanghai Wonderland opened in 2018 after more than a decade of planning, design, and construction that challenged every conventional assumption about how a luxury hotel is built, accessed, and maintained. The structure has 18 floors. 16 of them are below ground level. 2 of those underground floors are below the water level of the quarry pit's accumulated lake, meaning the hotel includes underwater rooms with direct views into the green water through reinforced glass panels. The design firm Jade Plus QA spent years developing a structural system that could hang the hotel's floors from the quarry rim and cliff faces while remaining stable, accessible, and comfortable for guests who, in some rooms, can watch fish swimming past their window. The experiential offering is extraordinary. Guest rooms face either the quarry's rock walls, textured, water-streaked, geological, or the quarry lake, into which an artificial waterfall descends from above. The hotel offers rock climbing on the quarry walls, bungee jumping from the quarry rim, underwater dining, and a range of outdoor activities that use the dramatic landscape as their setting. Construction took over 10 years and cost more than $300 million. The result has been described by international media as a 21st century engineering miracle and the world's most unusual hotel, a 5-star resort that does not rise above the landscape but descends into it. Mount Tai, the mountain that moved emperors. There are mountains higher than Mount Tai. Many of them. The Himalayas make Tai's 5,500 feet look modest. The Alps and Rockies and Andes all reach greater elevations without difficulty. And yet no mountain in China, no mountain anywhere in the Confucian cultural world, carries the sacred weight that Mount Tai carries. Emperors came here, 72 of them over 3,000 years, from the earliest dynastic periods to the final rulers of the Qing. They came not for recreation, not for governance, but for ceremony, to conduct the Feng and Shan sacrificial rites at the summit, presenting themselves to heaven and acknowledging the divine mandate that legitimized their rule. A ruler who had not performed the Tai ceremonies at Mount Tai was, in the cosmological accounting of Chinese civilization, not yet fully emperor. The mountain formed from ancient granite more than 5 billion years old, among the oldest exposed rock surfaces in China, geological testimony to processes so ancient they predate most complex life on Earth. Its visual character is defined not by extreme altitude, but by steep, dramatic ascent from the plains of Shandong, a mountain that appears to rise suddenly from flat land, achieving its height in a relatively compact horizontal distance that makes the summit feel genuinely elevated above the surrounding world rather then lost in a range of comparable peaks. The ancient pilgrimage path ascends through more than 7,000 stone steps, flanked by ancient pines and punctuated by arched gateways, inscribed steles, and temple precincts that mark the climber's progress through religious geography as much as physical altitude. More than 2.0 stone inscriptions carved directly into cliff faces along the ascent and summit make Thai a library as much as a mountain, a record of 3.0 years of human response to a place that consistently moved the most powerful minds in Chinese civilization to express what they felt in permanent letters cut into the rock. UNESCO recognized Mount Tai as a dual World Heritage Site in 1987, both for its natural significance and for its cultural and historical importance. It is, in the simplest and truest terms, the mountain that taught China what it means to stand at a summit and look down at the world below. Bayburt Road, Turkey, 2,938 hairpin turns. Read that number again slowly and let it settle in. The Bayburt Road, sometimes called the Bayburt to Trabzon route or the D915, is widely considered one of the most dangerous and demanding roads on the surface of the earth. It connects the inland city of Bayburt with the coastal city of Trabzon, cutting through the heart of the northeastern Turkish mountains. And from the moment you begin the descent, you understand immediately why experienced drivers go quiet and grip the wheel with both hands. The classic section alone, the stretch known as Derebasi Viraji, contains 1,317 extremely sharp turns packed into one terrifying corridor of mountain road. Just say that number out loud, 1,317 turns in a single section of a single road. Every single corner follows the same brutal ritual. You drop to the lowest gear you have. You brake as hard as you dare without losing control. You swing the wheel, you check the mirror for anything coming the other way, and then you breathe out and start preparing for the next one. Over and over and over again, for kilometers that feel like they will never end. The surface adds another layer of danger. Much of this route is unpaved gravel, and the moment rain arrives, that gravel transforms into something close to ice. Fog is a regular visitor here, rolling in thick and fast, cutting visibility down to almost nothing. You can be driving through brilliant sunshine one moment, and 30 seconds later, you cannot see more than 10 meters ahead. The mountain does not warn you, it simply changes the rules without telling you. Plan any trip here for July or August. From late autumn all the way through spring, the pass is typically sealed shut by ice and snow. The mountain becomes impassable for everything except imagination. Many who have driven it call it by the same name, the Turkish Death Road. It was even formally voted the most dangerous road in the world by certain international surveys, a title that the locals seem to carry with a mixture of exhausted pride and dark humor. Here is the thing that surprises most people who actually make the drive. On a clear summer day, with a well-maintained vehicle and no time pressure chasing you, the road is genuinely manageable. The views across the Turkish highlands are staggering. The sense of accomplishment at the end is real and enormous. The danger is real, but so is the reward. The road does not hate you. It simply has no interest in making things easy for you. And speaking of roads that refuse to make things easy, what is waiting next is a pass in South America so perfectly shaped like a coiled snail that it earned its name from the sky above a road that climbs 200 meters between Chile and Argentina through 29 consecutive hairpin turns with absolutely no barriers to catch you if you slip. Los Caracoles Pass, Chile. From the air, it looks like someone dropped a giant spring into the side of a mountain. From the road, it feels like the mountain is slowly eating you alive. Los Caracoles Pass, whose name translates simply to the snails, sits between Chile and Argentina in the high Andes, and it earns its name completely. The series of hairpin turns coils up the cliff face in a shape so perfect so geometrically exact that from a bird's eye view, it resembles the winding spiral of an enormous snail shell pressed into the rock. It is one of those rare places where nature and engineering together produce something that looks almost too dramatic to be real. The summit reaches approximately 3,200 meters above sea level. At that altitude, the air is noticeably thinner. Your engine begins to work harder than you expected, pulling with more effort and less confidence through every gear change. And your own body feels it too, a mild headache at the temples, a slight heaviness behind the eyes. The mountain reminding you, politely but clearly, that you are a guest here. The approach from the Chilean side is where the road reveals its teeth. 29 consecutive hairpin turns rise one after another, each one tighter than the last, each one offering a view down into a drop that the road does not bother to protect you from. There are no barriers on most of these bends. None. The edge of the asphalt is the edge of the mountain, and beyond that edge is a fall of several hundred meters into the valley floor. One small miscalculation in your steering angle, one moment of looking at the view instead of the road. One patch of ice or gravel at the wrong point in a turn. The mountain does not offer second chances here. The descent from the Argentine side is a different kind of challenge. The road is wider in places, the turns slightly less savage, but the gradient is steep enough that your brakes are working almost constantly. Experienced drivers here use engine braking deliberately, nursing the gearbox down through the gears to keep speed in check without burning out the brake pads entirely. Trucks use this pass regularly, carrying freight between the two countries, and watching a fully loaded articulated truck negotiate one of those hairpin bends is one of the most impressive and quietly terrifying things you will ever see. The driver swings wide, cuts back, sometimes having to reverse slightly to complete the turn, and the whole process looks impossibly precise. When you finally reach the other side and pull over to catch your breath, the first thing most people do is look back at the road and laugh. Not because it is funny, because that is the only appropriate response to having survived something that beautiful and that frightening at the same time. But if the Andes make you feel small, wait until you meet a pass in the Indian Himalayas where the road is barely wide enough for a single truck. One side is a sheer cliff, the other a bottomless abyss, and the entire thing is covered in loose gravel and fresh rockfall. The summer palace, the garden the emperors loved. If the Forbidden City is where the emperor worked, the summer palace is where the emperor rested. Or rather, where the emperors rested, beginning with Qianlong in the 18th century, continuing through every subsequent Qing ruler, and most famously associated with the Empress Dowager Cixi, who spent the resources of the Chinese Navy on restoring its gardens to their full splendor in the late 19th century. The Summer Palace covers nearly 1,750 acres, a landscape garden of the classical Chinese tradition carried to its largest and most complete expression. Approximately 75% of the total area is water, Kunming Lake the artificial body at the heart of the complex. Covering 540 acres of surface area that was enlarged and reshaped from the natural wetland at the site by thousands of workers using the excavated earth to build the artificial hill that anchors the garden's composition. Longevity Hill rises nearly 200 feet at the northern edge of the lake, creating a vertical element in the otherwise horizontal landscape, its southern face draped in pavilions and temple buildings that step up the hillside in a composition designed to be seen from the water below. The long corridor runs along the lakeside face of Longevity Hill, a covered wooden walkway stretching 2,388 feet through 273 sections, each bay decorated with hand-painted scenes. More than 14,000 individual paintings cover its ceilings and beams, creating the longest painted gallery in the world, depicting landscapes, historical events, operatic scenes, and mythological narratives that visitors have been reading as they walk for more than 150 years. Marble bridges, stone pavilions, arched gateways, and formal courtyards complete a composition that UNESCO inscribed as a World Heritage Site in 1998. Mount Qingcheng, the cradle of Taoism. Most religions are associated with texts, with teachers, with moments of revelation that happened in places no longer identifiable. Taoism has Mount Qingcheng, the mountain in Sichuan province where Zhang Daoling is credited with founding the organized Taoist tradition in the 2nd century CE, is still there, still green. Still humid, still threaded with the paths that the earliest adherents walked between temples that have been rebuilt, but never abandoned across nearly 2,000 years of continuous religious life. Qingcheng means the city of completeness or the dark blue mountain, depending on interpretation, a name that fits its character in both senses. The mountain rises approximately 5,000 feet, covered from base to summit with forest so consistently green and so continuously wet that cloud and mist are its natural atmospheric condition for most of the year. The streams that run down every valley create a constant background sound of moving water. The trees, ancient cypresses, camphor trees, and dozens of other species adapted to the humid climate, press close to the paths, creating a tunnel effect through much of the ascent that gives the mountain an interior, enclosed quality even in its more open sections. More than 20 Taoist temples and shrines are distributed across Qingcheng's slopes, each occupying a site chosen according to Taoist geomantic principles, positions where the mountain's energy is concentrated and where a structure would align with rather than resist the forces of the natural environment. These are not dead museums. They are living religious communities maintained by resident Taoist priests and monks who continue the practices that Zhang Daoling established on this mountain when the Han dynasty was still new. Zojila Pass, India. At 3,528 meters above sea level, this is not just a mountain pass. This is the only connection between two worlds that should never have been connected at all. Zojila Pass cuts through the high Himalayas of India, linking the Kashmir Valley with the region of Ladakh. It is a vital artery, a lifeline for supplies, for people, for everything that the isolated communities beyond it depend on. And yet the road itself seems almost hostile to the idea of being used. Narrow, unpaved, slick with gravel, barely wide enough in places for a single truck and a car to squeeze past each other while both drivers hold their breath and pretend they are not terrified. On one side of the road, a sheer cliff rises straight up, cold and indifferent. On the other side, the mountain simply stops, and below that edge lies a drop of hundreds of meters into a valley filled with nothing but clouds and the faint sound of distant rivers. There are no guardrails, there is no protection, there is only the road and your judgment, and in many places, the road is not helping you very much. The surface adds to the challenge in ways that feel almost personal. Mostly dirt and gravel, uneven and rutted from constant use and constant weathering, the road turns to wet mud when rain falls and to something close to ice when the temperature drops. Minor landslides are not unusual events here. They are part of the schedule. Rocks fall. The road gets covered, vehicles stop, workers clear what they can, and traffic moves again. This is not an emergency. This is Tuesday. The pass is typically closed from November through May because of the snowfall that buries it entirely. When it reopens, there is a genuine ceremony of relief in the communities that depend on it, because the months of closure mean genuine isolation. Supplies run low, prices rise, the world feels very far away. In summer, the scenery is genuinely breathtaking. Snow-capped peaks rise above you in every direction. Glaciers glint blue-white in the high-altitude sunlight. Valleys drop away into impossible depths. If you can keep your eyes on the road long enough to occasionally look up, the view is one of the most dramatic on Earth. Travelers who suffer from a fear of heights or who are prone to motion sickness are strongly, genuinely, and repeatedly advised to take the direct flight to Leh instead of attempting this road by vehicle. That advice is not being dramatic, it is being practical. The road will test you in ways that a short flight simply will not. But if Zojila leaves you breathless from altitude and fear combined, wait until you hear about a road in China where villagers had no equipment, no budget, and no machinery, only sledgehammers and iron will, and they carved an entire tunnel through a vertical cliff by hand. Ming ancient city of Lyra Cheng, the square fortress in the water. In Shandong province, there is a city that was designed with mathematical precision, a perfect square surrounded by moats and walls, a human settlement arranged according to principles of order that ancient China considered not merely aesthetic preferences, but expressions of cosmic truth. The Ming ancient city of Lyra Cheng was built more than 600 years ago and is among the best preserved examples of Ming dynasty urban planning in existence. A living demonstration of how a civilization that believed in the harmony of human order with natural law expressed that belief in the organization of space. The city wall runs approximately 6 miles around its perimeter, enclosing a square of precisely aligned city blocks within walls nearly 30 feet high and 20 feet thick. The walls are backed by earthen embankments that absorb impact and provide the mass necessary to resist both siege and time. 4 main gates face north, south, east, and west, the 4 cardinal directions of Chinese cosmological orientation, each topped with a gatehouse tower that serves simultaneously as a defensive installation and an architectural focal point. The moat system surrounding the walls is wide and deep, fed by the canal and lake system of the surrounding landscape, creating a genuine water barrier that historical attackers found formidable. The combination of water moat and high wall produced a defensive system that was effective not only militarily but psychologically. The approach to the city across the moat bridges announced clearly that the space being entered was organized, controlled, and protected. Inside the walls, the street grid follows a pattern of crossed axes aligned with the gate orientations, the classic Chinese chessboard layout that organized cities for easy navigation, efficient distribution of resources, and clear expression of social hierarchy within the urban fabric. Stelvio Pass, Italy, 48 hairpin bends. That is not a road. That is a dare carved directly into the spine of the Italian Alps. Stelvio Pass rises to 2,757 meters above sea level, making it the highest paved mountain pass in all of Italy and one of the most legendary stretches of asphalt on the entire planet. The moment you see it from above, your brain refuses to believe what your eyes are showing you. It does not look like a road at all. It looks like a giant serpent coiled against the face of an impossible cliff, frozen in place for centuries. To reach the pass, you first travel through dense pine forests, the air cold and sharp with the smell of resin and altitude. For a few kilometers, the drive feels manageable, almost calm. That feeling evaporates the moment the forest opens up and the mountain shows you its face. The real challenge waits on the eastern approach. Here, the 48 hairpin bends are numbered in reverse order from the base up to the summit, counting down like a warning system. Every single corner demands total concentration. You downshift hard, you brake hard, you turn the wheel as fast as your hands will allow, and you keep your eyes peeled for anything coming the other way. Because on some of these bends, 2 vehicles passing each other is not a casual maneuver. It is a negotiation with gravity. At the summit, the air thins noticeably. The engine begins to labor. Your own chest feels slightly tighter than usual. And when you finally stop and turn around to look back down at everything you just drove through, the view is almost surreal. Those 48 bends stack up below you like the coils of that great serpent, winding away into the valley floor thousands of meters beneath your wheels. Top Gear famously called this the greatest driving road in the world, and that title was not given lightly. Every summer, motorcyclists, racing enthusiasts, and adventure seekers from dozens of countries converge on this single strip of mountain asphalt. They come not because it is easy, they come precisely because it is not. The road typically opens in late spring and closes again when the first heavy snowfall of autumn comes, sealing the pass beneath a white silence that belongs to no one. Standing at the summit and looking down at every curve you have just conquered, you feel something that is difficult to name. It is not just relief. It is the deep, almost disbelieving satisfaction of having done the thing that looked undoable from the bottom. And if 48 hairpin bends already has your heart racing, wait until you hear about a road in Turkey where the number of bends does not stop at 48 or at 100, but climbs all the way past 900, earning itself a name that drivers around the world say with a shudder, the highway to hell. Denali Star, Alaska. At sunrise in Alaska, before the day has fully decided what it wants to be, you climb aboard a glass dome vehicle and drive into a wilderness so vast and so indifferent to your presence that the word humbling does not come close to covering it. The Denali Star refers in this context to the famous road journey through Denali National Park, one of the most pristine and genuinely remote wilderness destinations in North America. The park road stretches approximately 148 kilometers from the entrance near the town of Healy Deep into the Alaskan interior, running parallel to the Alaska Range through valleys, across ridges, and over 4 mountain passes. Private vehicles are restricted to the first 14 kilometers of the road. Beyond that point, you board the official park buses, which are your only way in and your only way out. The buses move slowly. That is intentional. The terrain demands it, and so does the wildlife watching. The road surface is rough and unpaved for most of its length, and sections of it have been eroded by the freeze and thaw cycles of the Alaskan permafrost into something that tests the suspension of even a well-built bus. The road does not follow the mountain contours comfortably. In places, it hangs on the edge of ridges, with no guardrails and drops falling away from the road edge into valleys hundreds of meters below. The most notoriously unstable section is the Pretty Rocks landslide at mile 45.4. The permafrost beneath this stretch of road has been melting for years, and the road surface has subsided and shifted by several meters. The park has had to close this section repeatedly and rebuild it, only for the process of subsidence to continue. The Alaskan climate is not cooperating with the infrastructure, and the battle between the road builders and the permafrost has no clear winner so far. Wildlife is constant along the route in a way that nowhere else on the continent can match. Grizzly bears feeding on the open slopes, caribou moving in loose herds across the valley floors, moose browsing willows along the creek edges, wolves, occasionally visible as gray shapes moving through distant timber, Dall sheep picking their way across vertical rock faces. The glass dome of the bus means you look up as well as out, and looking up in Denali in clear weather means looking at the massive white bulk of Denali itself, the highest peak in North America, 6,190 meters of ice and rock dominating the sky. The journey deep into the park and back takes a full day, sometimes more. Bring layers, bring food, bring patience. And when the bus stops because a bear is on the road, accept that you will wait as long as it takes. And if Denali makes you feel small before the wilderness of North America, wait until you climb onto the back of a freight train in Mauritania, a train over 2 kilometers long filled with black iron ore dust, running through the Sahara Desert toward the Atlantic. And you ride the whole thing in the open air on top of the cargo. Iron ore train, Mauritania. It is over 2 kilometers long. It carries 200 carriages of black iron ore. And if you want the real experience, you ride on top of the ore itself, in the open desert air, for 12 hours. The iron ore train in Mauritania is one of the longest and heaviest trains in the world. It runs from the iron ore mines of Zaouarate in the interior of the Sahara Desert to the port city of Nouadhibou on the Atlantic coast, a journey of approximately 700 kilometers through some of the most remote and inhospitable terrain on Earth. It is not a tourist train. It is a working freight train, and the ore it carries is the economic lifeblood of an entire country. There are passenger seats available in a small carriage attached to the train, and they are basic, cramped, and serviceable. Most travelers who make this journey deliberately choose not to use them. The real experience, the experience that has given this train its reputation among adventurers and long-distance travelers, is riding on top of the ore cars themselves. Open air, iron or dust, Saharan wind. 12 hours under the desert sky. The moment you climb up onto the ore car and find a position among the dark black cargo, the iron or dust begins its work. It seeps into every fiber of every piece of clothing you are wearing. It coats your skin in a fine dark layer. It finds its way into the gaps of your safety glasses, into your nostrils, into the back of your throat, where it sits with a strong metallic taste that no amount of water will entirely remove. The pungent smell of dried machine oil rises from the locomotive ahead and mixes with the mineral sharpness of the ore beneath you. And then the train moves, and the Sahara opens up. The scale of the desert that the train crosses is something that photographs and descriptions cannot convey. The emptiness is not empty in the way that a vacant room is empty. It is vast and alive with silence and light and the particular quality of heat that belongs only to the deep Sahara. At night, the sky overhead is overwhelming. Far from any city light, the stars are not points of light, but a solid mass, the Milky Way blazing across the entire dome of the sky from horizon to horizon. You lie back on the iron ore and look up and feel the train moving beneath you like a living thing and the stars above you like a ceiling over the whole world. The discomfort is absolute. The freedom is absolute. These two facts exist simultaneously, and neither diminishes the other. And if the iron ore train takes you through the heart of the Sahara with nothing between you and the universe except 200 cars of black ore, wait until you board a narrow-gauge railway in Canada that was built during the Klondike Gold Rush, hugs granite cliffs hundreds of meters above the valley floor, and makes even experienced mountaineers reach for something solid to hold. Fairy Meadows Road, Pakistan, 16 kilometers, that is all. 16 kilometers of the most terrifying road surface in Pakistan and possibly in the world. Fairy Meadows Road begins at Raykot Bridge and climbs to the small village of Tarto, and from there, a hiking trail continues onward to the base of Nanga Parbat, the 9th highest mountain on Earth and one of the most deadly peaks ever attempted by climbers. The road itself is a narrow, unpaved jeep trail carved along the edge of the mountain, accessible only by locally operated 4x4 vehicles with drivers who know every centimeter of the track from years of repetition and near misses. The trail is approximately 1.5 meters wide in many sections, sometimes narrower. There is no room for error. The track hugs the cliff edge with a casual, almost contemptuous disregard for the safety of anyone traveling on it. On one side, the mountain rises steeply. On the other, the cliff drops away into a gorge of staggering depth. The view below through the passenger window is the kind of view that makes people shut their eyes and press themselves back against their seat. The vehicle bounces constantly over the irregular surface. Potholes appear without warning. Rocks protrude from the track surface. Fallen debris has to be navigated around or driven over. Every jolt sends a small jolt of adrenaline through the passengers. Every sharp bend tightens the stomach. The local drivers navigate all of this at a pace that seems, to first-time passengers, almost insanely confident. That confidence is earned. These drivers have driven this road hundreds of times. They know where the worst spots are. They know when to inch forward and when to stop entirely. The reward for enduring all of this is Fairy Meadows itself. one of the most extraordinarily beautiful places in the entire subcontinent. A high alpine meadow spread beneath the towering bulk of Nanga Parbat, green and flower-covered in summer, with the white pyramid of the peak rising above it in a silence so complete it feels sacred. Photographs do not capture it adequately. You have to be there after the road, after the fear, after the relief, and look up at the mountain and understand why people say this. Do not drive yourself. The road is accessible only to the official locally operated jeeps, and that rule is there for very good reasons. Trust the drivers, keep the windows up, and if the vehicle stops, do not ask too many questions. And if Fairy Meadows takes your breath away with beauty and fear in equal measure, wait until you board a train in New Zealand that crosses viaducts over bottomless ravines and makes the land itself look like it was designed by someone who had never been told the word impossible. North Yungas Road, Bolivia, 600 meters straight down, no guardrail, no barrier, no second chance. The North Yungas Road in Bolivia is known around the world by one name, and that name says everything you need to know before you even look at a map: the Death Road. 64 kilometers of track connecting the capital city of La Paz with the humid jungle region of Yungas, running along cliffs so extreme, so vertical, so completely unprotected, that for decades this road was officially recognized as the most dangerous in the entire world. The statistics from the era before a safer alternative route was built are staggering. Hundreds of fatalities every single year, vehicles going over the edge and falling hundreds of meters into the jungle below, often not discovered for days. The crosses and small shrines that line the road are not decorative. Each one marks a place where someone did not make it. The track, in its most dangerous sections, narrows to approximately 3 meters. That is barely enough for a single large truck to pass through. And here is the thing about trucks on the Death Road. They do use it, or they did. Loaded trucks heading in both directions, on a track barely wide enough for one, on the edge of a cliff with a drop of up to 600 meters into the valley below. The rule of the road here is unique in Bolivia and possibly in the world. Vehicles drive on the left side, which is the opposite of normal Bolivian traffic convention. The reason is practical and grim. Driving on the left puts the driver's side window facing the cliff edge, so the driver can actually look down and judge exactly how close the wheels are to the precipice. Without that visibility, drivers were going over the edge blind. Today, most freight traffic uses the newer, safer alternative highway, but the Death Road itself has found a second life as an adventure tourism destination. Cyclists, in particular, come from around the world to descend it on mountain bikes, an experience that is terrifying, spectacular, and utterly unforgettable. The danger is still very real even today, and accidents still happen. But the road that once swallowed vehicles whole now draws thousands of people who want to feel something true and visceral and alive. There is a particular kind of silence on the Death Road, especially in the early morning before the cyclists arrive. The jungle is alive with sounds, but the road itself is quiet, and in that quiet, you feel the weight of everything that happened here. If the Death Road leaves you breathless from fear and beauty combined, get ready for a road in Taiwan where marble cliffs rise hundreds of meters on both sides, the tunnels have no lights, and the rocks are always falling without warning. Northern Explorer, New Zealand. This is not a train that rushes you anywhere. This is a train that forces you to look, really look, at a landscape that does not exist anywhere else on Earth. The Northern Explorer runs across the heart of New Zealand's North Island, and calling it a train journey undersells it dramatically. This is a rolling window into one of the most geologically dramatic landscapes on the planet. The route covers roughly 420 kilometers, crossing 4 mountain passes, threading through valleys, skirting volcanoes, and traversing viaducts that hang suspended above ravines so deep that the rivers at the bottom look like silver threads from the train window. The character of the landscape shifts as the journey progresses in ways that feel almost cinematic. You begin in the green pastoral countryside around Auckland, rolling farmland and gentle hills. Then, as the train climbs into the central North Island plateau, the world changes. The vegetation becomes sparse and windswept. The volcanic peaks of the Tongariro National Park appear on the horizon, the dark cones of Ruapehu, Ngauruhoe, and Tongariro rising against the sky in shapes that look deliberately theatrical. The most spectacular moments come on the viaducts. The Megaprojects viaduct is perhaps the most dramatic, a steel structure carrying the train high above a deep river gorge, and looking straight down from the train window you see nothing but air and the faint gleam of water far, far below. The height is enough to make even composed travelers grip their armrests instinctively. The structure was an extraordinary engineering achievement when it was built in the early 20th century, and it remains extraordinary today. The train moves at a deliberately unhurried pace. This is intentional. This is not about speed. The Northern Explorer exists to show you things. You can move to the viewing platform at the end of the carriages and stand in the open air, the wind cold and the views unobstructed in every direction. The sound of the wheels on the track and the smell of the mountain air and the vast silence of the plateau all combine into something that is very difficult to describe adequately and very easy to feel. The service runs only on certain days of the week and only in certain seasons, so planning is essential. Booking a window seat is not optional, it is mandatory. And if the Northern Explorer shows you New Zealand at its most majestic, wait until you ride a road in Vietnam where the king of all mountain passes stretches across 20 kilometers of national highway, with hairpin turns so tight and drops so sudden that fog and rain together can reduce your world to 5 meters of visibility in any direction. Ma Pai Leng Pass, Vietnam, they call it the King of Passes. When you finally see it in person, you understand immediately that the title was not given loosely. Ma Pai Leng Pass stretches across approximately 20 kilometers of National Highway 4C in Ha Giang Province, in the far north of Vietnam, near the Chinese border. It sits within the Dong Van Karst Plateau, a UNESCO-recognized landscape of extraordinary geological drama. The road winds along the edge of the plateau, cutting through karst limestone mountains that erupt from the earth in shapes so extreme they look like the work of something other than geology. Below the road, the Nho Que River cuts through the bottom of a canyon so deep that the water at the bottom appears, from the road above, as a thin ribbon of blue-green silk. The road is narrow. In many sections, a single vehicle fills the lane completely. Guardrails exist in some places but not in others, and where they do exist, they are often rusted through and would offer no meaningful protection against a vehicle actually making contact with them. The mountain does not negotiate. When the weather is clear, the pass is one of the most beautiful road journeys in all of Southeast Asia. The views from the highest points look out across dozens of kilometers of mountain range in every direction, the peaks rising and falling in waves of gray and green. The sky enormous overhead and the canyon of the Nho Que dropping away at your feet like an open wound in the earth. When the weather changes, the pass becomes something else entirely. Light rain turns the road surface slick almost instantly. Heavy rain makes sections actively dangerous, and visibility can drop to 5 meters or less in thick fog. The hairpin bends at the highest sections of the pass require precise speed management. Too fast, and you slide wide into the void. Too slow on a gradient, and you stall at the worst possible moment. The pass is particularly popular among motorcycle travelers who come from across Vietnam and from countries around the world to ride it on rented bikes. And this is where many of the accidents happen. Inexperienced riders on poorly maintained rental motorcycles, unfamiliar with hairpin techniques on steep gradients, misjudging curves, and finding the edge where no edge should ever be found. The smart approach is to rent a well-maintained bike, ride slowly, and never ride in conditions that reduce your visibility to nothing. But the smart approach and the experience of Ma Pai Leng are in constant, glorious tension. And if Ma Pai Leng sends your heart into your throat with its beauty and its danger, wait until you sit in a wooden train carriage in Thailand and ride a railway built on the bones of tens of thousands of prisoners, where the wood groans under the weight of steel and the river Kwai flows turbulently far below. James W.B. Dalton Highway, Alaska. This road ends at the Arctic Ocean. That fact alone should recalibrate every assumption you have about what a highway is supposed to be. The Dalton Highway in Alaska stretches 666 kilometers from Livengood, north of Fairbanks, all the way up to Deadhorse on the shores of Prudhoe Bay, where the Arctic oil fields sit frozen into the permafrost at the top of the continent. It is named after James William Dalton, a civil engineer who worked on the early oil exploration in northern Alaska. It is often listed among the most dangerous roads in North America, and that listing is entirely deserved. The road was built in 1974 primarily to support the construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System, and it was completed in an almost unbelievable 5 months, a feat of engineering speed that makes more sense when you understand how much money was waiting at the other end. Today it serves as the supply lifeline for the oil operations at Prudhoe Bay and for the handful of communities scattered along its length. Roughly 60% of the road is unpaved gravel. The rest is asphalt, but asphalt that has been heaved and cracked and patched by permafrost movement until it barely resembles its original surface. Drive at 40 to 50 miles per hour on the gravel sections. Push that speed and you risk shredding your tires on the sharp stones or sending a rock through your windshield with enough force to do serious damage. This is not a suggestion from a cautious tourist. This is practical survival advice. In summer, the road is a tunnel of fine dust that follows every vehicle for hundreds of meters. In winter, the dust is replaced by ice and compacted snow. The wind scours the road at speeds that make visibility effectively zero, and the temperature drops to -40 degrees Celsius. At that temperature, exposed skin freezes in minutes. Engines that are not properly winterized do not start. Fuel lines gel. Metal becomes brittle. The Atigun Pass section, at 1,456 meters, is the highest highway pass in Alaska. The grades are steep, the surface in winter is treacherous, and the pass is known for sudden violent weather that can change conditions from manageable to genuinely life-threatening in a matter of minutes. Oil tanker trucks own this road. They are enormous, they move constantly, and they do not yield easily. When a tanker passes a smaller vehicle on the gravel sections, the rocks thrown up by its tires are not just inconvenient. They are hazardous projectiles. Keep your distance. Give them room. This is not optional. If the Dalton Highway makes the Arctic feel alive and brutal and real, wait until you hear about a train bridge in India that stretches almost 3 kilometers out over the open Indian Ocean, where the sea is only meters below the track and the rusted steel shudders under the weight of every passing train. Death Railway, Thailand. This is not just a train journey. This is a 415-kilometer passage through one of the darkest chapters in human history, and the wood beneath your feet is still the same wood that was laid by prisoners who knew they might not live to see the line completed. The Death Railway, officially called the Thailand-Burma Railway, was constructed during the Second World War under orders from the Imperial Japanese Army. Its purpose was to create a supply line between Bangkok and Rangoon, cutting through the dense jungle and steep limestone mountains of western Thailand and Burma. The construction lasted from 1942 to 1943, a single year of the most brutal and inhuman labor conditions in modern history. Approximately 180,000 Asian laborers and 60,000 Allied prisoners of war were forced to work on this line. They worked in stifling jungle heat, in monsoon rains, on near-starvation rations, with no adequate medical care for the dysentery, cholera, malaria, and cholera that swept through the labor camps. By the time the last spike was driven, an estimated 90,000 Asian laborers and 16,000 Allied POWs had died. The railway earned its name honestly. Today, tourists board old wooden carriages at Kanchanaburi station and ride a section of the surviving line. The moment the engine starts, there is a smell of old oil and hot metal that the years have never quite washed away. The carriage sways and creaks with a personality of its own. The most dramatic and famous section is the Whampoa Viaduct and the stretch known as Helfa Pass, where the limestone cliff forced workers to carve the route by hand through solid rock. The stretch, called the Death Curve, slows the train to a crawl as it approaches a wooden trestle bridge clinging to the side of a limestone cliff. To the left, the rock face is close enough to touch through the open window. To the right, the gorge falls away into the river below, the Kwai Noi green and urgent in the depths. The slight tilt of the carriage on the curve, the groan of the timber under the weight of the steel wheels. The knowledge of who built this line and what it cost them, all of it lands at once, and it is not possible to ride this section without being moved. The surviving section of the railway that is open to tourists today runs for roughly 77 kilometers from Nakhon Pathom to Nam Tok, and the journey takes several hours. It is worth every one of those hours. And if the Death Railway leaves you heavy with history and humbled by human endurance, get ready for a road in Alaska that stretches 666 kilometers of gravel and ice toward the Arctic Ocean, where the cold drops to -40 degrees and the only other traffic is a convoy of oil tankers that would rather crush your car than brake. White Pass and Yukon Route, Canada. It was built in 1898 during the height of the Klondike Gold Rush. It took 26 months to complete, and the men who built it did so by hand through solid granite in one of the coldest and most remote places on the continent. The White Pass and Yukon Route Railway departs from Skagway, Alaska, and climbs through the mountains to White Pass summit before crossing the border into British Columbia, Canada. The narrow-gauge track, just 914 millimeters wide, clings to the mountain face for much of its ascent, carved into granite rock that was blasted and chiseled by a workforce that included stampers, laborers, and engineers working in conditions that were often lethal. The railway was completed in 1900, just as the gold rush that created the demand for it was already beginning to fade. The journey from Skagway begins gently enough, rolling through the small harbor town with its Victorian false front buildings and the memory of a brief, furious gold fever. But the town falls away quickly as the track begins to climb and the mountain takes over. The White Pass summit section is where the experience becomes genuinely visceral. The track here has been cut into the granite cliff face at a point where the mountain offers no comfortable ledge, no natural shelf, nothing. The engineers created the shelf themselves, blasting and chiseling a strip of rock wide enough for the narrow-gauge track and a narrow margin on either side. The cliff continues below the track, dropping hundreds of meters into the valley. There is no railing on the valley side. There is nothing between the edge of the track and the open air below. From the train window on the valley side, which is the side you want to sit on for the full experience, the view straight down is the kind of view that triggers a very primal response in the human nervous system. The depth is unambiguous and immediate and enormous. Many passengers report a sudden strong desire to move to the center of the carriage and stop looking at that particular window entirely. Others report not being able to look away at all. The journey to White Pass summit takes a couple of hours from Skagway, and the return trip is the same route in reverse. This is not a complaint. The views are different going back, the light has usually changed, and the second pass over the summit section is no less arresting than the first. The railway runs seasonally and the schedule varies by year, so current timetables should always be checked before planning travel. And if the White Pass makes you grip your seat on the edge of a glacier-carved valley, wait until you visit Colorado, where a steam locomotive crosses a bridge 30 meters above a mountain creek, and the iron wheels grind against the rails on curves so tight the locomotive seems to be disagreeing with the track about which direction to go. BR-116, Brazil. The road itself is not the most dangerous thing on BR-116. The trucks are. Thousands of them, running through the night, swerving into your lane on blind mountain curves, with horns that echo off the canyon walls in a sound you will not forget. BR-116 is one of the longest federal highways in Brazil, connecting Fortaleza in the northeast all the way to the Uruguayan border in the south, a total distance of over 4,400 kilometers. But the stretch of the road that earns its fearsome reputation is a specific section in the Serra do Mar Mountains between Curitiba and São Paulo, where the road descends through a series of steep, tight hairpin bends on gradients that test every vehicle and every driver who attempts them. On a clear day, the mountain section of BR-116 is dramatic. The Serra do Mar rises abruptly from the coastal plain in a wall of green forested escarpment, and the road winds down through this escarpment in a series of sharp bends that deliver spectacular views across the coastal lowlands to the Atlantic. Waterfalls thread through the forest. The air smells of rain and vegetation, but the real character of the BR-116 mountain section reveals itself at night and in bad weather, and both are common here. The road carries an enormous volume of heavy freight traffic. Trucks carrying goods between São Paulo, Brazil's commercial center, and the ports of the south move constantly along this highway, and many of them move at night to avoid the heat and the daytime traffic. On the mountain section, these trucks, some of them heavily overloaded, descend the hairpin bends at speeds that their brakes cannot always support safely. Brake failures are not theoretical here, they happen. When a loaded truck loses braking control on a steep mountain hairpin, the outcome is determined by physics, and physics on BR-116 is not kind. The combination of a high accident rate, heavy truck traffic, and difficult mountain terrain earned BR-116 a long-standing and well-documented reputation as one of the most dangerous roads in South America. Local drivers treat the mountain section with respect. They know the bends, the camber, the sections where trucks frequently cross the center line, the places where the shoulder of the road provides no margin for error. For anyone driving this road in an unfamiliar vehicle or for the first time, the non-negotiable rule is to drive it in daylight and to drive it slowly. Do not attempt the mountain section at night. Do not try to pass trucks on the hairpin bends. And when a truck's headlights appear from around a blind corner, pull over as far as possible and wait. The road demands respect. Give it. And if BR-116 fills you with the dread of blind corners and heavy machinery, wait until you drive a road in Utah that was built not for pleasure or commerce, but specifically to haul uranium ore down a sheer cliff face that drops over 360 meters, with gradients so steep that the brakes of a modern truck still protest on the way down. Georgetown Loop Railroad, USA, a steam locomotive. 30 meters above a mountain creek, on a curve so tight that the iron wheels grind against the rail with a sound that vibrates through the entire carriage. The Georgetown Loop Railroad runs through Clear Creek Canyon in the mountains of Colorado, and it is one of the most celebrated historic narrow-gauge railways in North America. The line was originally built between 1877 and 1884 to connect the silver mining towns of Georgetown and Silver Plume, and the engineering challenge it faced was formidable. The two towns are only 4 kilometers apart horizontally, but the elevation difference between them is 183 meters. To gain that elevation in such a short horizontal distance, using the technology of the 1870s, the engineers created a spiral loop, carrying the track over itself on a curve that gains altitude in a way that straight track simply cannot achieve. The centerpiece of the loop is the Devil's Gate High Bridge, a steel trestle that carries the track 30 meters above Clear Creek and over itself, completing the spiral. When the locomotive crosses this bridge, the sensation is remarkable. The bridge vibrates subtly under the combined weight of the locomotive and cars. Looking out the open window of the carriage, you see Clear Creek rushing through its boulders directly below, 30 meters down, the water cold and fast and green. Looking along the bridge structure in either direction, you see the geometric precision of the steel trestle work, the diagonal bracing and horizontal ties all working together to support a weight they have been supporting for well over a century. The sound of the locomotive on this railroad is a physical experience. On the tighter curves, the iron flanges of the wheels grind against the inner rail with a screech that sets teeth on edge and communicates, very directly, the mechanical effort required to turn that tighter corner at that size of locomotive. You feel it in your chest. You feel it in the soles of your feet through the carriage floor. The locomotive is not pretending to work hard. It is working hard. The canyon walls close in tight on sections of the route. Sheer rock faces of gray and rust red rise directly from the edge of the track, and in some places, you genuinely could extend your arm out the window and touch the cliff face as the train passes. The creek below is always present, audible even over the engine, rushing through its boulder-strewn channel. The Georgetown Loop Railroad is not dangerous. It is completely safe and meticulously maintained. But it challenges your sense of what steel and determination can achieve against seemingly insurmountable terrain, and that challenge is felt on every rotation of the wheels. And if the Georgetown Loop makes you marvel at 19th century engineering courage, wait until you drive a road in Hawaii that is only 1.5 car widths wide, has no guardrails, runs along the edge of a cliff above the ocean, and earns its local nickname with complete sincerity, the Maui Death Road. Atlantic Road, Norway. 12 major storms during construction, equipment swept into the sea, workers evacuated multiple times, and the result is a road that rides the ocean itself like a living thing. The Atlantic Road is an 3-kilometer stretch of Norwegian National Route 64 that crosses a series of small islands and skerries along the coast of Møre og Romsdal County, connecting the mainland to the island of Averøy across the open waters of the Norwegian Sea. It includes 8 bridges of varying lengths and heights, and it has become one of the most famous and most photographed roads in the world. But the story of how it came to exist is as dramatic as any view the road offers. Construction began in 1983 and was planned to take a relatively straightforward number of years to complete given the technology available and the scale of the project. The ocean had different plans. The stretch of Norwegian coastline along which the Atlantic Road runs is one of the most exposed to North Atlantic weather in all of Norway. Winter storms on this coastline are not the gentle inconveniences of more sheltered regions. They are full-force North Atlantic events, with wave heights reaching many meters and wind speeds capable of destroying construction equipment and threatening the lives of workers. During the 6 years of construction, the project was struck by 12 major storms. 12. Equipment was swept off the incomplete structures and into the sea. Workers had to be evacuated on multiple occasions when weather deteriorated beyond safety limits. Sections that had been completed had to be repaired or rebuilt when storms caused damage. The engineering timeline extended well beyond the original plan, not because of errors in calculation, but because the North Atlantic Ocean is not subject to any engineering schedule. The most iconic structure on the Atlantic Road is the Storsay-Sundit Bridge, the longest of the 8 bridges, which curves and rises in a shape that, from certain angles and in certain weather conditions, appears to end abruptly in mid-air above the ocean. This visual effect, created by the curve of the bridge relative to the viewing angle, has made it one of the most viral images in travel photography. The bridge does not actually end in mid-air, but it looks as if it might, and that is enough. Driving the Atlantic Road in calm summer weather is a gentle, beautiful experience. The islands are small and green, the sea sparkles, and the bridges carry you effortlessly from one piece of land to the next. Driving the Atlantic Road in a North Atlantic winter storm is something else entirely. The waves break over the road surface. The spray reduces visibility to nearly nothing. The wind shakes the vehicle physically, and the ocean that the road crosses is fully expressing the personality that made building this road so difficult. Both experiences are the Atlantic Road. The storm version is the more honest one. And if the Atlantic Road shows you what human engineering looks like when it takes on the North Atlantic Ocean, wait until you hear about a cliff road in China where a village so isolated it was connected to the outside world only by a narrow rocky path decided to build its own road, not a tunnel, but a road carved directly into the face of a sheer limestone cliff. With no help from anyone. Kahekili Highway, Hawaii. 1.5 car widths, no guardrails, a sheer cliff on one side and the Pacific Ocean on the other, and blind corners that hide oncoming traffic until the very last possible moment. The Kahekili Highway runs along the northwestern coast of Maui, Hawaii, and it earns the name the Maui Death Road with a straightforwardness that most roads of similar reputation only aspire to. Unlike many dangerous roads that are dramatic in a grand, cinematic way, the Kahekili Highway is dangerous in a close, personal, and immediate way. The threat here is not vast cliffs in the distance. The threat is the oncoming truck that you cannot see until it is already there. The road narrows in places to less than 3 meters in width. That is narrower than many driveways. On one side, the cliff face rises steeply, close enough to scratch the passenger side mirror if your line is slightly off. On the other side, the road simply ends and the cliff drops straight down to the ocean. The Pacific is not far below in these sections. It is right there, visible and audible through the windows, the waves working at the base of the coastal cliffs. The blind corners are the defining feature of the Kahekili Highway experience. The road curves constantly around headlands and outcrops, and each curve is a gamble. Is anything coming the other way? You cannot know until you are committed to the corner. When 2 vehicles do meet on one of these corners, someone has to reverse, and reversing on the Kahekili Highway is an activity that requires absolute concentration, very good spatial judgment, and a calm that most people find genuinely difficult to maintain on an unfamiliar narrow road above the ocean. One encounter that many drivers describe involves meeting a large vehicle, a pickup truck or a campervan, on a section with no possible pullout in either direction, requiring both drivers to inch forward and backward in a negotiation of millimeters, with the cliff edge in peripheral vision the entire time. The best strategy for the Kahekili Highway is to drive it early in the morning, ideally very early, when traffic is minimal. Afternoon sun weakens the light in the western stretches and makes visibility on blind corners even more challenging. Take it slowly, do not rush. Do not let anyone behind you pressure you into moving faster than the road deserves. The highway does offer extraordinary views as compensation for its demands. The lava coastline of northwestern Maui is some of the most dramatic in all of Hawaii. Dark rock cliffs meeting the blue Pacific in a collision of geological drama. On a clear morning with light seas, it is genuinely beautiful. And if the Kahekili makes your palms sweat with its personal kind of danger, wait until you hear about a road in Brazil where it is not the cliffs that will kill you. It is the trucks, thundering through the mountains at night, swerving into your lane on blind curves, driven by men who have not slept in far too long. $1 Million Highway, USA. They say the views are worth $1 million. They also say that locals would not drive it again for $1 million. Both things are absolutely true at the same time. The $1 Million Highway is the 40-kilometer stretch of US Route 550 between the historic mining towns of Silverton and Array in the San Juan Mountains of Colorado. It is famous for two things that exist in perfect tension with each other: some of the most spectacular mountain scenery in the entire United States, and a road so genuinely unnerving that the beauty and the danger compete for your attention at every moment. The name has multiple claimed origins. One story holds that the cost of building or upgrading the road in the 1920s reached $1 million per mile, an almost incomprehensible sum for the era. Another story, which locals tend to find more satisfying, suggests that the gravel and fill used to build the road contained gold and silver, or rich enough to be worth millions of dollars. A third interpretation is simply that the views it provides are worth $1 million per mile. All three stories feel true when you are on the road. The highway climbs and descends through three mountain passes, the highest being Red Mountain Pass at 3,350 meters. The road hangs on the edge of the San Juan Mountains, carved into cliff faces and running along narrow ledges, with the mountain rising immediately to one side and the terrain falling away steeply on the other. In many of the most exposed sections, there are no guardrails at all. The edge of the road is the edge of the mountain, and beyond it, the slope falls for hundreds of meters. The reason for the absence of guardrails on sections of this road is not negligence, but practicality. In the winter snowpack and spring snowmelt conditions of the San Juan Mountains, guardrails become obstacles to snowplows and can trap debris and ice in ways that make the road more dangerous rather than less. The Colorado Department of Transportation made the decision long ago that the road is safer without them in these high mountain sections. In summer, the road is navigable by any careful driver, and the scenery is world-class. The peaks above Array and Silverton are among the most dramatic in the Rocky Mountains. In winter, the road becomes a different entity entirely. Snowpack, ice, and the constant threat of avalanche make the $1 Million Highway one of the most challenging winter drives in the country, and it closes periodically when avalanche risk becomes too high to manage. Driving it in any season, in any conditions, you understand immediately why the name has stuck for over a century. You also understand the joke. And if the $1 Million Highway makes you feel both fortunate and frightened to be in Colorado, wait until we return to the coldest, most remote highway in North America, and this time we look not at the experience of driving it, but at the almost incomprehensible engineering challenge of building it across 666 kilometers of Alaskan permafrost in just 5 months. Moki Dugway, Utah, 360 meters of sheer cliff, a gradient of up to 10%, and a surface of loose gravel that shifts under your tires in ways that asphalt simply does not. The Moki Dugway is a section of Utah State Route 261 in San Juan County, and it descends the face of the Cedar Mesa Escarpment in a series of 3 switchbacks that are, by any objective measure, extraordinary. The road was built in 1958 by a mining company called Texas Zinc Minerals Corporation, and its purpose was specific and practical: to transport uranium ore from the mines of Cedar Mesa down to the processing facility in Mexican Hat in the valley below. The cliff was not a landscape to be admired. It was an obstacle to be solved, and the solution was the Dugway. The descent drops approximately 360 meters over a distance of about 5 kilometers of road, which translates to an average gradient approaching 10%, and in certain sections reaching even beyond that. For a passenger car, this is challenging. For a fully loaded ore truck in 1958, this was an exercise in controlled fear every single time. The road surface is unpaved gravel throughout, and the gravel is not packed and stabilized in the way that a well-maintained gravel road is. It is loose, variable, and it migrates with weather and traffic. On the switchback sections, where the road curves most sharply, the outer edge of the curve offers a view straight down the cliff face to the valley floor hundreds of meters below. There are minimal protective barriers. In many places, there are none at all. Standing at the top of the dugway and looking down, the switchbacks appear almost vertical from that angle. The road looks like it has been painted on the face of the cliff rather than built into it. The valley below is a vast open plain of red rock and desert scrub that stretches to the horizon in every direction, and the sense of scale, of height, of the sheer drop between you and the ground level at the foot of the cliff is genuinely dizzying. The drive down requires low gear throughout, engine braking doing most of the work of controlling speed, while the brakes handle the sharp corner maneuvers at each switchback. The drive up is equally demanding, requiring sustained effort from the engine on the steep gravel surface. In dry weather, the dugway is manageable for a careful driver. In wet weather, the gravel surface becomes unpredictable, and the standard advice is to wait for conditions to improve before attempting the descent. The views from the top are among the most spectacular in Utah. The Valley of the Gods spreads below, Monument Valley visible in the far distance, the landscape of the Colorado Plateau in every direction. It is a view that justifies the fear of getting there, and if the Moki Dugway makes you feel the weight of the cliff beneath your wheels. Wait until you hear the story behind the road that cuts through Taroko Gorge in Taiwan, built not by machines, but by veterans with hand tools, men who had survived war only to face the mountain with nothing but shovels and bare courage. Skipper's Canyon Road, New Zealand, the story of its construction. They needed to get heavy machinery into a canyon whose walls were made of vertical slate. The canyon floor was inaccessible, the ridges above were sheer, and the gold at the bottom was not going to wait. The story of Skipper's Canyon Road begins in the 1860s, when gold was discovered in the Shotover River, and a rush of prospectors descended on the rugged Otago landscape of New Zealand's South Island in search of their fortune. The Shotover River, known as the richest river in the world at the peak of the gold rush, runs through Skipper's Canyon, and getting equipment, supplies, and eventually ore out of that canyon was the engineering problem that defined the road's creation. The canyon walls are composed primarily of schist, a dark metamorphic rock that fractures in sheets and layers, creating the dramatic vertical and near-vertical cliff faces that still characterize the route today. There was no path along the canyon for wheeled vehicles. Tracks existed for pack horses and on foot, but bringing in the sluicing machinery and stamping batteries that industrial-scale gold recovery required was impossible on those tracks. The provincial government of Otago surveyed the canyon and proposed a road. The solution chosen was not to build through the valley floor, which was periodically flooded by the Shotover River, but to carve a ledge into the schist cliff walls above the flood line. This ledge would be blasted and cut into the vertical rock face, wide enough for a horse-drawn cart, and it would follow the canyon walls at a height that kept it above the worst of the flooding while remaining accessible from the canyon entrance. Construction began in the 1860s using teams of workers with black powder explosives and hand tools. The schist, unlike marble or granite, tends to fracture in predictable ways along its natural cleavage planes, and the workers learned to use this property to their advantage. Rather than attempting to blast the rock into submission, the best workers learned to coax it, to place charges where the natural fractures would do most of the work, to split away sections along the planes the rock itself suggested. Even so, the work was brutal and dangerous. Workers died in blasting accidents. Tools wore out faster than they could be replaced. The mountain weather, which in the Otago Highlands can change from warm sunshine to driving sleet in minutes, added constant environmental pressure to an already difficult task. The road was functional by the late 1860s and allowed wheeled traffic into the canyon for the first time in history. It was widened and improved in subsequent decades, and the famous Skipper's Suspension Bridge, completed in 1901, added a river crossing that made the upper canyon accessible year-round. Today the road still follows exactly the same ledge that the gold rush workers carved. The schist walls rise above you and fall away below exactly as they did 160 years ago. Nothing about the canyon has changed. Only the vehicles using the ledge have. And if Skipper's Canyon honors the gold rush workers who carved it, wait until you travel to France where, in the limestone cliffs of the Vercors, Massif workers in the 1860s dangled on ropes between vertical walls to drill holes for explosives. Building a road that is neither quite tunnel nor quite open air in one of the most dramatic locations in the entire French Alps. Taroko Gorge Road, Taiwan, the story of its construction. They had survived war. They had carried rifles through some of the most brutal fighting in modern Asian history. And when the war ended, what they were handed was a hoe, a shovel, and a sheer marble cliff, face 100 meters high. The road through Taroko Gorge was constructed beginning in 1956 and completed in 1960, built almost entirely by veterans of the Republic of China Army, former soldiers who had fought in the Chinese Civil War and had nowhere else to go when the war was done. Many of them had been separated from their families on the mainland. Many had no home to return to. The Taiwan government organized them into construction brigades and sent them into one of the most geographically challenging terrains on the island. The gorge is carved from marble. Not from the softer sedimentary rock that yields readily to explosives and heavy machinery, but from some of the hardest metamorphic rock available. The Liwu River had taken millions of years to cut through it, and the construction teams had 4 years. The method was as direct as the constraints demanded. Teams were lowered by rope from the tops of the cliffs to drill holes for explosive charges in the cliff face. Where drilling was not possible, workers chiseled at the rock by hand. The work produced an average advance of roughly 3 to 4 meters per day per section. The marble resisted every tool. It wore through drill bits, blunted chisels, and exhausted the workers who drove them. At least 212 workers died during the construction of the Central Cross Island Highway through Taroko Gorge. This number is the official figure. Some accounts suggest it was higher. The causes included rockfall, explosives accidents, falls from ropes, and equipment failures. For each death, a small shrine was built near the location where the worker fell, and many of these shrines still stand along the road today, tended by travelers who stop to acknowledge what was given here. The Swallow Grotto section of the road, where the gorge is at its narrowest and the marble walls are closest to the road surface, is also the section where the construction was most technically difficult and most dangerous. Workers here were effectively hanging above the river in a narrow slot of rock, with virtually no margin for error in either the explosives work or the rope handling. When the road was completed, the veterans who had built it were formally honored by the government. Many of them stayed in the region and settled in communities along the gorge. For many of them, the gorge had become more their home than any place they had left behind. The road you drive today, that narrow, spectacular passage through white marble cliffs above the Green River, was built by men who had already given everything in one war and were asked to give it again in a different one. And if Taroko Gorge honors the soldiers who carved it, wait until you hear about a road in New Zealand where the challenge was not marble but slate, not soldiers, but gold rush prospectors with gunpowder and pickaxes, building the impossible to access a fortune they could almost taste. Coombe Laval Road, France. They had no excavators, no GPS, no safety harnesses approved by any modern standard. They had ropes, explosives, hand drills, and limestone cliffs several hundred meters high, and they built one of the most remarkable roads in Europe. The Coombe-Laval Road is located in the Drôme department of southeastern France, in the heart of the Vercors Massif, a high limestone plateau of dramatic cliffs and deep valleys. The road connects Saint-Jean-en-Royans with the Col de la Machine Pass, and it does so by carving along the face of a sheer limestone cliff in a way that creates something architecturally unique in the world of mountain roads. The defining feature of Coombe-Laval is that much of the road is neither a conventional open road nor a conventional tunnel. It runs along the cliff face in sections where a natural rock overhang creates a partial ceiling, so that you are partially enclosed by the cliff above while still exposed to the void below and partially to open air on the valley side. The effect is one of traveling through a space that the mountain has partially claimed, a road that exists in the conversation between the rock and the open air rather than fully in either. Construction of the first version of this road began in the 1860s, and the method was as audacious as the terrain demanded. Workers were suspended on ropes from the cliff tops, drilling holes in the limestone face for explosive charges from the vertical surfaces that no conventional scaffolding could have reached. The blasting had to be precise enough to create a ledge without destabilizing the overhang above, which would have simply collapsed the structure before it was completed. Once the ledge was blasted, stonemasons built retaining walls at the outer edge to support the road surface, using the same local limestone from the blasting. These walls were built by hand, stone by stone, fitted together without mortar in many sections, relying on the precision of the fitting and the weight of the structure itself for stability. Many of these original walls are still the walls you drive beside today, over 150 years after they were assembled by men hanging above a void of hundreds of meters. The road was widened and paved in the 20th century, making it accessible to modern vehicles, but the fundamental character of the route is unchanged from its original form, driving along Coombe-Laval today. With the rock wall rising close beside the car on one side and the Royans Valley dropping into the distance hundreds of meters, below on the other gives you a direct physical sense of what those rope suspended workers created with hand tools and black powder. The Vercors Massif, in which the road sits, is one of the most beautiful landscapes in the French Alps, and the road itself has become a destination for cyclists, motorcyclists, and drivers seeking something beyond the ordinary. And if Coombe-Laval leaves you in awe of what French engineers did with ropes and limestone in the 1860s, wait until you climb to the top of Colorado's Black Bear Pass, where a road built for mining cuts above Bridal Veil falls on a ledge barely wide enough for a Jeep, with one of the most terrifying switchbacks in North America waiting for you at the edge. Black Bear Pass, USA. The most notorious switchback in Colorado sits directly above Bridal Veil Falls. It is barely wide enough for a Jeep, and there is no room at all for second thoughts once you have committed to the turn. Black Bear Pass is a high mountain route in the San Juan Mountains of southwestern Colorado, crossing a pass at approximately 3,900 meters above sea level and descending the eastern face of the mountain directly above the town of Telluride. The road was built in the late 1800s to serve the Black Bear Mine, a silver-gold and lead operation located in the Ingram Basin. And it was designed not for comfort or scenic enjoyment, but for the transportation of ore by mule and wagon from the mine to lower elevations where it could be processed. The road is a four-wheel drive-only route, unpaved, rocky, and in most sections just barely wide enough for one vehicle. The western approach from Red Mountain Pass is steep and rough, but navigable by any capable four-wheel drive vehicle in dry conditions. The eastern descent toward Telluride is a different matter entirely. The eastern descent requires negotiating a series of tight switchbacks on a very steep slope above Bridal Veil Falls, the tallest free-falling waterfall in Colorado. The road follows the cliff face immediately above the lip of the falls, and in the most exposed section, the falls are directly below you, and to one side, the White Cascade plunging over 100 meters into the valley beneath. The view is extraordinary. The position is vertiginous. The most notorious single point on the entire route is the top switchback on the eastern descent, sometimes simply called the Black Bear Switchback. The turn is so tight that a standard full-size vehicle must execute a multi-point turn to complete it, reversing to the outer edge of the road, and then pulling forward on a surface that offers a direct view down the cliff face and the falls below. There is no room for uncertainty in this maneuver. You either commit completely and execute it with precision, or you have a very serious problem. The approach to this switchback requires coming down a section of steep, loose rock road with the knowledge that the turn at the bottom is waiting. Going too fast means you arrive at the switchback with too much momentum and too little time to set up the maneuver correctly. Going too slowly risks losing traction on the loose surface. The rule on Black Bear Pass is absolute. It is one way only from top to bottom, meaning once you have descended past a certain point, you are committed to completing the descent all the way to Telluride. There is no turning around, and if Black Bear Pass concentrates every element of Colorado Mountain, driving danger into a single switchback above a waterfall, wait until you drive the road just to its north. One of the most beautiful and one of the most dangerous stretches of highway in North America, a road where the views are worth $1 million, and the locals have a joke about whether they would drive it for that price. Guoliang Tunnel Road, China, the story of its construction. In 1972, the village of Guoliang had been in the same place for thousands of years. And for thousands of years, the only way in or out was a path carved into the cliff that killed people who used it. The village of Guoliang sits atop a mesa in the Taihang Mountains of Henan Province, surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs of hard limestone that drop hundreds of meters to the valleys below. The only connection between the village and the outside world was a carved stone staircase, approximately 720 steps cut into the cliff face, each step barely wide enough for a single person. Supplies were carried up by hand or by animal, one load at a time. Anything that could not be carried on a person's back could not reach Guoliang. The village was genuinely poor in the way that geographical isolation creates poverty. No vehicle had ever reached Guoliang. Medical care was almost inaccessible. Education beyond the village was not practical. The outside world was theoretically only a few kilometers away, but practically as distant as another country. In 1972, a group of 13 villagers, led by a man named Shen Mingson, made a decision. They were going to build a road. Not to the top of the cliff, which would require excavating down through hundreds of meters of vertical rock, but through the cliff, a tunnel carved entirely by hand from inside the mountain. They raised 3,000 yuan collectively, the equivalent of roughly $1,300 at the time, to purchase tools and basic materials. Then they divided the cliff face into sections, one section per family, and they started. The tools available to them were hammers, steel chisels, and hand drills. No pneumatic equipment, no electricity in the work area. They worked by candlelight and oil lamp inside the developing tunnel, chiseling through the rock centimeter by centimeter. The limestone of the Taihang Mountains is exceptionally hard. The process of drilling a single hole for a small explosive charge could take an entire day of continuous work. Over 5 years, the group consumed 4,000 hammers, 12 tons of steel chisels, and an uncounted number of drill bits, all worn down to nothing against the mountain. At least one worker, Shen Mingson's own uncle, died during the construction, the work continued. The tunnel was completed in 1977. It is 2 kilometers long, 5 meters high, and 4 meters wide. The walls are raw rock, bearing the marks of every chisel strike that created them. Small windows were cut through the outer cliff face at intervals along the tunnel's length, allowing natural light to enter and providing the dramatic views down into the valley that visitors see today. From a place that almost no one had ever heard of, Guoliang became one of the most famous villages in China. The tunnel is visited by millions of people. The story of the 13 men is taught in schools. And the mountain that imprisoned them for centuries has a crack running through it that 13 people made with their hands. And if the Guoliang Tunnel honors the 13 men who carved it. Wait until you travel to Morocco and drive over the Atlas Mountains on a road that the French built in the 1920s by carving a narrow strip of asphalt directly into a cliff face that rises nearly 30 meters above sea level, in conditions that modern machinery would struggle with. Shibin Cliff Road, China. The village had been looking at the cliff for generations. Then one day, one man decided to stop looking at it and start cutting into it. The Shibin Cliff Road, also known as the Guoliang Cliff Highway in some accounts, but referring specifically to a different location in Guizhou Province, follows the pattern of several extraordinary Chinese cliff roads built by isolated communities who had finally run out of patience with their own inaccessibility. This road in particular was carved into the face of a limestone cliff to connect the village of Banyan with the outside world, after decades of the village's inhabitants being effectively imprisoned by the geography that surrounded them. The cliff face in question rises nearly vertically from the valley below, a wall of pale grey limestone that drops hundreds of meters to the farmland at its base. The path that existed before the road was carved was almost exactly what the term path implies, a narrow, dangerous strip of rock that required scrambling on hands and knees in places, and that was completely impassable for any wheeled vehicle and barely passable for loaded pack animals. The decision to build a road into the cliff was made at the village level, without government assistance or external funding. The village pooled its labor force, which was not large, and acquired basic tools, hammers, chisels, explosives procured through various means, and ropes for working at height on the cliff face. The construction method was direct. Workers were suspended on ropes from the top of the cliff, drilling holes in the limestone face for explosive charges. When the charge went off, rock fell away from the cliff, creating a rough ledge. The workers then descended to the new ledge, chiseled it into a smoother surface, and began the process again on the next section of cliff above. Meter by meter, the road was chiseled and blasted out of the stone. The work took years, and the road, when complete, is narrow in ways that most road users would find alarming. It is wide enough for one vehicle only. In many sections, it is barely wide enough for that. The outer edge of the road drops directly from the asphalt to the open air and the valley hundreds of meters below. There are minimal barriers, there are minimal markings, there is simply the ledge the villagers made and the drop. But the village that was an island in the sky became connected to the valley below. Vehicles could reach it, supplies could be brought in, and goods could be taken out. The geography that had imprisoned the village for generations had been defeated by hammers, chisels, ropes, and a decision that the cliff was going to have to move. And if the Shibin Cliff Road honors the determination of one isolated Chinese village, wait until we return to the Guoliang Tunnel. This time to understand the full extraordinary story of those 13 men who spent 5 years hitting the mountain one chisel strike at a time and changed their world forever. Tizi en Test Pass, Morocco, at nearly 2,100 meters above the sea, between the red earth of Marrakesh and the silver shimmer of the Suez Plain, there is a road that the mountain did not want to exist. The Tizi en Test Pass in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco is one of the oldest and most dramatic mountain roads in North Africa. It connects Marrakesh in the north with the town of Taraudant in the Suez Valley to the south, crossing the high Atlas Range through a pass at 2,092 meters. The road was constructed in the 1920s and 1930s during the French Protectorate period, and its construction was a project that required both engineering ambition and a willingness to work in conditions that modern labor regulations would not permit. The approach to the pass from the Marrakesh side begins gently enough, winding through the Reria Valley between olive groves and Berber villages of ochre and pink mud brick. The landscape is beautiful in the soft Atlas light, the lower slopes green with cultivation, and the higher ridges bear rock and scrub. This gentleness is deceptive. As the road gains altitude, the character of the mountain asserts itself. The valleys narrow. The cliffs rise higher on both sides. The road begins to climb in earnest, following the contours of terrain that forces it into sharp bends and steep gradients. The surface is paved, but narrow, in many sections barely wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other, and the outer edge of the road drops away into gorges and valleys of increasing depth and severity. The construction method used in the 1920s involved large numbers of Moroccan laborers and French engineers working in the classic colonial infrastructure pattern. French technical expertise and direction, Moroccan physical labor, in conditions that the Atlas climate made deeply inhospitable for much of the year. Winter at these altitudes brings snow, ice, and temperatures well below zero. Summer brings a heat that combines with altitude to exhaust workers rapidly. The rock of the high Atlas is hard and resistant, requiring heavy blasting for many sections. At the summit of the pass, the view in clear weather is one of the most dramatic in North Africa. To the north, the Atlas ranges recede in waves of gray and brown toward Marrakesh and the distant haze of the Atlantic. To the south, the Suez Plain spreads out below, green in the irrigated sections, pale in the desert edges, stretching toward the Anti-Atlas and the Sahara beyond. The descent to Taraudant is even more vertiginous than the ascent. The road drops in tight hairpin bends down the southern face of the Atlas, the gradients steep, and the outer edges of the bends unprotected in many places. The landscape is drier on this side, more desert in character, the rock redder and more exposed. And if the Tizi en Test Pass makes you feel the history of colonial engineering in North Africa, wait until you travel east to the highest paved international highway on Earth, a road that connects Pakistan and China across the Karakoram range at altitudes of nearly 50 meters. That cost hundreds of lives to build, and that nature is still fighting to take back. Karakoram Highway, Pakistan and China, they called it the eighth wonder of the world. And when you consider what it cost to build it and what it runs through, that title is not an exaggeration. The Karakoram Highway is the highest paved international highway on Earth, connecting Rawalpindi in Pakistan with Kashgar in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China, over a total distance of approximately 1,300 kilometers. It crosses the Kunjarab Pass at 4,714 meters above sea level. The highest paved international border crossing in the world, where the climate is Arctic, the air is thin enough to cause altitude sickness in most visitors, and the landscape is one of pure geological drama. Glaciers rock, faces moraine valleys, and peaks of the Karakoram range rising to over 7,000 meters in every direction. Construction of the highway began in the 1960s and continued through the 1970s, a joint project of the governments of Pakistan and China conducted in conditions that tested the limits of available technology and of human endurance. The Karakoram Range is not merely high. It is one of the most geologically active mountain ranges on Earth, where the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates are still in active collision, producing earthquakes, landslides, and glacial surges that can change the landscape within hours. Building a permanent road through this zone required not just construction, but continuous reconstruction as nature undid sections of the work with regularity. The human cost of the highway was enormous. An estimated 900 Pakistani workers and an uncounted number of Chinese workers died during the construction, killed by rock falls, avalanches, explosions, falls, and disease. For every kilometer of road built through the Karakoram, roughly 2 workers died. The highway is sometimes described as being paved with the blood of its builders, a statement that is figurative, but that does not overstate the scale of the sacrifice. Today, the highway is the primary overland link between Pakistan and China, and one of the most important components of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, a massive infrastructure investment project that is reshaping the economic geography of South Asia. Thousands of trucks travel the highway every year carrying goods in both directions across the Karakoram. The drive along the highway is one of the most spectacular in the world. The Hunza Valley section in Pakistan is often described as some of the most beautiful mountain scenery on Earth, with ancient forts, apricot orchards, turquoise rivers, and glaciers flowing to within meters of the road. The Pakistani and Chinese sections of the highway both face regular closures due to landslides, flash floods, and glacial lake outburst floods, which can wash away entire sections of road in hours. Nature has never accepted the highway's existence. It simply has not been able to stop it. And if the Karakoram Highway shows you what international determination can build through an impossible mountain range, wait until we return to Bolivia's death road to understand not just how dangerous it is to drive, but why it was built during a war by prisoners. On the edge of a 600-meter precipice in the Andes, Socotra Island, Yemen, 1/3 of its plant species exist nowhere else on Earth. The most famous tree looks like it was designed by someone who had never seen a tree before and decided to start completely from scratch. Socotra Island lies in the Indian Ocean, approximately 240 kilometers east of the Horn of Africa and 240 kilometers south of the Arabian Peninsula. It is part of the Republic of Yemen, but its geographical isolation, its position at the convergence of the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean, and the duration of that isolation have made it one of the most biologically unique islands on the planet. Scientists sometimes call it the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean, and the comparison holds. Like the Galapagos, Socotra's long separation from the mainland allowed evolution to proceed along lines that diverged completely from everything happening elsewhere. The dragon's blood tree is the island's most famous and most visually startling inhabitant. From a distance, it looks exactly like the description suggests, not like a tree as most people understand the word, but like an enormous mushroom, a flat circular canopy of dark green foliage balanced on a pale gray trunk that branches only near the very top. The canopy is so dense and so perfectly circular that it provides shade in a compact area beneath it with an efficiency that looks designed rather than evolved. The trees grow in great numbers on the Diksam Plateau in the interior of the island, and walking among them in the early morning light, when the mist is still thick and the light is diffuse, is one of the most surreal walking experiences available anywhere on Earth. The dragon's blood tree gets its name from the dark red resin it produces, which bleeds from any cut or damage to the bark in a way that, in dim light, genuinely resembles blood. This resin has been traded for millennia as a medicine, a dye, and a ritual substance. Beyond the dragon's blood trees, Socotra has other biological oddities in abundance. The desert rose, a succulent that stores water in a swollen trunk that can reach a meter or more in diameter, while sending a relatively small flowering structure upward from the top. The frankincense trees, which have been harvested here since antiquity, bottle trees, cucumbers that grow as trees, an entire ecosystem of evolutionary experiments that have been running undisturbed for millions of years. Infrastructure on the island is minimal by design and necessity. Hotels of the international standard variety do not exist. You camp under the stars, cook over fire, and bathe in the freshwater streams that flow down from the limestone plateau after rain. This is not a constraint, it is the experience. The island's undevelopment is its defining characteristic and its greatest attraction. And if Socotra takes you to an island where evolution ran its own experiment for millions of years, wait until you stand on the floor of the world's largest salt flat in Bolivia, where the entire surface of the Earth becomes a mirror so perfect that the sky and the ground become indistinguishable from each other. North Yungas Road, Bolivia, the story of its construction. It was built during a war by prisoners on the edge of a cliff 600 meters above the jungle floor. Without guardrails, without machinery beyond the most basic tools, and without any meaningful concern for the lives of the men building it. The North Yungas Road was constructed in the 1930s during the Chaco War, the conflict between Bolivia and Paraguay that was fought between 1932 and 1935 in the Gran Chaco lowlands to the south. The road itself was built not in the Chaco, but in the Yungas region north of La Paz, and the workforce that built it consisted primarily of Paraguayan prisoners of war captured during the conflict. They were transporting to the Yungas and put to work constructing the road under conditions that combined the natural dangers of the terrain with the institutional indifference of a wartime prisoner labor program. The terrain of the Yungas, north of La Paz, is among the most extreme in South America. The road drops from the high Andean plateau at elevations above 4,600 meters, down through the transition zone between the highland Puna and the Amazonian lowlands, losing nearly 3,500 meters of altitude in a horizontal distance of roughly 65 kilometers. This drop creates a series of cliff faces of almost absurd steepness, and the road that the prisoners built follows those cliffs at their most extreme points. The working conditions were, by any modern standard, unconscionable. The prisoners worked with picks, shovels, and explosives in the kind of terrain where a single slip meant a fall of hundreds of meters. There was no meaningful safety equipment. The road was only 3 meters wide in many sections, barely enough for the vehicles it was meant to serve. The only reason the road follows the left-hand driving convention, unique in Bolivia, is so that drivers could see their own wheel edges relative to the cliff drop, because looking over the outer edge was the only margin available. The prisoners who built the North Yungas Road had no choice in the matter and no protection from the consequences of their labor. An unknown number of them died during the construction. Their deaths, like many things in wartime labor history, were not comprehensively recorded. The road that they built served Bolivia for decades as the primary connection between La Paz and the Yungas region, carrying everything the lowland communities needed and the crops they produced. When a safer alternative highway was finally completed in 2006, the Death Road was freed from heavy freight traffic and became instead a destination for adventure tourism, visited by cyclists and travelers from around the world who come specifically because of what it is. The road is the story of the people who built it, and that story deserves to be remembered every time someone rides down it on a mountain bike and marvels at the view. And if the Death Road carries the history of the men who built it in every meter of its surface, wait until you drive to Chongqing in China and find a road that was not built by prisoners or soldiers or government engineers, but by ordinary farmers who decided that their village's isolation was a problem they were going to solve themselves even if it took 20 years. Salar de Uyuni, Bolivia, 10,582 square kilometers of salt. And when the rain falls, the entire surface becomes the largest mirror on Earth. The Sala de Uyuni sits in the southwest of the Bolivian Altiplano at an elevation of 3,656 meters above sea level, and it is the largest salt flat in the world by a substantial margin. Its nearest rival in size is less than a third as large. The Sala was formed over tens of thousands of years by the evaporation of a prehistoric lake that once covered much of the Bolivian and Chilean Altiplano, and what it left behind is a crust of salt between 2 and 10 meters deep, covering an area larger than Northern Ireland. In the dry season, the Sala is a dazzlingly pure white surface, cracked into polygonal tiles. By the drying process, each tile slightly convex. The cracks between them a slightly darker shade of white that gives the surface a texture visible up close, but invisible from a distance of more than a few hundred meters. The whiteness reflects the intense high-altitude sunlight so powerfully that sunglasses are not optional. They are essential. The light at midday on the Sala is physically painful without protection. Walking across the surface, the first sensation is the sound, a faint, consistent crunching underfoot as the top layer of salt crystals yields slightly to your weight. The silence of the Altiplano is otherwise complete. No wind in the stillest moments, no insects, no birds overhead. The only sound is your own footsteps and your own breathing in the thin air. Meenakshi Amman Temple, India. There are temples, and then there is this. A sacred complex so overwhelming in its color, its detail, its sheer visual density that first-time visitors often just stop moving and stare. Located in the city of Madurai in Tamil Nadu, this is one of the most extraordinary religious sites on the entire planet, and most of the Western world has never heard of it. The complex spans about 15 acres inside the ancient city. It is not just a temple. It is a world within a world, a city inside a city. It has its own streets, its own markets, its own daily rhythms, its own heartbeat that has been beating without pause for centuries. 14 towering gateway structures called gopurams frame the entrances to this sacred city. The tallest rises nearly 170 feet. Every single surface of every single tower is covered in sculptures, thousands of them. Gods, demons, celestial dancers, sages, mythical creatures, and divine scenes from Hindu scriptures crowd every inch of stone from bottom to top. The colors are not subtle. They are vivid, saturated, and intentional. Reds, greens, blues, and golds explode across the figures in painted detail that catches the sun and refuses to let go. The Dravidian architectural style used here builds these towers in layered tiers of intricate carving, each level more detailed than the last, rising to a narrow point at the top. It is the most sculptural tradition in world architecture. Nothing anywhere else compares to its density and ambition. At the heart of the complex stand two golden vimanas, the sacred tower shrines, one dedicated to the goddess Meenakshi, an avatar of Parvati, the other to her divine husband Lord Sundaswara, a form of Shiva. These twin shrines are the beating spiritual core around which everything else was built. The temple has been active continuously for at least 2,000 years. Morning rituals, noon offerings, evening prayers, and night ceremonies happen every single day without interruption. Thousands of worshippers and pilgrims pass through daily. The temple employs hundreds of priests, musicians, flower vendors, and attendants. It is a living organism, not a museum piece. The annual Chitharai festival draws millions to Madurai. Processions, music, fire, and devotion fill the streets for days. Unlike the cold stone silence of many ancient ruins, Meenakshi Amman is roaring with life. It is loud, fragrant, colorful, and impossibly alive. This is the richest expression of South Indian sculptural tradition ever built. It does not just show what humans can create, it shows what humans create when devotion is the only limit. Next we head to South America, where the Inca carved stones so perfect, so impossibly fitted together that no blade can pass between them. High above the ancient Inca capital of Cusco, perched at nearly 12,000 feet above sea level, sits one of the most baffling construction achievements in the entire ancient world. Most people call it a fortress. The truth is far more interesting. Yes, it had defensive walls. But Sacsayhuaman was also a ceremonial center, a religious site, and an astronomical observation point. It served the full spiritual and political life of the Inca Empire, all from one location. The walls are what stop every visitor cold. 3 massive zigzagging terraces of stone rise one behind the other like the fangs of an enormous creature. The Inca themselves described those zigzag walls as the teeth of a sacred puma, the animal that represented the city of Cusco in their cosmology. The entire site was the puma's head. The city below was its body. Spirituality and architecture were the same thing here. The stones themselves are the real mystery. They are not uniform blocks. They are massive irregular polygons. Each stone has a different shape, a different number of angles, a different face. And somehow, the Inca cut every single one of them to fit together without mortar in a configuration so tight that no knife blade, no piece of paper, nothing can be inserted between them. The largest stones weigh over 100 tons. Some estimates put the heaviest blocks at close to 300 tons. These were transporting from quarries miles away. The Inca had no wheel, no horses, no steel tools. They moved these stones using wooden sledges, fiber ropes, earthen ramps, and pure coordinated human force on a scale that required tens of thousands of people working in perfect organization. The rounded corners and the slight inward lean of the walls were not accidents. They are earthquake engineering. In one of the most seismically active regions on Earth, the Inca built a structure that could flex with the ground rather than crack against it. While Spanish colonial buildings nearby have crumbled in earthquakes, Sacsayhuaman still stands. The Spanish arrived, saw it, and could not believe it was built by people without iron tools. Some claimed it must have been built by giants or demons. The truth is more impressive. It was built by human beings who understood stone, gravity, and engineering at a level that still commands respect today. Sacsayhuaman is not just a fortress. It is a masterclass in what civilization looks like when it refuses to be limited by the tools it has. Next, we cross to Southeast Asia, where the largest religious monument on Earth rose from a jungle and redefined what faith is capable of building. Huaxi Cliff Road, China. They were farmers, not engineers, not soldiers, not government workers. Just farmers who decided that the cliff was not going to keep them isolated for another generation. The Huaxi Cliff Road, also known as the Lion Eye Cliff Highway, is located in Wuxi County, Chongqing Municipality, in the southern part of China's Sichuan Basin region. The road runs along the sheer face of the lying Grand Canyon, a dramatic limestone gorge of extraordinary depth and vertical extent, and it is approximately 1-2 kilometers long, carved directly into the cliff face at a height of nearly 1,000 meters above the canyon floor. The road was built almost entirely by the villagers of Jiajiang themselves, without significant external assistance, beginning in the mid-1980s and completing around 2001. The motivation was straightforward. The village of Jiajiang, like many communities in the deeply carved limestone canyon country of Sichuan and Chongqing, had been effectively cut off from accessible road transport by the cliffs that surrounded it. The canyon walls that make the landscape so spectacularly beautiful were also the walls of a prison for the people who lived on the plateau above. The nearest road access required a journey of many kilometers on footpaths that were impractical for any significant transport purpose. The decision to build the road was collective, made in village meetings over several seasons, and the work when it began was organized in the same collective spirit. Families were assigned sections of the cliff. Work parties were assembled, and the basic tools required, hammers, chisels, hand drills, ropes, and explosives secured through the local government's support of rural development projects were gathered and distributed. The method was essentially the same as had been used at Guliang and at the Shiban Cliff: suspension from the cliff tops, drilling into the limestone face, blasting to create the rough ledge, and then hand-finishing the surface into something usable. The limestone of the lying Grand Canyon is somewhat softer than the Taihang Mountain rock at Guliang, which slightly reduced the time per meter of advance, but the scale of the project was comparable, and the duration, nearly 15 to 20 years of continuous work, reflects the enormous challenge involved. The completed road is extraordinary. It runs along the cliff face in a strip barely wide enough for a single vehicle, with the canyon dropping nearly a kilometer below on the outer side and the limestone cliff rising above on the inner side. The views from the road are simply not available from anywhere else. The depth of the canyon, the scale of the geological formations, the distance to the canyon floor, all of these create a visual experience of genuine power. The canyon can be reached from Chongqing City by road to Wuxi County, and then onward to the canyon entrance, making it accessible for day trips from the regional capital. And if the Wuxi Cliff Road honors the farmers who built it, wait until you travel to Russia's Far East. To a road that was built not by farmers or soldiers of war, but by prisoners of the Gulag who dug through permafrost so hard it was indistinguishable from frozen concrete, and who were buried beneath the road they were building when the cold killed them before the road was finished. Kolyma Highway, Russia. The road is built on the bones of its builders. This is not a metaphor. In many sections, the permafrost beneath the road surface contains the remains of the prisoners who died building it. The Kolyma Highway runs approximately 2,000 kilometers through the remote interior of northeastern Russia, connecting the city of Magadan on the Sea of Okhotsk with Yakutsk, the capital of the Sakha Republic. It passes through some of the coldest inhabited territory on Earth, a landscape of boreal forest, tundra, frozen rivers, and temperatures that in the deepest winter drop below -60 degrees Celsius in the most extreme years. It is sometimes called the Road of Bones. This name is historically accurate. The road was built primarily between the 1930s and 1950s under the administration of the Soviet Gulag system, using the forced labor of political prisoners who had been transporting to the Kolyma region's labor camps. An archipelago of camps in one of the most remote and climatically brutal regions of the Soviet Union. The camps of the Kolyma region were among the most feared in the entire Gulag system. The combination of extreme cold, inadequate food, inadequate clothing, brutal treatment, and the impossibility of escape in such a remote landscape produced mortality rates that were among the highest in the Soviet prison labor system. The construction challenges were extraordinary. The permafrost of the Kolyma region does not yield easily to digging. In the coldest seasons, the ground is as hard as concrete. In summer, the surface layer thaws into a swampy mud that swallows equipment and makes stable footing impossible. The workers had no modern excavating equipment. They dug with picks, shovels, and their own hands, in temperatures that froze exposed flesh in minutes and killed the weakened and exhausted without mercy. When a prisoner died during the construction, burying the body was often impossible in the winter months. The permafrost could not be dug to any depth adequate for burial. In many documented cases, the bodies of prisoners who died on the construction sites were placed in the road embankment itself, beneath or beside the road surface as it was built over them, and paved over as construction continued. The Road of Bones contains the remains of an estimated 250,000 to 1 million people, though the exact number is impossible to determine given the record-keeping practices of the era. Today, the highway is used by trucks supplying the communities of northeastern Siberia. In winter, it is supplemented by the Zimnik, a seasonal ice road network that adds routes not available in summer. In summer, the road in certain sections turns to deep mud when the permafrost surface layer thaws. Driving the Colomar Highway is possible in a prepared vehicle with appropriate supplies and experience. The distance between fuel stops and communities in the most remote sections means that self-sufficiency is not optional, it is survival. And if the Colomar Highway carries the weight of one of history's greatest human tragedies in its very surface weight, until you travel to the Karakum Desert of Turkmenistan, where a Soviet-era drilling accident created a crater that has been burning continuously for decades. A crater that locals have named the door to hell, and that lives up to every syllable of that name. Door to hell, Turkmenistan, it has been burning for decades. No one knows exactly how long. And the Soviet engineers who lit it thought it would go out in a few weeks. The Darvaza gas crater, known universally as the Door to Hell, is located in the Karakum Desert of Turkmenistan, approximately 270 kilometers north of the capital Ashgabat. It is a circular sinkhole, approximately 70 meters in diameter and 30 meters deep, and it has been filled with burning natural gas since the Soviet era. The exact date it was first ignited is contested, with estimates ranging from 1971 to the 1980s, but the reason it is burning and the reason it has not stopped are both products of Soviet industrial decision-making in conditions of geological uncertainty. The Karakum Desert sits on some of the world's most extensive natural gas reserves, and in the Soviet era, the region was being actively prospected. A Soviet drilling rig was operating at this location when the ground beneath it collapsed into a natural underground cavern, swallowing the drilling equipment and creating a large sinkhole. The collapse also opened a pathway for the natural gas from the underground reservoir to vent to the surface, which it began to do immediately. The Soviet authorities faced a choice. The gas venting from the crater was hazardous, a risk of explosion and of toxic methane accumulation. The options were to cap the crater, which was not easily achievable with the technology available on site, or to burn the gas off. Burning it was simpler and quicker, and the assumption was that the gas pocket was finite, that burning it off would exhaust the supply within weeks, and the fire would go out on its own. The gas did not run out in weeks. It did not run out in months. Decades later, the crater is still burning, fed by the vast natural gas reserves beneath the Karakum that have not approached exhaustion. The fire burns constantly in all conditions, in the scorching Turkmen summer and in the cold desert winter, visible from kilometers away at night as an orange glow on the horizon that looks from a distance like the edge of something supernatural. To reach the crater requires crossing hundreds of kilometers of desert on roads of varying quality, without mobile phone signal for most of the journey, through a landscape of such emptiness that the concept of getting lost takes on a genuinely practical dimension. The approach is as much part of the experience as the destination. Standing at the edge and looking down into the burning pit, the heat is physical and immediate and substantial. The sound of the burning gas is a deep, continuous roar that carries across the desert. The smell of sulfur and combustion is strong. The light at night is extraordinary, warm and orange and violent, reflecting off the desert sand in a radius of dozens of meters around the rim. And if the door to hell makes you feel the raw destructive energy of the Earth's interior, wait until you visit a depression in Ethiopia where the ground is already below sea level. The temperature regularly exceeds 45 degrees Celsius. The springs bubble with sulfuric acid. And the landscape looks exactly like what you would get if you let a science fiction production designer loose on a real planet. The largest religious monument ever built by human hands. covering over 400 acres, surrounded by a moat 650 feet wide that stretches more than 3 miles around its perimeter. This single temple complex is larger than many small towns, and it was built in the 12th century without a single modern tool. Nothing prepared the first European explorers who stumbled upon it in the 19th century for what they were looking at. French explorer Henry Mauhot reached Angkor in 1860 and wrote that it was grander than anything left by Greece or Rome. He was not wrong. 5 lotus-shaped towers rise from concentric galleries at the center of the complex, each one representing a peak of Mount Meru, the sacred mountain at the center of Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. The tallest spire reaches 213 feet. From above, the entire design is a mandala, a spiritual diagram made real in stone, perfectly oriented to the cardinal points of the compass, aligned with the sun and the stars. The sandstone walls are covered in some of the most detailed bas-relief carvings ever executed. Nearly half a mile of continuous carved scenes depicting Hindu mythology, naval battles, the churning of the cosmic ocean, and processions of gods and kings. Over 1,700 celestial dancer figures called apsaras are carved individually across the walls, each with a different pose, different expression, different detail. Every single one is unique. Angkor Wat was originally dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, but was later adapted for Buddhist worship. That transition happened peacefully, gradually, the two traditions folding into each other across the centuries in a way that left both traditions visible in the stone. The temple belonged to a sacred megacity called Angkor that at its peak housed nearly 1 million people, making it the largest pre-industrial urban settlement on Earth. That city depended on a massive hydraulic engineering system of reservoirs, canals, and moats that managed water across the entire region. For centuries after the empire fell, the jungle took it back. Roots wrapped around towers, trees split through walls, vines buried entire corridors. When Mauhot arrived in 1860, the jungle had been reclaiming it for 4 centuries. The restoration work that followed is one of the great archaeological achievements of the modern era. Angkor Wat stands today as proof that human spiritual vision, combined with engineering mastery and artistic ambition, can produce something that outlasts every empire, every invader, and even the jungle itself. Next we land in Indonesia, on the edge of a volcano where at night the earth glows electric blue. Danakil Depression, Ethiopia, below sea level, 50 degrees Celsius, springs of liquid sulfuric acid. And a landscape so alien that scientists use it to study what life might look like on other planets. The Danakil Depression in the Afar region of northeastern Ethiopia is one of the most geologically extraordinary places on Earth and one of the most physically hostile environments that any human being can voluntarily visit. It sits at the junction of 3 tectonic plates, the African, Arabian, and Somali plates, and the geological activity produced by this triple junction is visible and visceral in a way that is difficult to prepare for with any amount of reading or photography. The depression is approximately 100 to 125 meters below sea level in its deepest sections, making it one of the lowest points on the African continent and one of the hottest places on the surface of the Earth. Average temperatures range between 34 and 35 degrees Celsius year-round, with peaks regularly exceeding 50 degrees Celsius in the worst summer months. The combination of low elevation, extreme heat, and the volcanic activity that characterizes the region creates conditions that are lethal to the unprepared. The Dalol hydrothermal field within the depression is the feature that produces the landscape most frequently described as otherworldly. Hot springs of highly acidic brine, colored in shades of acid yellow, sulfurous orange, deep green, and blood red by the mineral content of the water and the extremophile microorganisms that manage to survive in it, bubble and pool across a surface of crystallized salt and mineral deposits. The formations that the mineral precipitation builds around the spring vents resemble cauliflower and coral in shape, delicate and precisely structured, and they exist in colors that have no natural analog in any temperate or cold environment. The smell at Dalol is confrontational. Sulfur, which smells of rotten eggs in low concentrations, is present here in quantities that make the air itself feel dense and purposeful. The heat compounds it. First-time visitors frequently cover their faces instinctively, though with time you adjust to the extent that the smell becomes simply one element of the total sensory experience rather than the dominant one. Access to the Danakil Depression requires a guide and a properly equipped vehicle. The roads into the depression are poor and in some sections non-existent, requiring navigation by GPS and local knowledge. The security situation in the Afar region requires attention. Travel should only be undertaken with reputable tour operators who have current knowledge of conditions in the region. This is not a place for those seeking comfort or conventional beauty. This is a place for those who want to see the earth in its most raw and primal and honest form before life made it hospitable. And if the Danakil Depression puts you on the surface of another world, while still on Earth, wait until you walk into a white clay basin in the Namib Desert, surrounded by the world's tallest red sand dunes. And find yourself staring at trees that have been dead for 900 years and have not fallen yet. There are waterfalls, and then there is Tumpak Suhu. Known as Indonesia's Niagara, this is not a single stream of water dropping from a cliff. It is an entire curtain of water, a 390-foot cascade that spans nearly the full width of the canyon rim in hundreds of separate but overlapping streams that merge and split and merge again as they fall. The effect is not one waterfall. It is a living wall of white water that fills the entire valley with mist and roar, and a vibration you can feel in your chest from 500 feet away. The water is fed by springs from Mount Semeru, one of the most active volcanoes in Indonesia and the highest peak in Java. The volcanic soil in this region filters the water through layers of mineral-rich rock before releasing it in the streams that feed Tumpak Suhu, giving it a flow that is powerful year-round and absolutely overwhelming during the wet season. Getting there requires effort. A 1-mile trek through dense jungle trails descends steeply toward the canyon floor, passing through layers of humidity and birdsong and the gradually increasing roar of water that tells you what is coming before you see it. The trail opens first to a viewpoint from above where the full width of the curtain spreads across the horizon. Then it descends further to the canyon floor where you can stand directly behind some of the thinner streams and look up at 390 feet of falling water above you. Unlike a single stream fall, the multi-tiered flow of Tumpak Suhu creates layers of visual drama that change with every few steps. Walk left, new angle, new sound, new spray. The surrounding jungle vegetation, fed by constant moisture and volcanic mineral soil, grows in a vivid density of ferns, mosses, hanging vines, and tropical flowering plants that make the canyon walls look painted. Local guides at the base share stories of the water's sacred significance to surrounding communities who have revered this fall for generations. Tumpak Suhu was relatively unknown outside East Java until the early 2000s, when photographers began sharing images that spread rapidly across the world. The response was immediate and inevitable. People who saw it wanted to go. The waterfall is still rising as a tourist destination, but has not yet been crowded enough to lose its wild, untouched character. It is nature's grand stage, and the performance never stops. Next, we climb to one of Bali's most sacred spiritual peaks, where a pair of ancient gates open onto a view of the gods. Dedvley, Namibia. The trees died 900 years ago. They are still standing. The desert is so dry that they cannot even rot. Dedvley, which means dead valley in Afrikaans, is a white clay pan located in the Namib Desert within the Namib-Norcluft National Park of Namibia. It sits in a natural amphitheater formed by some of the highest sand dunes in the world, the Sossusvlei Dunes, which rise to over 300 meters above the surrounding terrain in shades of deep orange and red that intensify in the morning and evening light and seem almost to glow from within. Against this background of extreme color and extreme height, Dedvley presents its defining image: the blackened skeletons of ancient camel thorn trees standing in a flat white clay basin, silhouetted against the orange dunes and the deep blue sky. The trees died approximately 900 years ago when the climate shifted. The dunes migrated to block the river that had fed the area, and the water that had sustained the trees was cut off. In a temperate environment, dead trees of that age would have long since fallen and decayed into the soil. In the Namib Desert, however, the aridity is so extreme and so consistent that the biological processes of decomposition cannot occur at any meaningful rate. The wood has dried to a near mineral hardness. The trees stand exactly where they fell dead 9 centuries ago, their forms preserved by the desert in a kind of dark, permanent monument to the time when this white clay pan was a place where things lived. To reach Dedvley requires a drive through the sand dunes of Sossusvlei, accessible from the park gate at Sesrim. The final approach to Dedvley is a walk of approximately 1 kilometers across the sand, which must be done in footwear that protects your feet from the heat of the sand's surface. In the middle of the day, that surface temperature can reach extreme levels. The timing recommendation is unambiguous: arrive before dawn, walk in first light, and be finished with the heat of the day before it reaches its peak. The light in the first hour after sunrise at Dedvley is extraordinary. The low-angled sun catches the orange of the dunes, while the clay pan itself is still partly in shadow. And the contrast between the warmth of the dunes and the cool light on the white floor of the pan creates a visual quality that professional photographers travel from across the world to capture. Bring significantly more water than you think you need. The Namib takes water from you faster than you will notice until you are already behind on hydration. And if Dedvley takes you into one of the most visually extreme landscapes in Africa, wait until you travel to an island in the Indian Ocean that sits so far from every influence that a third of its plant species exist nowhere else on Earth. And its most famous trees look like something a child drew from imagination rather than something that grows on the actual planet. Most of Java sits at low altitude in tropical heat. Dieng sits at 6,800 feet above sea level and plays by different rules entirely. The air here is thin and cool. Morning temperatures can drop close to freezing. Mist rolls through the valleys between the volcanic craters with a consistency and density that gives the entire plateau a mystical atmosphere that has attracted devotion for over 1,000 years. The name Dieng translates roughly to abode of the gods. The ancients who named it were not being poetic. They were being accurate. Dieng is a volcanic complex of craters, lakes, geothermal vents, and sulfurous gas fields sitting on one of the most geologically active sections of the Java volcanic arc. The ground here does not just look alive, it is alive. The volcanic craters at Dieng produce one of the most extraordinary visual phenomena in Indonesia. The Telaga Warna crater lake, whose name means lake of colors, shifts between turquoise, green, white, and yellow, depending on the mineral composition of the volcanic gases mixing with the water on any given day. Walk around it at different times, and the color changes as you move. There is no predicting it. The lake decides what color it wants to be, and it changes its mind without notice. The ancient Hindus who settled this plateau in the 8th century built one of the oldest temple complexes in all of Java here, stone structures carved with detailed figures of gods and guardians that predate Borobudur and Prambanan by decades. These temples survive today, standing in the mist among the volcanic craters like stone conversations between faith and geology. The frost children of Deing are a phenomenon unique to the plateau. Some children here are born with naturally golden or reddish hair, a genetic trait found almost nowhere else in Indonesia, historically attributed in local belief to a divine blessing or a curse, depending on the era. Today, the children are celebrated in an annual ceremony in which their locks are ritually cut. Deing's highland farmers grow potatoes, carica papayas, and salak in the cool volcanic soil, crops that thrive here and nowhere else in Java. The terraced fields on the plateau slopes are worked by hand in the cold mountain air by people whose families have farmed this ground for generations. Deing is Java's mystical crown, a place where a volcano decided to become a garden, where the ancient and the geological are the same conversation, and where the mist never fully lifts. Next, we travel to a coastline where the rocks themselves are the attraction. There are natural wonders. And then there are places that feel like they were designed by a different planet entirely. Ijen is one of those places. Sitting 9,000 feet above sea level in the highlands of East Java, this volcano holds a crater lake unlike anything else on Earth. The water is turquoise. Shockingly, brilliantly turquoise, and it is one of the most acidic lakes in the world. So acidic that if you fell in, the water would begin dissolving you within seconds. Not a lake for swimming, not a lake for anything except staring at in disbelief. But the lake is not even the headline. The headline happens at night, when the sun goes down and the temperatures drop. Sulfur gases seeping through vents at the crater's edge catch fire. The flames that burn are not orange or red, they are electric blue. An otherworldly, glowing, crackling blue that lights up the crater walls in a color that looks like science fiction. The blue fire of Ijen is one of the rarest natural spectacles on Earth. Only a handful of volcanoes in the world produce it, and none as vividly or as reliably as Ijen. Now here is the part that makes this place even harder to process. While tourists hike here from around the world to experience this spectacle, local miners do the same hike every single day for work. They descend into the crater breathing sulfur fumes, fill baskets with chunks of solid yellow sulfur, and carry loads of up to 200 pounds back out on their shoulders. 200 pounds up the crater wall through choking toxic fumes. With no protective gear beyond a damp cloth over the nose and mouth. This has been happening since the 1960s. These men make this brutal journey 2, sometimes 3 times per day. Their strength and endurance are almost incomprehensible. The 2-mile trek to the crater rim at night offers clear sky views of stars that city dwellers will never see. And then, as dawn begins to lighten the horizon, the blue flames fade and the turquoise lake slowly reveals itself in the growing light. There is nowhere else on Earth where you can watch sulfur fires go out as the sun rises over an acid lake inside an active volcano. Ijen is nature's most extreme, most beautiful, most dangerous theater, and it is open every night. Next, we leave the volcano and walk into the clouds to find a village that time simply forgot. Most villages change with the times. They grow, they modernize, they absorb the outside world and eventually become indistinguishable from it. Weerabo did not get that memo. Nestled at 3,600 feet in the misty highlands of Flores Island, this village looks today almost exactly as it did centuries ago. Getting there is half the experience. There are no roads to Weerabo, you walk. A 4-mile trek through dense, dripping rainforest, climbing through mist that thickens with every 100 feet of elevation. The forest is alive in every direction. Strange birds call from invisible branches. The air smells like wet earth and cool stone. And then you emerge from the trees, and there it is. A cluster of the most unusual houses you have ever seen. The Mbaru Nyang houses of Wi Rabo are conical, steep-roofed, towering cone-shaped structures built entirely from bamboo and palm fiber without a single nail. They rise from the ground in 5-tiered layers, each level serving a different communal purpose. The first floor is for living. Higher floors store food, heirlooms, and sacred offerings. These structures are not just houses. They are physical expressions of Manggarai cosmology, the belief system that connects the people to their ancestors and to the land. Every rope, every bamboo joint, every palm leaf in the thatch carries meaning. The village itself is small, only 7 main houses. But those 7 houses shelter an entire living culture. The women of Wi Rabo weave songkit textiles with patterns that are unique to this community, patterns that contain encoded histories, clan identities, and spiritual messages readable only to those who know the language of cloth. These textiles take months to produce. They are not sold cheaply or carelessly. In 2012, Wi Rabo received the UNESCO Asia-Pacific Heritage Conservation Award, recognizing the village as one of the most significant living examples of traditional architecture in the entire region. Unlike preserved heritage sites that have become performances for tourists, Wi Rabo is genuinely, completely real. People are born here, raised here, elders are buried here. The communal meals, the morning rituals, the weaving circles at sunset, all of it continues because the community chooses to continue it. Wi Rabo is a reminder that modernity is a choice, and some people have chosen something older and infinitely more rooted. Next, we descend from the highlands to one of the most famous beaches on the planet, where the waves never stop and the energy never sleeps. There are places in the world where the modern era simply has not arrived yet, not because the people there are behind, but because they have decided, consciously and collectively, that what they already have is worth keeping. Sumba is one of those places. Spanning 4,300 square miles of rugged, rolling landscape between the Java Sea and the Indian Ocean, Sumba is one of Indonesia's most dramatically beautiful and culturally distinctive islands. The landscape alone is worth the journey. Savanna grasslands roll toward the coast in long golden waves. Volcanic hills rise behind them. River valleys cut deep green paths through the dry terrain. And then the coast drops suddenly to beaches of startling clarity, white sand against blue water that has been barely touched by development. Nyawatu Beach on Sumba's west coast has been ranked among the best surf beaches in the entire world. 2 miles of consistent, powerful left-hand breaks shaped by Indian Ocean swells that arrive unobstructed across thousands of miles of open ocean. The wave here is a point break that peels for hundreds of meters, long enough and hollow enough to produce the kind of rides that surfers travel from California and Australia specifically to chase. But Sumba is about far more than its waves. The traditional villages of the island are home to megalithic tomb culture that dates back 2,000 years. Clan tombs built from massive stone slabs sit in the center of every traditional village, the physical and spiritual anchor of the community. These are not museum pieces. The tombs are still actively used, still built, still the center of elaborate funeral ceremonies that can last for days and involve the sacrifice of horses and water buffalo in numbers that reflect the status of the deceased. The handwoven ikat textiles of Sumba are considered among the finest in all of Indonesia. Produced on traditional backstrap looms using natural dyes from forest plants, each textile takes months to complete and contains clan symbols and ancestral patterns that are unique to specific villages and families. These are wearable histories. The Pasola festival, held twice yearly at the beginning of the planting season, fills the fields with hundreds of horsemen in traditional dress, engaging in ritual spear-throwing combat. It is one of the most spectacular traditional ceremonies in Southeast Asia, a prayer for rain and harvest performed in thunder and dust. Sumba feels like a step back in time, not because it is primitive, but because it is purposeful. Next, we climb the slopes of Bali's highest and most sacred mountain to find the temple the Balinese call their mother. Bali Pura Lempayang Temple, East Bali, Indonesia. There is one image from Bali that has traveled further around the world than almost any other. Two carved stone gates standing open against a clear sky, and perfectly framed between them, the volcanic cone of Mount Agung rising in the distance. That image was taken here. At Pura Lempayang, one of Bali's oldest, holiest, and most visually dramatic temple complexes, sitting at 3,800 feet in the hills of East Bali. The gates are called Candi Benta, split gates. Each half the mirror image of the other, carved in the traditional Balinese style with dense geometric and floral motifs. When you stand before them and look through the opening, Mount Agung fills the frame behind the altar with a precision that makes the arrangement feel divine. On mornings when the mountain is cloud-free and the light is golden, the image is so perfect it looks fabricated. It is not. It has looked exactly like this for centuries. The temple is built in the 8th century and is one of the 6 Sad Kahyangan, the 6 sacred temples considered the spiritual pillars of the entire island. Lempayang is the temple of the East, the guardian of Bali's eastern spiritual boundary. It has been a site of pilgrimage for over 1,000 years. To reach the main shrine at the highest level, you climb 1,700 steps, 1,700, up through jungle, through morning mist, past smaller shrines, and offering platforms at regular intervals along the path. Pilgrims in white traditional dress make this climb barefoot, carrying offerings of flowers and fruit. Their devotion makes the physical effort invisible. At the summit, the air is thin and cool, and the view in every direction is a panorama of East Bali from coast to cloud. The temple complex is divided into several distinct levels, each with its own shrine and purpose, spread across the hillside in a layout that traces the sacred geometry of the mountain itself. Unlike the crowded southern temples of Bali, Lempayang retains an atmosphere of genuine spiritual gravity. This is a place where people come to pray, not just to photograph. The priests conduct daily offerings rooted in Hindu tradition that has survived intact across 15 centuries. The reflective pool at the base creates a mirror image of the gates and the mountain beyond, offering a second perfect frame for the photograph that has circled the globe. But the photograph is the smallest reason to come here. The largest reason is standing at the top of 1,700 steps at dawn and understanding exactly why this mountain has been worshipped for 1,000 years. Next, we sail east to an island that has preserved one of the most distinct and ancient cultures in Indonesia and still does not know how famous it is about to become. There are landscapes that take the word dramatic and make it sound inadequate. Ngarai Sianok is one of them. This canyon in the heart of the Minangkabau highlands of West Sumatra stretches nearly 10 miles in length and drops 330 feet deep. Its near vertical walls of red and green volcanic rock falling away from the highland plateau into a narrow valley floor where the Sianok River moves in slow green curves between the cliff bases. The view from the canyon rim is not subtle. It announces itself. You are standing on a plateau that suddenly ends. Below, the world is completely different. A vertical drop to a valley floor of rice paddies and village gardens and river bends, the walls of the canyon rising around it like the walls of a room built by a giant. The Minangkabau people, one of the most culturally distinctive ethnic groups in Indonesia and the world's largest matrilineal society, call the canyon rim home. Their traditional stilt houses, called rumah gadang, with their dramatically upswept roof horns that curve like the horns of a water buffalo, perch on the plateau edge above the canyon in villages that have maintained their architectural tradition with remarkable consistency across centuries. Unlike the canyons of drier climates, Ngarai Sihanouk is lush. The walls are carpeted in tropical vegetation that grows in every crack and ledge, green all the way from plateau edge to river bank. Waterfalls thin as threads drop from the rim in wet season and disappear into the foliage before they reach the bottom. The air in the canyon is cool and moist and smells of growing things. Trails descend into the canyon from the rim villages and follow the river bank through coconut groves and rice fields, past small farms and bathing pools to the base of the wall on the far side, where the vegetation grows densest and the light barely reaches. At the top of the ridge on the other side, Mount Singalang rises to 9,400 feet, its summit usually wrapped in cloud, its slopes covered in coffee and vegetable farms that supply the markets of Bukittinggi, the nearest city, just 3 miles away. The canyon sits almost within walking distance of urban life, but feels utterly removed from it. Local markets in Bukittinggi sell the spicy beef and coconut dishes of Minang cuisine that have become the most popular traditional food culture in all of Indonesia. Rendang started here in the highland kitchens within sight of this canyon. Ngarai Sihanouk is nature's quiet masterpiece, a deep cut in the earth that reveals everything beautiful that West Sumatra has ever been. Next, we climb even higher to a volcanic plateau that seems to exist in its own atmospheric dimension. Tanjung Keliang, Belitung Island, Indonesia. There are beaches made of sand, and then there are beaches made of story. Tanjung Keliang is the second kind, located on the northern tip of Belitung Island off the east coast of Sumatra. This coastline is defined not by its sand alone, but by the massive granite boulders that rise from the water and the shore in formations so enormous, so smoothly rounded, and so dramatically placed that the landscape looks like something from a mythology textbook. These boulders are ancient, tens of millions of years old. They were formed deep underground in geological time and then slowly pushed to the surface through volcanic uplift and exposed by millions of years of erosion that stripped away every softer material and left only these rounded giants behind. The largest are the size of houses. Some are the size of small office buildings. They rise from the clear shallow water offshore and from the white sand beach in clusters and solitary positions that create a landscape of stunning visual variety. Every few steps reveals a new composition. A boulder rising from the sea with a tree growing from its crack. Two rocks leaning against each other, forming a natural arch above a white sand floor. A cluster of 5 boulders enclosing a shallow turquoise pool that catches the light at low tide and turns the color of a swimming pool. The water around Tanjung Keliang is exceptionally clear by any standard. Shallow reefs just offshore offer snorkeling of remarkable quality, with visibility often exceeding 20 meters and coral gardens that support colorful reef fish in abundance. The white sand is fine and clean, and the curve of the main beach is gentle enough that the water near shore is shallow and calm, even when ocean swells are active further out. Local fishermen villages nearby still sell the morning catch from wooden boats brought in at sunrise, a practice unchanged across generations. The freshest grilled fish you have ever eaten is available here within hours of it leaving the water. Belitung's history as a tin mining island gives the region a deeper economic story. The granite that makes the beach spectacular is the same geological formation that produced the tin ore that made the island economically significant across the 19th and 20th centuries. What the miners left behind, nature turned into art. Tanjung Keliang is nature's sculpture garden, an outdoor gallery with no curator, no admission fee, and no closing time. Next, we travel to a national park where the sand itself blushes with color. Skybridge 721. Imagine standing on a glass walkway suspended between 2 mountain peaks, the wind howling beneath your feet as you stare down into an abyss over 100 meters deep. This isn't just a bridge. It is a heart-stopping dance with gravity hidden deep in the Jeseniki Mountains of the Czech Republic. At 721 meters long, it holds the record as the longest suspension footbridge in the world. The structure sways gently with every step you take, a constant reminder that you are walking on nothing but steel cables and courage. Engineers spent 2 years crafting this masterpiece, anchoring it directly into the ancient rock faces. When fog rolls through the valley, the bridge seems to float in midair, disappearing into nothingness. Local legends speak of the mountains as sacred ground, and walking this span feels like crossing into another realm entirely. The glass sections in the middle let you watch the forest floor rush by beneath your boots. Your hands grip the railings tighter. Your heart pounds louder. Every instinct screams that this is madness, yet you cannot stop walking forward. This is where engineering meets pure adrenaline. Next, we trade mountain heights for something that touches the sky itself. Burj Khalifa, look up. Now keep looking up until your neck hurts. That piercing silver needle piercing the clouds is not a science fiction fantasy. It is Dubai's impossible dream made concrete and steel. Standing at 828 meters, this tower redefined what humanity could build, crushing every record like a giant stepping on ants. The elevator rockets you to the observation deck at 60 kilometers per hour, your ears popping as the ground shrinks to toy size. From the top, the Persian Gulf looks like a blue puddle, and the desert stretches endlessly in every direction. The building sways up to 2 meters in high winds, a secret flex that keeps it from snapping like a twig. Over 10,000 workers poured their sweat into this monument during 6 grueling years of construction. The exterior cladding alone covers the area of 17 football fields, specially designed to reflect heat and sand. At night, the LED light show transforms the tower into a vertical river of color visible from 95 kilometers away. This is not architecture. It is a declaration that limits exist only to be shattered. But what if I told you that China built something even more massive, not up, but across? Three Gorges Dam. The Yangtze River once roared wild and free through these canyons, flooding villages and destroying crops for thousands of years. Then China decided to tame the dragon. This concrete monster stretches 3 kilometers across the river, standing 181 meters tall and containing enough material to build 63 Great Pyramids of Giza. It is the largest power station on Earth, generating more electricity than 18 nuclear plants combined. The reservoir behind it flooded 632 square kilometers of land, displacing over 1.2 million people from their ancestral homes. Ships now climb the river on a massive ship lift, rising 113 meters in massive bathtubs of water. The weight of the reservoir actually slowed Earth's rotation slightly, adding microseconds to our days. Engineers monitor it constantly, knowing that a failure would unleash a wall of water capable of killing millions downstream. This is power on a scale that ancient emperors could only dream of commanding. The sheer numbers defy comprehension, but across the sea, another bridge connects not just cities, but entire nations. Most beaches are white, some are black from volcanic sand. A very few, in only 7 locations on the entire planet, are pink. Pink Beach in Komodo National Park is one of them, and it may be the most spectacular of all. The color comes from red coral fragments. Foraminifera Tiny single-celled marine organisms with red shells live in the reef systems surrounding this beach in unusually high concentrations. When they die, their shells break apart and wash ashore, mixing with the white coral sand to produce a pink that deepens toward the waterline where the wet sand holds the color most intensely. From above, the beach glows against the blue water like something that should only exist in a painting. Stretching roughly 1,600 feet along the Padar Island coast within the protected waters of Komodo National Park, Pink Beach is enclosed by dramatic volcanic hills that drop sharply into the sea on both sides, framing the beach in a visual composition so precise it looks staged. The national park is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protecting one of the most biodiverse marine ecosystems in the world. The waters immediately offshore host manta rays that gather in cleaning stations on the reef year-round, some with wingspans exceeding 20 feet. Reef sharks patrol the drop-offs below the coral gardens. Sea turtles feed in the seagrass beds near the beach. Octopus, sea horses, nudibranchs, and fish species in colors that should not be physically possible crowd every square meter of reef surface. The snorkeling here is world-class in a way that the word world-class barely covers. The crystal water offers visibility that lets you see the bottom in 15 meters of depth as clearly as if you were looking through glass. Because Komodo National Park strictly controls visitor numbers and prohibits overnight stays on most islands, the Pink Beach retains a pristine character that almost no famous beach in Asia can match. Rangers actively protect the ecosystem from anchor damage, coral collection, and fishing inside the park boundaries. What they are protecting is irreplaceable. This is not just a beach. It is an intact living system that has taken millions of years to build and that could be destroyed in a fraction of a generation if left unprotected. Pink Beach is a coastal rarity. A reminder that the most extraordinary things on this planet are also the most fragile. Next, we journey to an archipelago hidden in eastern Indonesia, where paradise is not an exaggeration, but a precise geographic description. Bali, Indonesia. Every culture has a place it considers the spiritual center of everything. In Bali, that place is Besakih, not a single temple, but an enormous complex of 23 separate temples spread across the southwestern slope of Mount Agung, Bali's highest and most sacred volcano. Together they form the Pura Besakih complex, the Mother Temple, the supreme sacred center of the Balinese Hindu faith. The location alone communicates everything. Mount Agung is not just a mountain to the Balinese. It is the axis of the universe, the seat of the gods. The point where the divine and the earthly touch. Building the most important temple in Bali on its slope was not an architectural choice. It was a theological statement. The complex sits at 3,300 feet above sea level, high enough to be surrounded by cloud most mornings, which gives it an atmosphere of unreachable holiness that no lowland temple can replicate. The main shrine within the complex is Pura Penataran Agung, dedicated to the Hindu divine trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. It features 6-tiered terraces rising one above the other up the mountain's slope, a design unique to Besakih that mirrors the volcanic terracing of Agung itself. The entire complex has been built and rebuilt, expanded and refined over more than 1,000 years. The earliest structures trace back to the 8th century. Every Balinese kingdom, every dynasty, every era of the island's history has left something here. Annual festivals at Besakih draw thousands of worshippers in white and yellow traditional dress, carrying towers of offerings on their heads in processions that move up the mountain path in long, fragrant, colorful lines. The sound of gamelan music drifts down through the cloud, and the smell of incense mixes with the cool volcanic air. Marigolds cover every shrine surface in dense yellow blooms that are replaced with fresh flowers every single day. Unlike many religious sites that become increasingly commercial with fame, Besakih retains its active spiritual identity. It belongs to the Balinese people in a way that is impossible to commodify. You can visit, but you are a guest in a conversation between an island and its gods. Bisakhi is Bali's spiritual heartbeat, and it has been beating without interruption for over 1,000 years. Next, we sail further east to a quiet island that almost nobody knows about, but the people who have been there never stop talking about. There are places the world has not yet found. Rote Island is one of them. Sitting at the southernmost point of Indonesia, just 25 miles from the coast of Timor, Rote is a 470-square-mile island of extraordinary natural beauty and extraordinary cultural depth. And almost nobody outside Indonesia has heard of it. The beaches alone justify the journey. Nembarala Beach on Rote's western coast is a surfer's pilgrimage site. A left-hand reef break that produces clean, powerful, long-wave sets from April through October, fed by Indian Ocean swells that have crossed thousands of miles of open water before they arrive here unobstructed and perfect. The wave at Nembarala is consistently ranked among the best in Southeast Asia by the people who know waves. But on most days, the lineup is empty. No crowds, no competition for sets. Just blue water and a breaking wave that goes on longer than you expect it to and farther than you believe it will. The coral reefs that ring the island are among the least disturbed in the entire Indonesian archipelago. The isolation of Rote has been its greatest conservation force. What the reef lacks in fame, it makes up for entirely in life. Manta rays, reef sharks, sea turtles, and a density of fish life that makes even experienced divers stop finning and just look. The culture of Rote is as distinctive as its waves. The sasando is a traditional musical instrument unique to Rote Island, a circular harp built from bamboo and palm leaves that produces a sound unlike any other instrument in the world. Soft, layered, and resonant, the sasando is still played at ceremonies, weddings, and community gatherings by musicians who learned from their parents who learned from theirs. The lonta palm, a species of sugar palm that grows across Rote in abundance, is the economic and cultural spine of the island. Its sap is tapped and fermented into a local drink called sopi. Its leaves are woven into baskets, hats, and roof thatch. Its fiber is used for rope. In Rote, the palm is not just a tree, it is a way of life. The fishing villages that dot the coastline operate on rhythms that have not changed in generations. The boats are wooden and hand-built. The nets are cast by hand at sunrise. The fish are cleaned and dried on racks under the southern sun in methods unchanged for centuries. Rote is a tranquil retreat from a world that has forgotten how to slow down. It is Indonesia's secret, and it will not stay a secret much longer. Next, we travel west to a waterfall hidden in a jungle valley that you can only reach by boat through the rice fields. West Java, Indonesia. Most waterfalls ask you to hike to reach them. Curug Sikaso asks you to take a boat through rice fields first. That alone should tell you something about how different this place is. Located in Sukabumi Regency in West Java, Sikaso is not one waterfall but three. Three separate streams from the Sikaso River drop simultaneously from a 260-foot cliff face into a single shared basin of turquoise-green water below. The three streams hit the pool at slightly different angles and speeds, creating overlapping spray and cross-currents of mist that hang in the air above the basin in a permanent cool cloud. On sunny mornings, the spray fractures the light into rainbows that sit in the air directly in front of the falls, as if placed there by design. The approach by traditional wooden motorboat through a channel bordered by green rice paddies is an experience in itself. The Java plains here are as flat as a table, and the paddy fields stretch in every direction to the hills. The boat engine cuts through the still water of the irrigation channel at low speed, while herons stand motionless in the shallows and farmers work the fields in the morning light. Then the jungle begins, and the sound of water grows and grows until the boat rounds a bend and the cliff is there. The falls are most powerful during the rainy season from November through March, when the river runs full and all three streams hit the pool at maximum force. The roar is physical. The mist soaks through clothing in minutes. The emerald basin below churns white at the base of each stream and settles into clear turquoise a few meters out, shallow enough to wade at the edges and deep enough at the center to swim beneath the curtain of falling water. The surrounding jungle is old-growth rainforest, home to gibbons that call from invisible positions high in the canopy, and an understory of enormous ferns, orchids, and mosses that thrive in the constant moisture the falls generate. Local farmers who have worked the fields along the river approach for generations know its character across every season. They share stories of the water's sacred significance with the easy authority of people who have never needed to read about a place to understand it. Sikasso was relatively undiscovered until the internet found its photographs. Even now, it remains far off the main tourist trail. Its quiet, its wild beauty, and its emerald pool are still largely intact. It is nature's serene symphony played in 3 movements. Next, we walk one of Bali's most beloved trails along a green ridge high above the rice terraces of Ubud. West Java Tangkuban Perahu volcano near Bandung, West Java, Indonesia. The name means upturned boat, and if you look at the silhouette of this volcano from the right angle, you will see exactly why. The long, flat profile of the crater rim does look exactly like the hull of a wooden boat turned upside down against the sky. But the explanation for that shape in Sundanese legend is far more interesting than geology. The story says that a young man named Sangkuriang fell in love with a woman who was, unknown to him, his own mother. When she discovered the truth, she gave him an impossible task to build a boat and a lake overnight. He almost succeeded, using supernatural power to work through the dark. But just before dawn, she lit the eastern horizon with false light to trick the roosters into crowing. Sangkuriang believed he had failed. In fury, he kicked the boat across the land and it landed upside down, forming the volcano. The mother became the mountain, the boat became the crater, the love became legend. Standing at the crater rim today, the steam vents in the side of the crater tell a different kind of story. Tangkuban Perahu is an active stratovolcano, and it knows it. The main crater, Kawaratu, is 2,000 feet wide and filled with a sulfurous mist that rolls up from the vents in slow, thick clouds that smell of the deep earth. The ground around the vents is stained yellow and white by sulfur deposits, and the rock surfaces steam visibly even on sunny days. It is a beautiful, eerie, absolutely alive landscape. The volcano rises to 6,800 feet and sits only about 20 miles north of Bandung, making it one of the most accessible active volcanic craters in Indonesia. Trails lead from the main road directly to the crater rim with minimal effort compared to Ijen or Rinjani. This accessibility has made it one of the most visited natural sites in West Java for over a century. Hot springs bubble near the base of the volcano, fed by geothermal activity from the same volcanic system that powers the crater. These springs have been used by local communities for centuries for bathing, cooking, and healing. The surrounding landscape is covered in tea plantations that spread across the cooler lower slopes in vivid geometric patterns of deep green. The contrast between the manicured tea fields and the raw, steaming crater above them is striking enough to stop you mid-sentence. Sundanese culture is woven through every aspect of this place, from the folktale that named the mountain to the farmers who have grown tea in its shadow for generations. Tangkuban Perahu is both a geological spectacle and a living myth. It is a volcano that tells a love story. Next, we walk into a canyon carved by time and water where an entire civilization has made its home on the cliffs. This is not a bridge. It is a 55-kilometer miracle that stitches together three distinct destinies across open ocean. Imagine driving through an underwater tunnel 40 meters below the surface, then emerging onto a viaduct that curves like a steel dragon across the waves. The construction teams had to account for everything: earthquakes, typhoons, busy shipping lanes, and the relentless salt that eats metal alive. Over 400,000 tons of steel went into this project, enough to build 60 Eiffel Towers stacked end to end. The artificial islands at each end serve as transition points between bridge and tunnel, massive concrete fortresses resisting the sea's constant assault. Traffic flows 24 hours a day, cargo trucks and passenger cars crossing waters that once required slow ferries. The engineering solved problems that textbooks said were impossible, creating a new economic artery for 68 million people. Standing on the observation deck, you feel the scale of human ambition stretching to the horizon. But Dubai had already proven that land itself could be manufactured from nothing. Bali Kampuhan Ridge Walk, Ubud, Bali, Indonesia. In a world of extreme adventures and bucket list spectacles, sometimes the most profound experiences are the ones that ask almost nothing of you. The Kampuhan Ridge Walk asks only that you show up, just one. 2 miles long, this trail follows the top of a narrow green ridge between two river valleys on the edge of Ubud, Bali's cultural and artistic capital. The ridge is lined with wild ylang-ylang grass that moves in the wind in slow rolling waves of green and silver. On either side, the valleys drop away to cool shade and the sound of running water far below. Ahead, the ridge path curves gently through the hills toward its end point, and at every step, the view is exactly what you needed it to be. In the morning, before the heat builds, mist sits in the valleys on either side, and the ridge floats above it like a path through clouds. The light is soft and golden, and the air is cool enough to walk in without effort. By late afternoon, the light turns warm and amber, and the grass takes on a glow that makes the entire landscape look like it is being lit from within. And at sunset, the sky above Ubud explodes in a display that has no equal anywhere on the island. Orange and pink and deep purple spread above the rice fields in the distance, and the ridge path becomes the perfect place from which to watch the world end its day. What most visitors do not know is that this path was once a ceremonial route. It connects two ancient temples, Pura Kampuhan at one end and Pura Bukit Sari at the other. Pilgrims walked this ridge carrying offerings for centuries before it became a leisure trail. The spiritual geography is still there, underneath the walking shoes and the smartphone photographs. Local artists have long used the ridge as a working studio. The Balinese painter Igusti Nyoman Lempad was one of the first. Today you will still find artists sitting along the path at various points, sketchbooks open, capturing the curve of the ridge and the depth of the valley below in ink and watercolor. The walk is entirely car-free. No roads cross it. The only sounds are birdsong, wind in the grass, and the distant splash of the river below. Unlike the cultural pressure and visual intensity of Ubud's temple complexes and market streets, the ridge walk is pure, unambiguous calm. Kampuhan is Bali's peaceful pulse. It is the breath you take between everything else. Next, we leave the serenity of the ridge and stand on the edge of an active volcano whose very name comes from a broken heart. Palm Jumeirah. From space, it looks like a giant palm tree drawn on the ocean surface, an impossible green fractal against the blue. This is the largest artificial island ever built, created by spraying 7 million tons of rock and sand into the Persian Gulf. The breakwater alone stretches 11 kilometers, protecting the 17 fronds where luxury villas and hotels now stand. Construction required GPS precision to millimeter accuracy, guiding dredging ships that moved enough material to circle the Earth 3 times. The central trunk connects to the mainland by a private bridge, while a monorail runs the length like a silver spine. Real estate here sells for fortunes, beachfront property where no beach existed 20 years ago. Environmentalists initially screamed about destroyed marine ecosystems, but artificial reefs now teem with fish around the foundations. At night, the Atlantis Hotel blazes like a crown jewel, its aquarium holding 11 million liters of seawater. This is humanity telling the ocean to move aside and make room for our dreams. Yet China built something that climbs cliffs instead of conquering seas. Kuala Lumpur's skyline already boasted the Petronas Towers, but then this slender dagger rose 679 meters into the equatorial humidity. It is now the second tallest building on Earth, its spire topped with a glass dome that glows like a beacon across the peninsula. The name celebrates Malaysian independence, 118 referring to the 118 years since freedom from colonial rule. The design incorporates Islamic geometric patterns in its facade, diamond glass panels that shimmer in the tropical sun. A 118-story vertical city contains offices, hotels, and observation decks where visitors peer down at the city spreading like a circuit board. The foundation required the largest single pour of concrete in Malaysian history, 13,000 cubic meters, setting in a continuous 52-hour marathon. Wind tunnels tested models against typhoons that regularly lash the region with 200 km/h gusts. The spire alone stands 160 meters, taller than many complete skyscrapers elsewhere. This is national pride crystallized into steel and glass, a coming-of-age monument for a young country. But Singapore had already built an architectural icon that defies gravity differently. In the heart of Singapore's concrete jungle, 18 solar-powered trees reach 50 meters into the tropical sky, their metal canopies glowing with living plants. These are not sculptures. They are vertical gardens, ecosystems, and light shows fused into alien architecture. The flower dome replicates Mediterranean climates under glass, housing baobabs and olive trees in perpetual spring. Next door, the cloud forest recreates 2,000 meters of elevation in a single dome, its indoor waterfall cascading 35 meters through mist and orchids. The supertrees host over 200 species of ferns and vines, their trunks containing bioreactors that process waste from the domes. At night, the garden rhapsody transforms them into a symphony of light and sound, music pulsing through branches that breathe. This is nature tamed and amplified, biodiversity as entertainment and education. The project cooled the surrounding city by degrees, proving that green infrastructure works. Children run laughing through mist, while scientists monitor rare species behind the scenes. This is the future of urban living made visible today, but Vietnam built something that floats even higher in the mist. A golden bridge, held aloft by two massive stone hands, emerges from the mountain, mist like a vision from mythology. This is the bridge that broke the internet, its 150-meter span appearing to float at 1,400 meters elevation in the Truong Sun Mountains. The hands are concrete and fiberglass, weathered to look like ancient stone cradling a golden ribbon. French colonials established a hill station here in 1919, building villas that now form a medieval-themed fantasy village complete with castle walls and drawbridges. A cable car system, once the world's longest, hauls visitors up 5,800 meters of wire in 20 minutes. At the top, temperatures drop 10 degrees, offering escape from tropical heat below. The French wine cellar still stores vintages in tunnels dug by hand a century ago. Fantasy Park provides indoor games and rides, a surreal amusement park hovering in the clouds. This is tourism as theater, reality bent until it resembles a dream. The bridge alone attracts millions who pose for photos on hands that seem to lift them toward heaven. But Malaysia built a spike that pierces even higher into the tropical sky. Three 55-story towers lean against each other like exhausted giants, supporting a ship that appears to float 200 meters above the ground. This is the hotel that redefined Singapore's skyline, its rooftop infinity pool stretching 150 meters across the sky park. The structure contains 2,500 rooms, a casino, and a museum shaped like a blooming lotus flower. Engineers calculated that the towers would settle differently, so they designed flexible connections that allow movement without cracking the sky park. The pool holds 1.4 million liters of water, seemingly vanishing into the cityscape below, swimmers appearing to hover at the edge of nothingness. Rainwater collection and solar panels make this luxury surprisingly sustainable. The towers themselves twist slightly as they rise, each floor plate different from the one below. At night, lasers project from the roof in a light show visible across the harbor. This is hospitality as spectacle, engineering in service of pure wonder. But Dubai looked at wheels and decided to build the ultimate circle. On Bluewater's island, a giant white ring rises 250 meters into the Arabian sky, the tallest and largest observation wheel ever constructed. This is not a carnival ride. It is a monument to rotation, its 48 capsules, each holding 40 passengers in air-conditioned luxury. One rotation takes 38 minutes, long enough for marriage proposals, birthday celebrations, or simply staring at the coastline curving toward the horizon. The wheel weighs 1,800 tons, supported by a steel frame that required 11,000 tons of steel to construct. Each spoke is a tensioned cable thicker than a man's arm, holding the rim in perfect circular tension. The capsules feature interactive screens showing Dubai's transformation from fishing village to global metropolis. At the top, you look down on the Palm Jumeirah, the Burj Al Arab, and the desert meeting the sea. This is observation pushed to its mechanical limit, a vertical carousel for the Instagram age. The wheel glows blue at night, a perfect circle of light visible from 50 kilometers away. But some roads climb higher than any wheel could ever turn. They call it the eighth wonder of the world, and standing on its highest pass at 4,714 meters, you understand why. This is the highest paved international highway on Earth, cutting through the collision zone where the Indian and Eurasian plates created the Himalayas. The road connects Pakistan and China across 1,300 kilometers of the most hostile terrain imaginable, glaciers, landslides, and altitudes where engines gasp for oxygen. Over 1,000 workers died building it, buried in unmarked grave along the route or swept away by the Indus River. The Khunjerab Pass marks the border, the world's highest paved crossing, often blocked by snow 10 months of the year. Landslides remain a constant threat, the mountain sides unstable, ready to bury vehicles without warning. Yet trucks carry goods between the two countries, drivers chewing coca leaves or drinking strong tea to stay awake at altitudes that cause hallucinations. The scenery is devastatingly beautiful, peaks rising 7,000 meters on either side, rivers carving canyons deeper than the Grand Canyon. This is trade as adventure, commerce at the edge of human endurance. But New York built a tower that rose from tragedy itself. Where the Twin Towers once stood, a single obelisk now rises 541 meters into the Manhattan sky, its height matching the year of American independence. This is not just an office building. It is a 104-story memorial, the concrete core containing artifacts from the original towers embedded like fossils. The base is a 185-foot concrete fortress designed to withstand truck bombs, a sad necessity in the modern age. The spire brings the total height to 1,776 feet, a deliberate reference to liberty and defiance. The observation deck occupies the same height as the original South Tower's roof, a ghostly echo of what once stood. The elevator ride shows a time-lapse of 500 years of New York history, compressing centuries into 47 seconds. The glass facade refracts light differently throughout the day, sometimes mirroring the sky, sometimes disappearing into it. This is architecture as resilience, a city refusing to stay on its knees. The building stands where thousands died, yet it reaches upward with stubborn optimism. But Portugal built a bridge that stretches even further across water. Al Maktoum's Solar Park. In the desert where temperatures sear skin and sandstorms scour paint from metal, Dubai built the largest single-site solar park on Earth. When complete, it will generate 5,000 megawatts, enough to power 800,000 homes without burning a single drop of oil. The current phase features 4 million solar panels arranged in perfect rows that stretch to every horizon like a silicon ocean. Robotic cleaners patrol the arrays at night, washing away dust that would otherwise block precious sunlight. The project uses concentrated solar power too, mirrors focusing heat onto towers that glow white-hot and store energy for nighttime use. This is a city built on oil wealth declaring that its future lies in renewable energy. The scale staggers the imagination, 77 square kilometers of desert transformed into a power plant visible from space. Engineers battle sand accumulation, extreme heat, and the constant need for water in a waterless place. Yet the panels keep converting sunlight into electricity, a silent revolution happening beneath the blazing Arabian sun. This is the largest commitment to clean energy in the Middle East, but humanity built something that orbits above all deserts, above all borders. Carved into the vertical sandstone cliffs of Zhangjiajie, this glass elevator rises 326 meters in under 2 minutes. That is taller than the Statue of Liberty stacked on top of itself. The structure clings to the rock face like a mechanical vine, its 3 double-decker cars carrying 50 passengers each. When the doors open at the top, you step onto a natural stone bridge floating among pillars that inspired the floating mountains of Avatar. Construction required drilling deep into quartzite sandstone, a material harder than granite, using explosives that could have triggered catastrophic rockfalls. Engineers calculated every blast, every bolt, every stress point for 3 years before the first passenger rode upward. The view from the top reveals a forest of stone towers stretching to every horizon, a landscape that existed for millions of years before human eyes saw it. Local legend says these pillars are frozen dragons, and the elevator lets mortals touch their backs. Your stomach drops as the car accelerates upward, the ground rushing away in a blur of green and grey. This is vertical transportation pushed to its absolute extreme, but Scotland solved a different puzzle: how to lift boats through the air. Two canals, once separated by 35 meters of elevation, sat useless, their waters never meeting for centuries. Then engineers built a rotating boat lift that looks like a giant steel eyelid blinking slowly in the Scottish lowlands. The wheel raises and lowers boats in massive gondolas filled with water, using the same revolutionary principle as a seesaw. It takes only 5 kilowatt-hours per rotation, roughly the energy needed to boil 8 kettles of tea. The 35-meter diameter wheel turns gracefully, carrying 600 tons of water and vessel in each arm while the other descends. Boats enter at the bottom, rotate 180 degrees through the sky, and exit at the top without ever leaving their aquatic cradle. The visitor center draws 500,000 people yearly who watch this mechanical ballet with mouths agape. It solved a 70-year-old engineering problem that stumped generations of Scottish canal builders. The wheel turns slowly, majestically, a testament to the elegance of simple physics applied with bold imagination. This is functional art that actually moves, but China built a road that makes this look like a driveway. Imagine building a highway where every kilometer costs $100 million and requires 300 meters of bridges or tunnels. Welcome to the road that Chinese engineers called impossible before they built it anyway. Stretching 240 kilometers through Sichuan province, it crosses seismic zones, rivers, and mountains that should have blocked all progress. The route includes 270 bridges and 25 tunnels, meaning drivers spend 70% of their journey either suspended in air or burrowing through stone. One bridge alone spans 16 kilometers across a valley 250 meters deep, its towers reaching like concrete fingers toward the clouds. Construction crews worked at altitudes where oxygen starvation causes headaches and nausea, blasting through rock that could collapse without warning. Landslides buried equipment, floods washed away foundations, yet the road opened on schedule in 2012. Now trucks carry goods between Chengdu and the Tibetan Plateau in hours instead of days. This is infrastructure as extreme sport, a ribbon of asphalt defying geography itself. But Dubai looked upward and harnessed the power of the sun itself. "400 kilometers above your head right now, 6 human beings are floating in a tin, traveling at 28,000 kilometers per hour. This is the most expensive single object ever constructed, costing over $150 billion and requiring 40 assembly missions across 13 years. The solar arrays span 109 meters, wider than a football field, harvesting energy from a sun that rises 16 times per day. Inside, astronauts conduct experiments that could cure diseases or unlock new materials impossible to create on Earth. The station leaks air occasionally, requiring constant patches against the vacuum that wants to suck everything into void. Radiation levels are so high that astronauts risk cancer for the privilege of floating weightless. The view from the cupola shows Earth as a fragile blue marble, a perspective that changes everyone who sees it. Over 3,000 research investigations have run here, from growing lettuce to studying how fire behaves without gravity. This is humanity's outpost on the final frontier, a fragile bubble of life in the infinite dark. Yet we also built wonders that anchor us firmly to Earth. Where the Tagus River meets the Atlantic, Europe's longest bridge stretches 2 kilometers across shimmering water. Named for the explorer who opened the sea route to India, it carries 6 lanes of traffic on a viaduct that seems to float toward the horizon. Construction required 3 million cubic meters of concrete and 100,000 tons of steel, enough to build 20 Eiffel Towers. Engineers had to account for the river's depth, earthquake zones, and the corrosive salt that eats structures alive. The central cable-stayed section spans 420 meters, its towers rising 150 meters like white sails. The bridge shortened the journey from Lisbon to the south by hours, transforming Portugal's economy and geography. Ships pass beneath the central span, their masts clearing the deck by mere meters. At night, lights trace its length across the dark water, a luminous thread connecting divided shores. This is infrastructure as national destiny, engineering that reshapes a country's future. But Saudi Arabia built something that faces a different kind of infinity. The fog rolls in from the Pacific, swallowing the orange towers until only the cables remain visible like ghostly harp strings. This is the bridge that defined an age, completed in 1937 when America needed to believe in its own greatness. The main span stretches 1,280 meters, suspended from cables containing 80,000 miles of wire, enough to circle the Earth 3 times. 11 men died during construction, falling into the cold waters below where safety nets failed to catch them. The international orange color was chosen not for beauty, but because it provides visibility in San Francisco's notorious fog. Over 10,000 gallons of paint cover the steel, constantly battling salt air that wants to reduce it to rust. The bridge flexes up to 8 meters in high winds, a designed flexibility that prevents it from snapping. Today, 37 million vehicles cross yearly, yet the structure remains as elegant as the day it opened. This is Art Deco engineering, functional beauty that became the symbol of a city. But Singapore built gardens that challenge our definition of nature itself. Where the Kobe coast faces the island of Awaji, the world's longest suspension bridge stretches 39 kilometers across a strait famous for deadly currents and typhoons. The central span alone covers 9 kilometers, hanging from cables that contain 300,000 kilometers of wire, enough to circle the Earth 7 times. The towers rise 298 meters, taller than the Eiffel Tower, anchored to bedrock beneath 60 meters of turbulent water. Construction survived the 1995 Kobe earthquake, which moved the towers apart by a meter and forced engineers to recalculate everything. The bridge uses tuned mass dampers, giant weights that swing to counter wind and earthquake forces. Ships pass beneath the deck, which hangs 65 meters above the surface, clearance for the largest vessels afloat. The lighting system changes with the seasons, white in summer, red in winter, a spectral presence hovering over the dark water. This is bridge engineering pushed to its absolute physical limits, a structure that should not exist according to natural laws. Yet it stands, carrying 23,000 vehicles daily across a passage once considered uncrossable. But NASA built a building large enough to contain rockets themselves. At Kennedy Space Center, a cathedral of steel and concrete rises 160 meters tall, covering 8 acres with no internal support columns to block the sky. This is where Saturn V rockets and space shuttles were stacked piece by piece, the largest single-story building in the world. The interior volume could hold 3.8 million cubic meters, enough space to fit the Empire State Building on its side with room to spare. 4 massive doors, each 139 meters high, open to admit rockets on crawler transporters moving at 16 kilometers per hour. The building has its own weather system, clouds forming near the ceiling on humid days, rain occasionally falling inside. It was constructed in 1966 for the Apollo program, its scale determined by the size of the rockets needed to reach the moon. High-pressure fire suppression systems can flood the interior with water in seconds, protecting priceless spacecraft from ignition. The American flag, painted on the exterior, covers 6,000 square meters, each star 2 meters across. This is the workshop where humanity's reach toward the stars was assembled. But Texas now hosts the future of that reach itself. A 5-pointed starfish of steel and glass spreads across the Hebei Plains, its central hub connecting 5 concourses in a design inspired by traditional Chinese architecture. This is the largest single-structure airport terminal on Earth, covering 700,000 square meters with a roof supported by just 8 C-shaped columns. The central atrium allows natural light to flood the interior through a skylight that tracks the sun, reducing energy consumption by 40%. Underground, high-speed rail connects directly to the terminal, passengers walking from train to gate in minutes. The design allows 72 million passengers yearly, with expansion capacity for 100 million, anticipating China's continued growth. Facial recognition and automated baggage systems move travelers through with minimal human intervention. The roof structure required 52,000 tons of steel arranged in a flowing form that resembles a lucky cloud from traditional painting. Construction took less than 5 years, 50,000 workers laboring around the clock to meet the 2019 opening. This is aviation infrastructure for a superpower, a gateway designed to impress before travelers even board. This is where our journey through impossible places must end, but the world will keep building wonders that defy imagination.